Hello everyone, and is the audio working? I think so. Hopefully it's working. But hello everyone and welcome to the stream. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. I've not streamed in a very long time, so some of my settings might be messed up, but hopefully most of the stream is working. But today I'm gonna, also if you guys haven't heard yet, Crack the Clue 3 was solved today. It took about 9 months for it to be solved. But today I'm gonna go through the solution of all the steps and also answer any questions that people have. But I think I'm gonna start with going through the solutions. And I was just trying to prepare this a little bit before the stream, but I didn't have time to finish all of it, so I'm gonna be doing... Let's see, can I switch here? So I need to fill out the dots fast. So I'm just doing this so I can separate this from the clue, so I can show you guys exactly how it was meant to be solved. But I would say most of the steps, I think people figured out pretty much everything there was to figure out with it, but there were some steps where I think not quite everything was worked out, but they worked out enough stuff to actually solve it. Let's see, someone subscribed. Thank you Wallis for the subscription, and thank you Yossi Blue for the gift as well. Much appreciated, and welcome guys to Swamp. Also, I'm just gonna let you guys know, if you guys subscribe during this stream, you might not get that value out of your subscriptions, because I don't really have any other streams planned for a month. But I will be streaming some Desert Treasure 2 when that is released. Alright, so let's paint this one in purple. See if I can grab the color, and then let's paint it. You can stream forestry. I'm not sure if I will be streaming forestry. I'm not sure if it's a big update or not, but I might consider streaming it. Depends on how much stuff there is to do. I don't know if you just cut trees or if there is something more interesting than that. Because if I go live and I'm just cutting trees, then I'm not so sure it's gonna be that interesting to watch. Hopefully that was every dot. I guess we will find out later if I missed one. I'm still sitting here wondering how you predicted the Google random number generator. Yeah, that one actually took some time because I couldn't really find any sources online on how to do it, so I had to come up with a method of my own. But basically most of the random number generators you can kinda reverse engineer the set from them. And there are some more secure ones though, but the one used on the Google search engine didn't use the more secure version. So that one you can reverse engineer that one. So there's a bunch of dirt on my screen which look like dots, but no, hopefully I got every dot there. Anything I do is interesting? I'm not so sure. If I'm just sitting here, marking dots, that might not be that interesting. But I guess that is the content for the next 30 seconds. Alright, is there one more here? Okay, hopefully that is everything. But let's start with the first step people solved, which was the letters. So, oh, is there one more bottom right? Okay, thank you guys. Mark that one. Thank you for the 500 bits, Jose Blue. Very much appreciated. So let's start with the letters. So the letters, actually, can I mark an outline? I think... Okay, wait. Don't quite remember how you do this. Oh, did I miss one more? Top right? No, I got that one. I seem to remember there was a way to do this. A glow, maybe? Thank you, Doctor, for the 2-month subscription. Thanks for that. Hours of entertainment for me anyway. Would love to know what your favorite clue was to make. I think the letters or cleverly designed. Those two are my favorite, I would say, but they took a bit more time to create than the rest of them. Okay, I'm just gonna skip the outline. You don't really need that anyway. Let's start with letters. So I'm gonna just grab all the letters from the clues and put them separately so we can look at them. So this was the first step that was solved. Wait, that was the wrong one. letters here. Okay, so you would start with all the letters, and if you overlaid all the clues, you would see something like this. And I think the way most people solved this, at least early on, was that you can kind of see what kind of words might spell out here. So I think people mainly drew some groups. You can kind of see a vial here. You can kind of see a wool here. And then like mithril bar somewhere around here. And then a mysterious old man with the rest of them. So you could solve it like this, and I think this is how people solved it early on. But this is not really what I had in mind. So if you actually do solve it this way, you actually make it a little bit harder for yourself. Because actually all the letters just go from top to bottom. And this is quite important for the next step. So you have this at the top, goes to I, goes to A, goes to L, goes to W. So you can continue down like this. You know, you would see vial, wool, mithril bar, and mysterious old man, just going top to bottom. So that was the first step. That was pretty easy. I think people saw that in like 5 minutes. And yeah, that was just meant to be a very simple solution for people who like watch the video, so they can maybe solve something on their own, and just a bit of a tutorial to see like what a solution might look like. But there's another solution actually, which everything you basically had to do was just you take the third and the fourth clue and you rotate them upside down. So actually now we get the completely different solution by reading letters from left to right instead. So you see some letters that are upside down and now it's changed a little bit, and this kind of looks like a 7. So you have the 7, W-I, so you see willow, and then short, bow. So 7 willow short bow, and then this E is turned into a 3. So you can see 3 tiara mold. And then surviving. So the A's are basically V's here. I think this was one of the coolest steps, but it took surprisingly a long time for people to solve this. And I actually think it was solved because we gave a bit of clarifications at the 1 month mark, which was in the clarifications here. So I posted a bunch of stuff which was actually posted for another reason. We'll get to that a bit later on. But if you check here, there is something about so here, information from a clue may be used to solve more than one step. It is quite easy to guess which ones it will be though. And I think it was solved about 1 or 2 days after this was posted. But yeah, essentially the way you can kinda expect a second solution here is because for the first solution you actually only needed the y coordinate for to actually make that solution. So if we rotate them back, so obviously you can kind of see here, if you move this V anywhere else on the x-axis, it doesn't actually change what the solution is. the same solution still works just as well. So the X position actually doesn't have a meaning here. And that is kind of how you can notice that there could be something more hidden here with the X position, since only the Y position was used. Let's see. I was thinking of something more. Oh yeah, so another thing you could do actually was... so there's actually another way you can solve this. Which is if you just rotate the clues upside down. Specifically the third and the fourth one. So if you only look at the fourth one, for example, if you rotate them upside down, you can see that all of the letters still sort of make sense. So you can see this is W, this is I, and so on. So most letters actually don't make sense when you rotate them upside down, so you can kind of suspect that the upside down could have a meaning here. And I kind of expected people to use this to actually find a solution. But another way to do it, which I think is how it ended up being solved, was if you just draw a line from the center here, from every letter, you can kind of see that the spacing is kind of even, so I'm not really drawing perfect lines here. But essentially the spacing on the y-axis is pretty much even between every letter, and so the same actually goes for if you hide the third and fourth one clue for a moment. If you draw lines here the same way, you can kind of see the same pattern, but there are some gaps. But you can see that the spacing is basically the same as well here. So you can kind of suspect that the spacing had some purpose here. And I think this is the way it was solved by the first person who solved it. But I think what he did, he didn't actually rotate them upside down. He just flipped the second and the third one. So that way he was able to solve the spacing, but then the letters were flipped, so it was more difficult to see what the solution was. Was the 8 letters lining up when you aligned the O not planned? No. I think I've explained everything now that was planned for this step. Everything else that you've seen was just a coincidence. And there was one thing I noticed though, which was there are 4 O's in total, and one of them is on different clues, so you could kinda expect that there was something to do with that, but there actually wasn't. But that was actually something I was looking for when I made this step, because I realized when I first made it that all of the letters on the third and fourth clue had very symmetric shape. So there was lots of O's and lots of I and stuff like that, which looked the same if you rotate them around. So I tried to spread it out a little bit more, so it would be a little bit more discreet. But yeah, the O's didn't really have a purpose here, and it turned out to be just a coincidence that they ended up being exactly 4. We solved everything by moving it to the x-axis and then flipping it. Ah yeah, so yeah, that's basically the same thing. You can just move the letters to the same y position, and then you can kind of see that they spelled something out. I'm not sure if they have something in the Discord. Probably gonna take me some time to find that. But oh yeah, did you create this puzzle with code? Yes, so you kinda have to write some code to find this. And it's a little bit complex. I'm not sure if I'm gonna explain the coding solution to all the steps because I'm probably going to be here for like 12 hours or so. But essentially, the mysterious old man here was just picked, like hard-coded basically, and then just tried to brute force other items that would create a solution that just worked. I think you could just brute force this because you would. I think you need. Is it? Oh yeah. So I think what I did was I tried to brute force 2 items, no 3 items, and then I would group the letters together, and then I would try to find other letters which. Or other items which have the same letters in total by using 2 other NPC, no 2 items and 1 other NPC, and also turning an L into a 7 and an E into a 3. I think that is how I solved it. So it takes a little bit of time to explain fully in depth exactly what the code looks like. But that is how I wrote the code for it. And you can just brute force that quite easily with code. But yeah, also another thing is, I think the only digits you can create by rotating upside down is 7 and 3. So it was a good opportunity to make a 73 meme here. Unless you turn like a... I guess you could turn a G into a 9 kind of, but it looks a little bit odd if you do that. I think the 7 and 3 works best with this. Have I gotten bread yet? No, not yet. So I think that is basically everything I wanted to explain with these 2 steps. Will I continue making the clues, or is this a one-time thing? I think if they decide to make Character Clue 4 in the future, I think someone else will probably make that and not me. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions about this or these 2 steps, I can answer them right now. Otherwise I'm gonna move on to the next step, I think. I'm just gonna move the next things we need for the next step to a new file here. Did it take longer or slower than I thought? Actually, to create the Character Clue 3, I think, so I actually logged how much time I spent, and I think I logged in total about 350 hours, so yes, it took quite a lot of time to make it. I would say like half of the time went towards coming up with creative ideas, and then half the time just writing code and debugging and trying to fix things that didn't really work. But yeah, it took quite a lot of time to make it. I think if you reduce the creativity in the steps, you can reduce the time by a lot as well. But I wanted to make a sort of a high creative Character Clue, because the creativity makes it a lot more difficult. What program is this? This is paint.net. I have full creative freedom when creating these clue steps. Yes. Jagex let me do pretty much whatever I wanted there. But anyway, I think I haven't really seen any more questions relating to the letters, so I'm going to move on to the trees. Wait, let me move this to the center. So the trees. You have to use the world map for this. And so you would grab the trees from the original clues as well with the X. And then I think this is probably one of the first things people looked for. But essentially, probably when people looked at this, they tried to match it with trees on the world map, because that is how the first two correct clues were solved. So I kind of expected people was gonna try that. Then they will probably come to a conclusion that actually it doesn't match anywhere. And also this one only had two trees. But if we pick another one, this one has a bit more. So you would see actually it doesn't really match any trees in game. So instead what the solution is, which is still quite simple, is to just look at these rare tree icons on the world map and move the bottom of the trees on top of this icon. So you can see it matches every single icon. And then you have an X over here, which is the museum clerk, I think it's called. Then we had one which matched in Lumbridge. And here you can notice the X is on top of, I think it's an iron dagger, but I don't fully remember. And then you have another one which is in Remington. So it still matches the three icons. And X is on top of a white apron. And then the last one was in Edgeville for the last two rare tree icons. And X is on top of leather gloves here. So you just bring the items you found on the ground towards the museum clerk here, and that would just be the solution. So this one was pretty easy. I think people solved this in less than an hour. I kind of expected this to take a little bit more. I expected people to be stuck just matching regular trees a little bit more, but no, they found this a bit quicker. I expected like 2 to 6 hours, but I think it was solved in less than an hour. I'm just brainstorming, or we're getting some spoilers here. Yes, I'm basically spoiling all the steps here for people who haven't seen it. But I'm just want to explain all the thoughts behind it, basically. But the correct clue was solved. Today, if you guys haven't heard. One last question about the letters. If you line the 4 O's, 4 letter pairs grouped together, was this just a coincidence? Groups are US, DM, LR, and RI. Yeah, that was just a coincidence. There was nothing planned with that. But yeah, so this was the second solution, just using the trees here. Also, I think you didn't really have to scale the maps here from the ones that were given on the website, but actually I think the ones you first received actually had a different scale because Jagex rescaled them, so you did actually have to scale them a little bit. But once they were updated, you didn't have to scale them anymore. Can I make this a VOD so you can watch this later? Yes, you can watch the VOD later if you want. It should be available right away once the stream is over. But yes, that was everything with the trees. There's not really anything super exciting here. So if you guys have any questions about the trees, I can answer them right now. Otherwise I'm gonna move on to the next one. The next one after that is gonna be crosses. Am I happy with my masterwork? I think mostly yes. I think I could have spent a little bit more time polishing some steps, because there are some where I think the potato one specifically doesn't quite match the potato grid. If you guys have seen that step, I think they called it Mombers in the Discord. but we will get to that later on. But yeah, I actually only expected to spend like 200 hours on this. So because it took a little bit longer, I kind of had to make a little bit of compromises in some places. What am I gonna do in midsummer? I'm not sure about that. I have nothing planned. Info clerk was shortened because he doesn't move. Okay, so the info clerk. Yes, you're right about that. So I have to choose something which is kind of in the middle of these trees. And info clerk was, I think, the only thing to choose here that I could think of. But yes, the items chosen were also just based on whatever was close to the middle of the trees. Potato one does match. Yeah, so it does match, but it doesn't use the whole crate is what I meant. Because the potato field here is a little bit bigger than the letters you were given. Any frog dancing? Don't know what that means. Did I figure out the issue with scimitar shift? So there isn't actually an issue with it, but we'll get to that later on. I think people did not fully understand that one. Because there are two different ways to do it, and people understood one way to do it, but not the other. Was the start that it did not give any hints? Yeah, so from the start we didn't really want to give any hints. But then we realized, okay, the difficulty is actually too high. People probably won't really solve this without hints, so we kind of had to give hints. But let's move on to crosses. So crosses was the third step that was solved. So they were also given a riddle with this one. Osman items is what it's called. Okay, here, let's copy this. So it says, you're doing well, but your orientation must change. Turn left to find a statue, furnace, fountain and range. The first of what X have in common is what you need. Bring Osman through the fridge and he will let you proceed. So I think people initially thought that, okay, so we're gonna look for a statue, furnace, fountain and range here. But that is not actually how you would easily solve this, in my opinion at least. You can solve it by looking at the furnace in particular, because there are only 5 of them, but I don't think that is the easiest way to do it. I don't think that is how the first guy solved it either. But the first thing to observe here is the first of what X have common is what you need. And I think people worked out quite quickly that there are pretty much only 2 options here. At least I only saw 2 decent options, which was there is going to be something with the in-game shops, or it was going to be with something like pairing words or letters or something like that. But you could just consider those 2 options. I think all the other theories I saw weren't really as good as those 2. But yeah, you could basically start looking at shops, and I think people already now just started brute forcing, trying to just bring a bunch of items from shops to Osman and see if it works. And actually I think you can in theory solve it that way, but because the difficulty is quite low for this step, it is probably easier to solve it the intended way. And I believe it was also solved in the intended way. But the second observation also is your orientation must change and turn left. So with the crosses, if you, let's enlarge this a little bit, but if you were to rotate them 45 degrees to the left, you would say that the crosses actually turn to X's. And the X turns into a cross. So you basically needed those two ideas, which is to do something with the shops and to turn the maps 45 degrees to make X's. And as soon as you had those two ideas, you can solve this quite easily, since you would probably expect yeah, another thing actually is to, so you guys have probably seen that on the maps some of them have 2 crosses, or I think one of them had 2 and 2 of them had 3, and one of them had 4, so this one had 3. And this one had 3 as well, and then this one, I think the first one, yeah, this one has 4. So the idea here is you probably want to start one with the one that has 4, because it's probably easier to find something that matches, or like if you find something that matches all 4 of them, that is probably a higher confidence than if you found something that only matches 2 crosses instead of 4. So you would want to start with the one with 4 crosses here. And you could probably expect here that the crosses would somehow line up with the shops, since you have to find the shop somehow, right? But also you can kind of say that the crosses are a little bit too big for most shops. So it was probably a little bit difficult there to know exactly what the scale was. So what you could do to actually solve that, to find the scale, or the way I kind of expected that people to do it, was to essentially draw a line from the X that goes through the cross. And you kind of have to make sure these lines are long enough. No, actually, not. No, I did it wrong here. You do it from one cross to, or one X to the others. Because what you can do now is you can kind of fix the position of one of the X on top of a shop somewhere, and then the other lines would have to go across other shops for this to work. So you could try a few different shops and try to see where this works. I think this one goes on top of the shop here, so you can kind of see this line goes over a shop, this line goes over another, and this line goes over another. Now once you have found this, you can scale this down a little bit to try to make it match, to see if the X's actually line up correctly here. I'm not even sure if this... Oh, it was the Battle Axe shop. Yeah, I think I showed the wrong shop there first on. If you actually get the right scale here, you will see that they should perfectly match here. Actually, you will also notice that the thing you had to do to get the right scale was just scale everything down to 50%. But I think working that out from early on was a bit more difficult. But with 50% you would get the right scale here. So this one goes on top of this shop, this shop, this shop and this shop. And then you have this plus or cross which goes on top of the first item in the riddle, which was his statue. Then you do the same thing with the other ones. I don't fully remember which shops they match on top of, but once you have found all the shops here, you will see that there are in total, I think, 12 shops, and you can pair them 2 by 2. So I think one pair is with the battle axe shop here and the axe shop in Lumbridge. And there's one with the rune shop here and the rune shop in Warrock. And there's also a gem shop here with the gem shop here. So you just pick the first item that is sold in these shops. Then bring 3 of each to Osman. But some people also worked out Osman actually isn't in the game anymore because Jagex removed him after you complete the quest for Tombs of Musket. But you could use the new guy that is there instead. But this step was made in, or I think I sent everything to Jagex in early February. And the quest that removed Osman was released in March, I think. So it was just a bit unlucky that they decided to remove exactly Osman from the game. But it still worked out okay, I think. Then they did not fix that. Yeah, I actually think it was broken early on. So I think it was people trying to get clarification on if this was broken or not. And I wanted to respond to them, but actually I can't respond because I don't know the answer, so what am I gonna respond? I don't really know. I tried to ask Jagex for it, but it was over the weekend. So I had to wait for Monday to get the response. Well, they didn't actually respond on Monday, they took a little bit longer than that to respond. But I think it was broken early on, but they hotfixed it at some point. But I think they hotfixed it before someone solved it, so it didn't really matter. But yeah, that was everything with the crosses. So as you guys saw here also, you have the statue for the Southern Range. I think some people thought that you could use this to find the shops, but I would say that is a lot harder because you kind of still need to know what to look for. Because you don't really have the right scale. So if you tried to, and also you need the idea to rotate the maps 45 degrees. Which means you still need the same ideas, which is to look for shops and rotate 45 degrees, even if you look for all the furnaces. So knowing that there's a furnace didn't really help that much, I don't think. Because I don't think that would, like you still need to have the right ideas anyway with the shops and rotating the clues. And I didn't check it myself. Yes, because I think we are putting the first player who solves it in the game. And if I am the first player who solves it, then that might mess up Jagex's tracking. So I didn't really wanna mess it up. I don't really know how they have implemented the tracking there, but I didn't want to test it in case I mess something up for them. Let's see, was there anything else I thought about? Oh yeah, actually one of the, I think when people first saw this, they said that it was too difficult. It was too difficult to know that you had to rescale it. But there is actually another way to figure out the scale, but it's not really something you would probably guess. But if I just log into the game real quick, this was not a lot harder to guess though. I don't really expect anyone to solve it this way. But if you have seen like the scroll interface here, this is a scroll interface from the game actually, and it has a particular size in the game, so it's just a regular clue scroll interface. But if you take a screenshot of this and then put the character clue next to it, you can see that actually this scroll is a lot bigger than the original scroll. But what you could do is you could scale this one down, and you would find that if you scale it down 50%, you will actually get the original scale here, which matches perfectly. So actually it does kind of use the original scale here, and it was just the maps that we gave you that were upscaled. But yeah, the reason they were upscaled was so that you could more easily see exactly what is on it. I think when we first released critically, the first maps you guys were given actually had much lower scale, and I noticed people were complaining that they wanted high resolution maps. And yeah, we were intending on giving you high resolution from the early beginning, but Jagex somehow changed that. Another thing people noticed, or I saw someone mention at least, was that here you have 4 words, and then here you have 5. So it kind of hinted to the 45-degree thing, but this was actually just a coincidence. And also another thing I've seen people talk about is the commons. So there's one thing about this cracker clue that the Jagex actually changed but didn't tell me, which was the riddles. So the thing I sent to Jagex actually looked like this. You're doing well, but your orientation will need to change. Turn left to find a statue for a furnace fountain in range. The first of what X have in common is what you need. Bring Osman through the fits and we'll let you proceed. But Jagex actually changed the riddle a little bit. Turned common is into commons and some other minor changes. In the end, I don't think this really matters that much. Except for the last step, of course. So the last step actually depends on the riddle, but I changed the riddle there as well, so that ended up being a little bit messed up. But I think it was still solvable, so I figured there wasn't really any need to make an announcement about it. But yeah, that is, you guys basically got the Jagex on this one. There was one step though where I had a good line where it was like, what was it? That you will need a little bit of technique, I think is what I wrote. Which is a reference to Modmat K, but I think Jagex changed it to just a little technique, so kind of removed the reference there. So I basically got Jagex there, but that's okay. It worked out anyway. We sat here saying this doesn't look like Woox, why is it like this? Yeah, you guys got Jagex, and unfortunate. But yeah, that probably answers your guys' question about the commons. We're still fixated on reference to the power mining. I don't know what that is. Anyway, if you guys have any more questions about the crosses, I can answer them right now. Or crosses and Osman, that is. Otherwise we're gonna move on to the next one after that. Which one was it? I think it was the letterbox that was solved after that. No, wait. What was it? I have forgotten what it was called. It was solved quite quickly. Oh yeah, magic numbers. Okay, let's bring it up here. Do I see myself doing more of this in the future? I don't think so, but I guess it's difficult to predict the future, but I don't have any plans right now at least. I think I will probably let someone else make Critical 4 if they want to make another one. Catch up for order of solves. Yeah, I can do that, thank you. This is everyone's favorite step. Yeah, I think people like this one because it was solved quickly. Do I still use the G4 and 3 mouse? Yes, I do. Did I have fun making it? Yes, I did. Was it difficult to come up with the steps? Yeah, a little bit. I spent quite a lot of time just coming up with creative ideas. How did angels get messed up? Yeah, we'll get to that in the step. I just want to check if anyone had any questions about the crosses. I don't see any questions about it though. It was popular step because it had momentum and good for confirmations. Yeah, there are more steps which have some confirmations, but I think this was the only one which really had good momentum on it. Now, unfortunately, it is a bit difficult for me to predict exactly how long people are going to take to solve the steps. I would say this one was solved a lot faster than I expected, or well, a little bit faster at least. I think specifically people found the first confirmation very quickly, but then finding the items took a little bit longer time, but still was found quickly. Alright, so let's move on to this one. So you get the riddle here, which says 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5. Those are the magic numbers where one will arrive. At the very end, one may see but not touch. One will have to find another such. So the way I expected people to solve this, which is not actually how it was solved, but the way I expected people to solve it was to look at 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5 and realize that this is the length of the first 7 runes, which is air, mind, water, earth, fire, body, chaos, I think it is. So you have 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 4, 5 here. So you would get a hint here, or basically a confirmation, or not really confirmation, but you can kind of suspect that this was related. And then the next thing you would have to do was so you would probably work out that actually the rune crafting altars for this are in free to play. Now there is a chaos, the chaos altar isn't actually free to play, but you didn't really know to know that. You can just solve the first 6 ones, then you can guess what the 7th one is going to be, even if you aren't a member player. So you didn't really need to know that one. But if you start with the air altar, and then also the next step, you would also have to make use of well, the first half of the numbers. You can kind of notice that there is a difference between the first 2 and the last 2 here. So the last 2 actually has a decimal point here, but the first 2 doesn't. So you can kind of expect that okay, these are probably gonna mean something different than these 2. And people found out quickly that this was just the coordinates on the map from the rune crafting altars. So if you started with the air altar and you would go 165 steps on the x-axis and minus 45 steps on the y-axis, you would let's pick another color here. you would end up somewhere like this. I don't remember exactly. I think it was somewhere around here. Don't remember exactly where you end up, but there is gonna be an air rune spawn here. So people found the relation between the rune crafting altars and the rune spawns quite quickly. And the second one is gonna be the mind altar, which would be 41 steps on the x-axis and 128 steps on the y-axis. I think this one goes to the Dark Warriors Fortress somewhere. I don't remember exactly where, but somewhere in there you would end up if you were to take the right amount of steps. So now once you have found the pairs with the altar and the rune spawn, you would now use the second two numbers, and I think people also worked out quite easily that because there's a decimal point, this could be angles instead. So what you can do to solve this is just draw a big line. Let's change color a little bit to let's go with purple, and then you would rotate that with 154.4 degrees. And I think one thing I noticed is people, I think most people didn't really know how to rotate the lines. Then you just put that line on top of the altar. Another one is minus 7.1, and you would put that on minus 7.1. So we'll put the second one on the rune. And now these two lines are going to have an intersection point. Now I have not really placed this perfectly. If you place them perfectly, you should get the intersection point somewhere around here. And then so now the next part, which is where people actually got stuck at, is if you now go in game to this place. So this one was in Port Sarim, the first one. So let's run there, see if we can find anything interesting. But yeah, the tricky part here was you aren't actually looking for item spawns. And I think people expected, okay, we're probably gonna look for either item spawns or NPCs. So people kind of just didn't really expect what else could we really realistically point at to give them some item or an NPC or something else to go at. So I think people first check this, okay, there's nothing here guys, nothing to do here. But then after some time people realized, okay, so it goes exactly to this tile, but there's nothing here. But actually there is something here, which is the fishing net on the wall. So now there is only one fishing net in free-to-play, which is a small fishing net. So you can kind of expect this to be referencing a small fishing net. But actually, I think the easier way to solve this is by starting with the fire, the intersection you got from the fire altar, which should lead you just outside the rune shop in Warrock. Let me grab some stamina pots also. Wasting GP by not taking GP. Okay guys, gonna play a little bit more efficiently. Gonna make sure I'm not wasting any GP here. But anyway, so the intersection would end up here. I believe the intersections are also tile perfect. It would match exactly on one tile. So I think initially people would see, okay, so this goes from the fire altar and from a fire rune spawn. Oh, but there's nothing here. Okay, so we're just gonna leave. And people just kind of moved on here. But then people went back and actually, maybe we should look at these angles again. And then actually, oh, there is something fire related here. A fire rune sign. I think starting with the fire rune intersection was the easiest way to actually find, to actually get the idea to look for other objects that you could be looking for. So the fire rune one also leads to a fire rune, of course, which is very thematic. And if you continue with the other intersections, I don't remember exactly where you end up or with all of them, but I think one of them leads to a barrel with 3 staves somewhere around here. And there's one in Falador, I think here, which is a blue wizard hat and I think a steel med helm or something. And there's one on the wall here with 2 steel pickaxes. And the chaos altar leads to a crate somewhere around here. So you just bring the items you found to this crate and search the crate, and that is how you solve it. But I think the way people actually solved it was with the word magic. If you guys look at the riddle again, it says magic numbers. So actually the word magic was like a last minute change I made. Initially it looked like this. Those are the numbers where one will arrive. But I figured adding magic here was kind of thematic, and I also kind of want to encourage people to solve this step as well, because there is another step later on where you need to combine 2 steps, and it's better if they solve this one first. But yeah, because they named the channel name after that magic, so it was called magic numbers, I think people just initially looked into everything magic related to solve this one very quickly, just based off of this word being here. So and then there was another problem which people realized on these lines. So actually they are pointing in the wrong direction. So if you were to actually look at the coordinates you got first here, 154.4 degrees, that means it should be pointing, let's say this way essentially. And the same goes for the rune, it will be pointing this way, or well, this way, which is, so you can kind of say they are pointing away from the intersection point instead of pointing towards the intersection point. So this was actually a mistake, they were supposed to point towards the intersection point. But the reason this happened was because when I wrote the code for this, I used a function called attend2 and take the coordinate of the y position minus the other y position, and then do the same for the x position, and you just call this function like this. But as you guys can see here, there is a mistake. I had mixed up these two. They are supposed to be in the other order, and that was just the whole mistake here, which made them point the wrong way. And when I actually tested this, I only drew the lines, and the lines actually do match where they are supposed to. But I didn't check that they were actually pointing the right way, because actually it doesn't actually matter if they point the right way or not. You can still solve it anyway. But you can kind of still see that because everything is pointing in the wrong way, you can kind of still get suspicious about it and probably guessed that the angles were going to be important anyway, so I don't think this really mattered much in the end. Classic mistake. Yeah. Normally I wouldn't get this wrong, but it's been a while since I used the attentive function. Let's turn on some more music. We wrote it in from the ordering initially, but eventually because of you we pointed them the correct way. Yeah, I think you probably can work it out quite easily anyway. So it didn't really matter, in my opinion at least. So if you guys have any other questions about magic numbers, I can answer them right now. Otherwise we're gonna move on to the next one. I think the next one was let's see here. And little Easter eggs in Track the Clue 3. And there is one at the end, in the final step, kind of. Okay, there's a lot here. If anyone remembers what the next step was. It was scimitar shift after magic numbers. No, I think match catch was before, wasn't it? Okay, yeah, so they solved the upside down letters here. And then they solved oh yeah, I think the one with the one with missing letters was the next one that was solved, I think. Here. Let's open this one. First match catch book. I don't remember. We're gonna move on to this one anyway. If no one has any questions about, let's see. Hey, not a critically question, but as a mid-level Ironman that doesn't have a lot of time to play, what skill would you recommend grinding that I can play? Slave construction and crafting. You can train whatever skill you want. You can play the game any way you want. I don't think I have any recommendation. It's been a while since I played the game, so I don't really remember exactly what is the best way to do things anymore. Can we donate you bread instead of money? No, but you can donate money so I can buy bread. How long did I think Track the Clue would have lasted without hints? I'm not sure. I don't really think people would work on it after a while because actually I'm gonna show you guys something here. So I actually looked at how many messages people posted throughout the event. You can kind of see in the early days it was a lot more, but after a few months there was basically almost no messages. And I think if we didn't give hints it would probably have stayed very low throughout the event. So I'm not exactly sure if people would have solved it at all. I think the engagement probably would have to increase a little bit. But one thing else I realized was, I think the first week, so from the 23rd to like the 30th, I think the amount of things posted in Discord during that period was like 30% of the whole thing. So I think there was a lot of hype very early on, but then people kind of just left because they kind of got stuck after that. Oh, this is not messages, this is the total message length. So just add up the amount of characters in the messages. I also looked at the stats for the channels. Actually, we can look at this a little bit later though. The first mistake was naming these missing letters. So yeah, I think so this one is a little bit tricky because initially you would probably think that, oh, we need to fill in with more letters here. And if you actually count letters, you would say that you have about 1/3 of them, and then there are about 2/3 that are not filled in. So you probably would think, oh, we need to wait to get more letters. But no, you don't need to wait. This one is solvable on its own. And the way you solve this is basically, I think the first observation you can make is, now if you look at each line here, you will see that each line has unique letters. There is no duplicate on any line. So this is sort of the first little hint that you can see. So now you probably don't really know exactly what to do after this, so you have to try a little bit. But eventually people realized that, well, if there is a unique letter on each line, that means if you try to spell out some specific word, then there's only going to be one option. Either it will work or it will not work. There's not going to be any ambiguity here. So I think people just started shifting the rows around a little bit, trying to match up something vertically. And that is also kind of how I expected people to solve this. But the first word you will probably see would be wood cutting. Or that probably the most likely word to see first is wood cutting. If you go to W to O, then there's another O here. Then a D here. I think I picked a bad color here. Then C would cut. Also, let me copy the text here. The text is quite useful to work with for this one. But you can kind of see here, if you manage to spell a word out, like that means you probably have found something, because each line only has like maybe 8 letters or so. And there are like 26 letters in the alphabet, but if you consider like English normal words, it would probably be more like 1 in 20 chance per letter to actually spell out the whole word. So spelling out a whole word that is like 10 letters long would be something like 8, if we assume 20 as an approximation, 18, 20, then 10 times in a row. That would actually be quite rare, as you guys can see. like 0.01% chance or something like that. So you can kind of assume that this is probably going to be related in some way. Anyway, so the next thing to do was, so once you have found the different things you can spell out here, so you can see here there's wood cutting, and then you can find so after you find wood cutting you can probably find you probably would try more skill names, and you can actually find all the free-to-play skills in here if you just try to look for them. But you do have to guess on which row to start. But that is quite easy to guess, there aren't really that many rows here. But once you have found all the skill names, you would also have to work out, okay, what do we do after this? And you can just check the distance here. So the next thing to do is to check the distance. You can see here is 13. And from the O to the next O is 9. Then from this O towards the T, or toward the D I mean, is 19. And then you just continue with the odd letters. This one is 19 as well. Here is 19 as well. Here is 3. Here is also 3, but with another T. Then you have 9, 19, and finally 13. So now you're probably wondering, okay, what do we do with these numbers? But it's actually quite simple as well. Or actually, you wouldn't actually know that the numbers themselves are related. But if you were to type out just the whole alphabet and then just number them from 1 to 26. I only have the last digit here numbered. But if you were to pick the 13th number, you would go here. Okay, so that's an M. Then you go for the 9th one, that's an I. Then 19th, that's an S. Then you have a couple more S's. And then you get 3, which is C. And you get 8, which is H. And 9, which is I. And 19, which is S. And 13, which is M. And you can see spells out Miss Chisholm. So, quite simple was the motto of the entire solve. Well, I guess not really that simple, but you know, simple enough that people can kind of work it out if they spend enough time on it. I think this one was not that hard, there are a lot more difficult steps in Crack the Clue. But Miss Chisholm is an NPC in Draenor, and now if you do the same thing with other skill names, you will get the items you need. And a lot of the items you need are beads, I believe, which is because a lot of skill names end with ing here at the end, which is distance of 19 and 13. 19 and 13 is S and M. No, wait. I think it was this I. So there you can kind of see at the end there are a lot of ing. And because they all have to end with the same distance, they also all have to end with the same ending. Now there aren't really that many items you can do that with, except with the beads. And that's why you ended up with quite a lot of beads, I think. I think people also mentioned you can kind of guess that it's going to spell out words because of the I and G combo on a lot of the rows here. I personally think that is a little bit harder though than just trying to spell out something by looking at other letters. Is my age up to date? No, I'm 27 years old now. I just haven't updated it yet. Are the code that generated this? Yeah, so to generate this, you can just brute force it. So you try every starting position starting with the longest skill names first. So you just try to brute force spelling out wood cutting. And also you have to brute force like every item combination as well. So you have like 25 different starting positions. Then you have like 400 different items. Or my list was at least 400 different items. So that's like 25 times 400, which is 10,000 combinations. But a lot of the items you try to spell out are gonna fail right away, because if you end up with a letter somewhere here, then you can only go so far to the left, only so far to the right, which can only spell out like half the alphabet. So a lot of this end up failing quickly, which is why brute force is possible, because you can just move on to... Okay, let's move on to the next position because that one failed, so you can just do it that way. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that interesting with the code for this. It's just a regular brute force, kind of. Was it stressful seeing us fail quite frequently? No, I think you guys were solving it pretty quickly early on. Especially with magic numbers. I saw people found the idea there in like 1 hour or so. I thought this is probably going to take... when I first designed it, I thought it was going to take like a couple days maybe. But people were very quick on that one. But then once we moved on later on, I was waiting for people to solve something more, but the solves just never really came after a while. I'm talking as if everyone would be able to do this as if it was easy. Well, so the thing about Credit Clue is it's meant to be a really difficult event, right? So you probably would need multiple people and you would need a lot of time to solve it. And you know that is the kind of the point of Credit Clue. It is to have something more difficult in the game, which goes unsolved for more time than most other events. But now in order to do that we need to have the quite high difficulty on it. So I wouldn't say that it is that easy, because it has to be difficult for it to be able to last long, basically. If we made it too easy, then people are just gonna solve it in like a few days. But I think the first like 10 steps or so, now depending on which path you go of course, but there are like 10 early on that you can solve quite quickly if you have lots of people doing it. And I kind of expected between 10 and 14 to be solved in a month, but it turned out to not end up that way, because people got stuck on 3 steps early on, which I didn't expect people to get stuck on. And then there was a 4th one after that they also got stuck on, but the other 6 they did solve without a hint quite quickly. I think those 6 worked out as planned, but the other 4 didn't really, because I expected them to be solved quicker. Wake me up, we're gonna get to match catch. Yes, so we're gonna get there after this one, I think. Was this solved quicker than I thought it would be? So this one was solved in like a few days, and I think that was about on par with what I expected. I kind of compared the difficulty of this with the difficulty of the cheese puzzle from Credit Clue 2, and that one took a few days as well. So it ended up being on par with what I expected. Which puzzle did we get stuck on way longer than you expected? I would say emotes and the second solution to letters and match catch. I expected those three to be solved quite early on, but they just took way longer than what I expected. And I think for emotes and match catch we did have to end up giving hints as well. Or I mean the first two steps to match catch. So there are more steps after that, but the first two I thought were quite easily solvable if you have lots of people doing it. But if you guys have any more questions on this particular step, I can answer those questions. Otherwise we're going to move on to match catch next. What was the time frame from start to finish for me? I didn't really have a time frame because I kind of expected whatever guess I tried to make would just be wrong. But we still have to choose a difficulty. So we were aiming for 1 year and then just try to make the difficulty as close as possible to 1 year. But I think that estimate just weren't really that good. The steps ended up being harder than what I expected them to be. But I think that is kind of also because people kind of eventually started giving up on it and not much work was being done at some point. So at that point we just decided to give hints. But yeah, I think I haven't really seen any questions for this step in particular, so we're gonna move on to match catch. Let's see here. I think this one was one of the most, one of the steps people talked the most about, because it kind of looked like an easy one, and it also is not that hard in my opinion at least, but took a lot more time to solve than what I expected. So for match catch you would get you would receive this hint and a bunch of letters. So the hint says, or the riddle says, between the two you will find a match. Easy you think, but there is a catch. So the first thing you would probably see is that there is, or the first kind of hint that you kind of notice is there is a space between the letters here. And if you actually put them in a grid, you will get... okay, let's see if I can do this. You will get 2 grids of letters. So you could kind of expect that you were supposed to put them in a grid. Now unfortunately, the font used in game doesn't really make a grid. And we didn't really have a debugget to make a new interface, so it ended up being a little bit off there, but I think people got the right idea anyway. So now the next thing you probably would expect to be part of the solution was, okay, so the hint says between the two you'll find a match. So we probably would expect to look at this half and compare with this half. And I kind of expect the people to be looking for that for maybe like 1 or 2 days. Now there isn't actually anything you can find between the two of them. And I kind of expected people to give up on it after like 1 or 2 days, but I think people just continued to look after this for months and then just never gave up on it, kinda. Which is probably why it ended up taking a little bit longer. But the way I thought people would eventually look at this was so actually if you look at the riddle, it says between the two you'll find a match, but it doesn't specify between the two what. So I kind of expected people to look for 2 different things eventually, and people also kind of did that. But somehow it ended up still being missed. So another way you can look at this is that if you think about other things that have the layout of this with the left and the right side, you can kind of come up with the idea that books have it. And there are some other things, I think, like newspaper maybe. But yeah, there are some options there, but essentially you would have to look through all of them. There aren't really that many of them anyway. People probably might think that there are lots of books in the game, so they would have to know what book to look for, but actually there are only like 5 of them, so you can quite easily just look through all of them. So the next thing was to look in the books, and there is one particular book you would find quite useful. Which is the book of folklore. And the text is right on the wiki. And so the solution after that was simply just do what the riddle says. Between the two you'll find a match, so just match them character by character. So you start with this, match with the A, and they don't match, so you move on. P with L, they also don't match, but one thing you would have to do on top of this, by the way, which maybe wasn't which I think people maybe were struggling a little bit with, was that you would have to replace everything that wasn't between A and Z with or you would have to remove them, and then you would also, so basically you would have to remove all the spaces as well as the dashes and commas and dots. Now the reason I did that also was because I think that is probably more intuitive than trying to match with spaces, because the book also has like new lines, so you have to work out should we match the new lines as well with letters or not. So I think it was just more intuitive to only match the characters themselves. And let's make them uppercase, if I can remember how you do that. Okay, I don't remember how you do that. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we take this, and then I think most easily you can just add the new lines in the same positions as the ones you're given. Then you match A with Y, doesn't match. Move to the next one, doesn't match. And actually I think there is probably nothing which matches on the first 3 lines here. But once you move on to the next one, S and V, now you have R and T, now you have B and O, O and R, O and I, H and E, H and S, S and T, D and E, E and L, W and L, E and O, A and F, And then eventually A and A. I think that might be the first match if there wasn't one on the third line. But you would see here on the third line and or on the fourth line, I mean, and on the fourth line here as well. There is a match, and you would just take those characters, and they would spell out something. I don't remember what they spell out, but they would give you a bunch of items and an NPC. If you did that correctly. I'm not sure if they have posted. Oh yeah, here. So Tinor, Banana, Tiara, Onion, and one of the item sets, and Wool and Ashes. And I can't remember what NPC they led to. Oh yeah, Banana was the first word. So there's a B somewhere. Here is a B, which matches with the B down here as well. I completed this clue in the first 2 hours of release, but kept it secret for myself. Yeah, if you did that, then I guess everyone else had to wait 4 months for it to get sold. But yeah, so the riddle here also is a little bit tricky, because I think probably it was not that intuitive to guess what the catch was. I think because I expected people to solve this a bit earlier. You would kinda notice that the catch would be to not look at these two and try to match between those two, but actually the catch would be to match between something else. But I think that was not that easy to understand, so I think people didn't really understand that, and I actually tried to find another riddle because I didn't think that was that good. But the issue was that it's kind of hard to make rhymes sometimes, so we kind of have to make some compromises sometimes with the riddle, because all the riddles we made, they rhyme, but sometimes it's difficult to find the rhymes, so the riddles sometimes end up being a little bit odd. Also, another thing I was planning to do with this step, but ended up never actually making, was if we make 10 lines of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So one thing I was planning was put an F here, O here, an R and E. Then do some letters here. I think these are L, O, L, K. So this would kind of be a hint. But we never put this in the clue because it messes up a step later on. But if we had put this in the clue, you could have found the right thing by putting the first one above the other one, and you would see folklore spelled out diagonally there. But the problem with this, and the reason I never decided to put this in the clue, was even though I think this is a really good balance of the step, the issue is that there is another step later on which uses the remaining letters that were not used in another step within these two grids. And the problem is these letters might not end up being used if people actually don't find a hint. So it was a little bit risky to put this in the clue, because if people don't find this, then well, the step later on actually becomes kind of unsolvable, because you would need to know which letters have been used and which ones haven't. But I decided to not add this because of that, otherwise I would have added that, which probably would have helped a little bit, I think. Wasn't there a diagonal match in there? I don't know, but one thing I have noticed, which people pointed out, was that there is an anagram of Alcarid right here, I think. Which was actually a bit surprising to me at first as well. But then it turns out there are actually a lot of anagrams, and all of those are just a coincidence actually. Didn't really actually put any anagrams there on purpose. And I think if you actually do just shuffle the letters around, you would end up with anagrams again. They just happen naturally, I'm pretty sure. Just because there are so many different ways to make anagrams. If you consider this Alcarid, for example, so it has 8 letters. So there are, so it's 8 times 7 times 6 times, so basically 8 factorial ways you can order this. And then there are probably like 100 different things you could spell out. And actually the order for the A's can be swapped, so that would divide by 2. But after that there are like maybe 300 different positions you could spell it out at. So actually you would notice that the amount of different ways you could spell out some anagram of an 8-letter word is actually quite a lot. Which is why it is so common. But I think people didn't really manage to work that out, or at least not from what I've seen. How about the AC letters on the side? Yeah, those were just also a coincidence. There isn't really anything I put in here that wasn't a coincidence. Everything you guys have found is just a coincidence. I linked in the main channel, but it's interesting you intended on putting a diagonal lore in a very similar spot. It was an accidental diagonal match. Let's see. Yeah, I think I saw it at some point. Is there something here? Okay, yeah, so if you line up them like that, you can spell out match right here. This was also just a coincidence though, I had not planned this at all. But you kind of would have to line them up a little bit diagonally like that. I think there turned out to just be a lot of coincidences with this, which people kind of got stuck on. But I was also surprised nobody actually solved this early on. Because if you actually look at the theory threads, you can see someone made a theory about book cipher, which was posted like 1 week after the event started. So now the solution was not a cipher, it was just a plain text match with the books. So this is a bit confusing to me why people are checking for ciphers and not for plain text match. But maybe it just happened that they made a mistake with the plain text match, which made them not find it. But yeah, this was very surprising that people did not solve it at this point. So if they actually had solved it here, it would have been 1 week solve, which was a bit more realistic than the 4-month solve that happened. Another thing I also noticed is if you actually search in match catch for the word book, then go to old. I think someone actually just posted the solution like 2 weeks in, but nobody actually found it. Let me see if I can find it. I think I saved, let me see if I can find it. I saved the link to it because I found it quite interesting. Let me try to open this. Is there a way to go to a link? Okay, I'm gonna search for this text. Oh, oops, no. Didn't intend on posting that. Okay, so here's the conversation, which I was surprised by. Is there 2 columns of text anywhere else in game? Books, I would assume. That's true. And they posted something else, I think. I can't find it now. I can't remember what I looked at. But I'm pretty sure someone just posted. It would be cool if they made the text match with a book. Pretty sure someone posted it somewhere here. I can't find it now. And that was also a resolution, but somehow people didn't solve it. So it was quite surprising to see. Other reason was they put lines in the wrong order. Oh yeah, that's something I noticed as well. A lot of people thought that this is the first line, and then you go here, and then here, and then here. I saw people making that mistake early on. Now, if you actually had the idea with the books, I think it would have made more sense to do this grid first and then this, because that is the way you read a book. But I guess people thought doing it line by line would be better. For some reason, I think that this may be why they didn't solve it, perhaps. There is the fish theory where people try to match and find fishes there. Yeah, I've seen that one. And there is nothing in this step that has anything to do with fish though. Except the riddle maybe says catch. So people got the fish theory from that, I think, but other than that I think there is nothing. Maybe there's some anagram of some fish somewhere in here, but there is anagrams of a lot of things anyway. I think the major issue with this was the font was not one-spaced and it created an interesting gutter between the 2 blocks. I looked at that for a while too. Yeah, so I've seen that as well. With the road theory. I don't think you can actually make it work though, because every segment here would have to be straight, and I don't think you can find that many straight roads in a pattern like that. But it was not a bad theory. It was a pretty cool one. Anyway, if you guys have any other questions about this step, then I can answer those. Otherwise, I will move on to the next one. And the next one... oh, actually, there was one more thing. So we did end up giving a hint for this step because it ended up not being solved. And the hint was right here. So now actually after the hint, it was solved in like 10 minutes. And I kind of expected it to be solved very quickly as well. So the hint says 2 messages have been hidden within the lore. Find the first one, then 1 more. More messages are hidden elsewhere to find, so make sure you don't leave the 18x20 behind. It also has a hidden message of its own, but you won't find it before the others are known. So at this point, 18x20, we're basically hinting towards that you put this behind here to get an 18x20 grid. And then also the lore hints to the Book of Folklore. I think people worked it out very early on, and this is kind of why I tried to avoid putting too strong connections in the riddle. Because I tried to make this step a little bit easier, because I kind of want it to be a little bit easier, since it's an early step. But the problem is, if you put the Book of Folklore in the riddle, then people are just gonna go to that book right away and solve it in like 10 minutes. Now the same happens if you just put the word folklore. I think people are still gonna realize, okay, that's a book, we're gonna check that book right away. And that's also the same thing that happens with lore. If you just put lore in the riddle, I think the connection between lore and books is just a bit too strong, that it is a very easy connection to make. And also another thing I was considering was that we could take, okay, maybe some text here, maybe we can take Elder Dragons. But the problem is, if we put Elder Dragons in the riddle, then all you have to do is search OSRS Elder Dragons. And you would find the book, I think. If you put in quotation marks, I believe. OSRS Wiki. Oh yeah, there, Book of Folklore. One of the top results. And I kind of didn't really want to put a step which you can just find the solution in Google for, which is why I didn't really want to put the text directly in the riddle, because that probably would have made it a bit too easy.
We bring you the sound of Prime.
We did find a book connection early without those keywords. We just didn't follow up. Yeah, I think probably the mistake people made was reading it like this instead of reading it grid by grid, probably. I would guess that was the mistake anyway. Thank you, CSRs, for the subscription. Welcome to the swamp. Have you used red herrings? No, I don't think I put any red herrings in Cracky Clue 3. I don't think people would like them that much anyway. Did I know early on I wanted one clue that was a large grid that contained a bunch of solutions? So yes, actually. So the first thing I thought, or the first idea I had with Cracky Clue is, okay, the first two were brute forced. How are we gonna make the third one not brute forceable? So I thought, okay, actually, if you just make one large grid with just a bunch of letters, and then so we'd have a bunch of letters here. So then we make okay, every solution that they get, they would have to match on this really large grid, and then the final solution would just be something to do with the remaining letters. So if they didn't find the correct positions in the grid, they would never find the final solution. But the issue with this was that actually I realized it's not really that fun to have to work with a large grid like this, which is kind of why I removed a bunch of steps from this and instead made only a smaller section of steps use the grid. Because it just wasn't really that fun to play with. Thank you, Screamstream, for the subscription. Welcome to the swamp. So Much Catch was basically its own meta puzzle. Yeah, basically. So let's move on to the next step. Let's do the second step to Match Catch first. So this was not really the next one that was solved, but since we're already working with this one, so I kind of expected people to solve this one quite easily. So now there is a second solution here, as you as people saw in the riddle, it says find the first one and then one more. So I would probably guess that there is another solution to this. So the idea behind the second solution is that it is very similar to the second solution of the letters. So I thought people wouldn't need a hint for this. But when I saw that this step went unsolved for like 4 months, I decided to at least put this line in the riddle, so to make sure people don't miss that step, because I think it is easy to miss if you don't really expect it. But people ended up missing it anyway. And I think probably the reason because of that is because they probably just got the text from here for the Book of Folklore. And now if you just grab this text, you won't actually be able to find the second solution, because you will need the specific line breaks that are in the book in-game. So you have to go in-game and find the book. I think this is probably the mistake people made. Now if you actually count the lines here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, then 1 empty, 1, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 lines. And now if you check the grid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 as well. So the idea was that you would see the connection here. And then the most intuitive thing to do was to just match them again, I think. And that was basically the whole second solution. So the text in the book says, although the Elder Dragons is the first line, but then you remove the white space and the dash. And you also have to put this one below the other one. So then you just match A with Y, doesn't match. LN, no. TL, no. HV, no. OA, no. US, no. GO, no. HE, no. TT, yes, so T does match. So the first letter is T here. Then you get H does match. You have TH. Then you have 2 E's doesn't match. You have L doesn't match. D doesn't match. F, R, D, but R does match here. So you have THR. And then the rest of the 2 doesn't match. And basically you would cut off the rest of the characters and then just move on to the next line, which is are generally considered to in the book, is what it says. And you would just continue like that. So the first 3 characters was THR, and if you continue this you would get the thread, I think, and then some more items. I don't fully remember all the items you get from this, but you would get a second solution for this. And so basically the idea here was, instead of going with row by row like you do here, matching row by row, you would instead match them column by column, which is, if you think about it, it's actually pretty similar to what happened with the letters. First you match them column, or like on the y-axis, and then you swap the axis, and it was kind of the same idea here. And I thought people would probably solve it because, well, we are reusing an idea here, and just trying the same idea again was probably not going to be that hard, is what I thought. But it turned out that actually it probably, or well, at least people didn't seem to find this. But I think part of the reason was also because of people using the wiki to get the text, and you can't really find the line breaks here. So I think that probably messed people up. But we did give a second riddle for this. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Usually too many, but sometimes too few. One is perfect and one is empty too. A second match lies in the story of the past, but in a different direction than the last. And it was solved quite quickly after this riddle was given. And yeah, you can kind of guess quite easily, okay, different directions, so we go with the y-axis instead of x-axis. And sometimes you have too many letters, sometimes you have too few, but you can kind of just cut it off. So this riddle was quite easy, I think. This one is rough. It's really hard to have two solutions with the same components, and the resulting step looks very solvable alone. I think this step could have gone unsolved forever. Yeah, when I made this I didn't really expect this to like be hard, but I think it turned out to be harder than what I thought. Let's see, anything else? What is this content for? What does Crack the Clue 3 mean? It is an open clue search. So yes, Crack the Clue 3 was an event which has been going on for the last 9 months, and it was just solved today. And I'm just going through the solutions now. Once folklore was used once, it was abandoned. Yeah, so the idea here that I had, at least that I thought people would still explore it for, was because the first solution would only match a small amount of the characters. So I thought people would think it was worth trying to look for more, since there are still a lot of unused characters left. Now the only purpose they have is they can't match some letters from the book here. Other than that, the characters can be basically anything. So I thought people would kind of catch on to that, since we probably wouldn't leave much of unused information here. But I think that just didn't really happen. So we ended up having to give hints here. Let's see if there are any other questions on this, otherwise we're going to move on to the next one, which I think is emotes. Another coincidence that caught me is that the solution points to a chicken-shaped weather vane. And 3 books in the house is also about chickens. Oh yeah, the next one. You mean after that, I guess. Okay, I didn't really see that connection myself when I made the Crack the Clue, but I guess that is another connection you could have made. Next thing we actually solved was Scimitar Shift. Okay, let's do Scimitar Shift after this one. How many steps are left? So I think we have gone through like 6 steps in like 2 hours. And there are like 18 left, so it might take a while. Probably gonna be here for I guess 6 more hours maybe? I'm not sure. Probably gonna take some time to go through it all though. $24-hour stream? No guys, it's not gonna be 24 hours. But anyway, let's move on to the next one then. Since it's gonna take some time to go through them all. So I'm gonna move on to Scimitar Shift. Now, I think this one is probably... I think this one had the most tricky riddle, because... let's read the riddle. Now, if you read the riddle, it says every slice with a scimitar defines a collection, with every adjacent pair defining a direction. The index of every pair defines half the length. Along with that there is a shift of minimum strength. So you would think, oh, okay, directions here, pairs, collection. I think probably you would start thinking something like lines maybe having direction. Maybe something like that, which is completely wrong actually. The solution here, I think to find a solution you should only look at the first line to begin with. Every slice with a scimitar defines a collection. So you'd have to start thinking with the scimitar, a slice with scimitar. As you guys probably know, it is quite well known that the attack speed of the scimitar is 4 game ticks, which is 2.4 seconds. So you can kind of start thinking here, okay, what is 2.4 seconds? And I think this connection is probably one of the harder ones to make, but this was also among the harder steps as well. So I think the first half of Crack the Clue is quite easy compared to the second half. The second half is like way harder because the first half was meant to be solved in like a month, and then the second half is solved in like a year total. So we had to increase the difficulty by a lot to make sure people don't solve it too quickly. But I think in the end the difficulty probably ended up being too high. But essentially you would have to think, okay, what could 2.4 seconds be? And there is I think people have used this for Vorkat. There's a song called Staying Alive, which has a what's it called, beats per minute of 100. Now if you have 100 bits per minute, that means, well, I think most songs at least have a time signature of 4 as well. So that means if you count the bars per minute, would be 1/4 of 100, which would be 25, which means 60 seconds by 25 would be 2.4 seconds per bar, and that was kind of one of the early connections you could make. Okay, so 2.4 seconds could be a bar in a song if you can find a song that is 100 bits per minute, but I think this is probably one of the harder connections to see. Another way you could solve this was to simply just think, if you look at where the clue was solved, you can see it is in Port Sarim. And you could probably think that, okay, there's probably going to be some names in Crack the Clue. What could I make a meme about? Probably like Sea Shanty 2 and so on. And if you do, check if people typed Sea Shanty 2. It turns out they actually have typed it. Let's do after September. But I think this was typed in oh, let's go with old ones. 100% it's Shanty 2, but this was typed in dots. I know people typed a lot about the Shanty 2 in dots, and eventually they started talking about it in another channel as well, but they never talked about it in the scimitar shift. But one cool thing they actually did was let's see if I can find it. They made a song out of the dots. I'm not sure if I can find it now. It was pretty cool though. I'm not sure if I can find it anymore. Okay, I don't remember where it was, but someone made a song out of the dots somewhere, which was kind of cool, and that is kind of thinking in the right direction for scimitar shift. But they're talking about it in the dots instead of the scimitar shift. But yeah, they never really found the C shanty 2 connection before we gave them the hint. With the hint though, it became a lot easier. So eventually we gave this hint. Let's open that. This and this is how it will begin, with relevance to the location the clue was found in. Something invisible is what you're looking for. Start at R and you will soon find some tenor. More will follow and 4 slices will have no intent. You will notice your 2 minutes were well spent. So there are like 4 different hints towards C shanty 2 in here. One of the hints is the 2 minutes. And that is, the C shanty song is about 2 minutes long. Something invisible is what you're looking for. And music is invisible. With relevance to location the clue was found in, which was in Port Sarim. And as you guys probably know, C shanty 2 is quite well known to be relevant to the Port Sarim area. And then you had these 4, which is how the rest of the solution will begin once you understand that. But you basically had like 3 or 4 different hints in here to get you started with the C shanty 2. I think they took about 3 days before someone made a connection to C shanty 2 here. And now once you have made that connection, you kind of just have to look at what the riddle says. Okay, so if every slice with a scimitar defines a collection, the only reasonable thing you could probably think of is, okay, 2.4 seconds, that is a bar in the song. So the collection is bars in the song. So now if the collection is bars, so now the next line is with each adjacent pair defining a direction. So each bar would have notes, of course. Pairs of notes defines a direction. So you can kind of just read the riddle to work out the rest of it once you have worked out that a collection is sparse. The index of every pair defines half the length. So the notes, maybe you would have 8 notes. That means the indices would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that would mean that, well, if these are half the length, then the real length must be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So you get the lengths here. And then you get the directions from the pairs of notes. And then the last line in the riddle probably was a bit more tricky. Along with that there's a shift of minimum strength, which basically means go through the alphabet. And if you have, for example, a C, a shift of minimum strength would mean either turn it to a D or to, you can also turn it into a B. So we'd have to do that based on the ups and downs you see down here. And then you would also have, I think this was the first mom that is solved. So I've seen people that were trying to work out, okay, what does the mom mean? But I've only really seen a few good theories about it, which is either it means the mysterious old man, or it means that the clues with the mom on it are supposed to be combined somehow. I think those 2 were the only reasonable theories I've seen. And now if you consider this is the mysterious old man, then either probably means the NPC, or it means the location where the NPC is found, or it means the clue that the NPC gave. So there were only really a few options there out of the good theories I've seen. Now the correct thing was to use the clue that he gave, which was you have to go back to the match catch for this and look at this again. But the solution after this is okay, you would start at position 313. Actually, I think we probably should have clarified this a bit more. Probably should have said start at 313, but we ended up just giving the number 313 instead. And I think that is somewhere down here somewhere, I don't remember exactly. But after that you would have to go to the song, and now you would also have to find the notes to the song, which is not really that simple. Well, at the first glance you probably don't think it is that simple, but if you just search on YouTube, actually you can find the notes quite easily here. So now once you have the notes, you can try to work out, okay, what does the pair means, what does the direction means. But it is quite simple, I think. As the riddle says, every pair defines a direction, so you would just go with the pair. So the first pair, okay, it moves to the left. I think left in this case means going left in the match catch grid. So I used some symbols for this, as you guys saw in the hint. Get some symbols here, and you would end up getting the same symbols if you would go. Okay, so this one goes left, goes left, goes left, and then doesn't move. We used an X for that. Right, 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 and then left, and that would be the end of the bar. Now the next bar, if we play through this, would be left, 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 doesn't move, then left, right, right. That would be the second bar, and if you move on to the third, you can continue like this throughout the whole song. Left, 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 doesn't move, right, 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 and then left. And if you look at these symbols, these three are the same that we gave. Left, 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 doesn't move, right, 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 left, which is the same. Then left, 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 doesn't move, left, right, right. And left, 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 doesn't move, right, 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 left. And I think it was someone called Jojo who worked this out after a few days, after they received the hint. They found this correlation between the song, the notes in the song, and the symbols on the clue. And after that you can just work out, now after you have found this, obviously it becomes a lot easier. Now you have the connection there. So you can just work out the whole song, make all the symbols for the whole song, and then try to work out, okay, what do we do with those symbols? But the riddle kind of, the original riddle does kind of give you everything you need, sort of. There are some guesses you might have to make about the last line, but I think that is quite an easy guess you can make. The hardest guess is maybe 313. But if you're guessing that mom relates to the clue you received from Mysterious Old Man, then I think it is quite intuitive to guess this could maybe be the 313th position in that grid. I think one thing which might have been difficult to work out though is that you only received 2 halves with 180 characters each, but they're actually supposed to be combined. So just get one large grid out of that. Yeah, so basically after you have this, you would have the indices, you would have the directions. So the first one you get 2 for 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Those are the distances, and here you have the directions, which is minus, 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 and then here you have the one which didn't really have any direction, which is actually supposed to be 0. I guess there were just a lot of things in this step which you had to get right, which probably made it a little bit difficult for people to work out. But you would end up with this, and if you sum this up, you would get the amount of steps you would have to take in the match catch grid after starting out position 313. I don't remember exactly where it was, but you would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then so on until you get whatever 22 steps left was. And then you would take that letter and shift it by 1 based on these characters here. I think this step probably had like the most things you had to do with it. It's probably one of the most complex steps in Crack the Clue. I was kind of thinking of adding something more to the riddle, but the issue is kind of like that one idea I could do with the riddle. I could tell okay, look for something invisible, make it rhyme or something. But the issue is when I actually tried to Google, okay, what is invisible? The issue is there is only like one thing that is invisible, which is sounds. Well, there are more things, but there was only sounds in the list I found that actually makes sense within RuneScape. So I thought that riddle probably gave too much of a hint. I'm not really a big fan when you can just Google the solution, which is why I decided to just skip it. Now there is another thing which people have seen. There is a part in the song where there are a couple different ways to do it. I think in bar 12 in the song. So I used a tool to actually get the correct notes here. So we play from the beginning. You can hear it's C22. But once you got to bar 12 or so, you would hear something like this. And now if you actually look at the YouTube video, the way he plays it is not the way I intended the clue should be solved. So you can see the notes move very far to the right over here at that point. But if you look in the notes in here, so the intended solution was, okay, you should continue with the same instrument, which goes here, I think right, left, left, right, 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 and that it was the intended solution. But there is another instrument which starts here as well, which is played in this video, and I think people assumed that this instrument was part of the solution, but it's actually not. I think this is what people weren't really able to work out early on. Because they assumed that these notes would give the directions instead of these ones. I guess it is probably a bit difficult to actually find the correct notes. But another way you can solve it is also that this is just a repeat of another part of the song, I believe. And don't remember exactly which one, but you can get the notes from another part in the song as well. So you can just grab the notes from another part. I think that is everything for this step. But yeah, I think this step was definitely one of the more complex ones, if not the most complex one. So let's see if anyone has any questions about this step. I can answer those right now. Otherwise I guess we're gonna go and move on to emotes. Was I paid to make Cracked Clue 3? Yes. Jagex paid me to create it. Yeah, the other instrument takes the lead in the second half of the song. Yeah, so the reason I decided to go with the same instrument was because I thought it made more sense. If you switch instrument, then you kind of end up with two notes at the same time here, which is a little bit odd. And then also, does that mean you should exclude this note or not? There are some different options you can make there if you switch instruments. I kind of wanted to make it as easy as I could. So I decided, okay, we're just gonna stick with the same instrument. But I think the notes people found, they just found it from someone else, and that person decided that they're gonna switch instrument here. Which is why they were struggling to work it out, I think. I thought all the clues were meant to be in-game and not on YouTube. Yeah, so there are, I think, 2 clues where you had a big benefit from if you had some assets which is not, you can't really find them in the game, so technically the song is in the game, but to find the notes I would not really expect most people to be able to extract them from the game. So that's all, just an unfortunate part of how Cracked Clue 3 turned out to end up. So I was kind of thinking of maybe I should remove this step. The problem is just if I remove this, I'm gonna have to make another step to replace it. And because it ended up taking a bit more time to create than I expected, I didn't really have the time to come up with another good step, so I kind of just had to go with it. I think maybe what I could have done is maybe add another thing to the riddle to make it a bit easier though. But I ended up going with this because, well, I kind of had a feeling people are going to solve steps really quickly. So I kind of wanted to make sure we at least have some difficulty in Cracked Clue. Because if they solve it too quickly, then the event is just over. We can't really do anything about that. But if they solve it too slow, okay, then we can actually give hints to rebalance it. So it was just safer to make it too hard instead of making it too easy. So I decided, okay, we probably want to have some difficulty with this, especially considering if you look at Cracked Clue 2, it was solved in like 5 days. I think Jagex expected it to be solved in like a year. So you know that was very far off. So it is just safer to make it too hard instead of too easy. Nothing related to the step, but how long we're planning for someone to work on it until they would crack the code. I didn't know how long it would take, but I was aiming to balance it to take somewhere around a year, but I think the balancing ended up being quite far off in the end. At some point during skim shift I put a banana in a bottle of rum and thought I was making progress because I could slice bananas with scimitar. So yeah, I've seen some people think about the slicing banana thing, because you have the word slice here. So you can think, okay, what can you slice in game? Well, you can slice bananas. But yeah, that didn't really have anything to do with the solution. There are lots of small things like this you can probably find in many of the steps that don't actually have any meaning. Which puzzle took me the longest to create? I think it was cleverly designed. Or it was match catch. Like, because this is like 5 or I think 6 different solutions. So there are kind of like 6 different solutions just thrown in here. But if you think about which single step took longest to make, I think it would be cleverly designed. There was a bit of an issue trying to find a solution which actually works with that one. We'll get to that later on though. It's hard to make a puzzle that's just difficult enough to not be solved immediately, and you didn't know how many people would participate. Yes, I kind of realized this when I made it. I think one thing that I actually predicted correctly was the most difficult part to get right in Crack the Clue 3 would be getting the difficulty right. I think that was one of the predictions I made, and it was probably right, I would say. I just don't really know, will people be able to come up with the right ideas or not? I don't really know. I personally thought, okay, well, they only have to rotate 2 maps upside down here. I thought, okay, well, rotating upside down can't be that hard. Probably gonna take a couple days maybe, you know, at most 1 week. But, you know, that was completely wrong. This took like a month to solve. So even if steps look easy, they may not necessarily be solved quickly. Let's see here, any more questions? Hello Mr. Woox, it's good to see you and I hope you're having a lovely evening. Thank you. Just like your meme of each hint being a 2-hour solve or never solved, it's so difficult to find that middle. Yeah, exactly. I think usually people get some ideas right away when they see the hint, but after that it's difficult to come up with more ideas. And a big part of the difficulty of Crack the Clue 3 is just having the right idea. So you kind of need to be able to come up with more ideas to actually have a chance at solving it beyond like the first few hours basically. How I feel about Rune's prayers being canned, I'm not sure, I haven't really looked at them. I probably will start looking into Desert Treasure 2 once we're getting a bit closer to the release. Did I change anything in the game after the event started? Some of the Ned's dialogue sounded like the hint was added. No. Nothing was changed. We will get to Ned a little bit later though. The reason the riddle was given in the dialogue though was because it didn't fit on the clue. We only have like, I think it's like 12 or something rows here to actually put text on the clue, and I think the riddle just didn't fit there. So we had to give it in the conversation instead. I don't see any more questions related to this step though, so I think we're gonna move on. Did I invent those hints at once or weekly basis? Yeah, I did it on a weekly basis to see which steps we will need to add a hint to, because I didn't really know beforehand which ones are going to be solved and which ones are not going to be solved. I just tried, basically my aim for the weekly hints was, okay, I'm gonna try to balance it so the people have like a 50% chance of solving it with the riddle. I think in the end they ended up with like 70% maybe. I think some steps ended up being a bit easier than I expected them to. But yeah, that was the aim at least. Thank you, Donator, for the raid. And welcome everyone to the stream. So I'm explaining the solution to Crack the Clue 3 right now. And we are about to move on to emotes. So I think emotes probably is... I thank you, Donator, for the sub. Welcome to Swamp. So emotes, I think once you have seen the solution it looks pretty easy, but actually I think it is harder than you would think. So for the emotes, we're gonna use this image right here. The first thing you would notice in the emotes, it's a bit hard to see here, but if you overlay the 4 clues on the excess, so the excess overlap, you can see the emotes are like there's like an even spacing between them, and then none of the emotes actually overlap, which you would probably think, okay, that probably means that the overlaying them on the X could be the right solution, because you would otherwise think that they would overlap by coincidence. So originally the emotes were just given in lines like this. So the first two had 4 emotes, then we have 2 emotes, and then 4 emotes. But yeah, this was probably the first hint you would see, that you're supposed to overlap the X to get this formation. And now the second part of this was quite simple as well. Let's take this one. You would take the emotes and put them on the map. Maybe give them an outline. Let's see, can I make it white? Not sure. Okay, anyway, I think you can see the emotes anyway. Then you would look on the map, is there anything that the emotes could mean? And you would probably see, oh, actually here is something which looks kind of the same. And the solution is simply just the emotes match on top of these markings here. Now the tricky part though was if you look on the official world map, these markings are not actually here, but the map that people used in Crack the Clue 2 was this one, and the markings were here. So now this was kind of an issue, because you would have a big advantage if you used the third-party map instead of the official map. But I didn't really find a way to actually fix this, so I kind of had to go with this anyway. So you kind of needed the third-party map here. Now the other big mistake that happened here let's see. I don't know how you search from Woox. Okay, I can't really find it anymore. I made a meme somewhere. Oh yeah, here. I found it in my folder. So now essentially one of the RuneLite devs, he realized, oh actually the RuneLite map, it doesn't look like the official map. I should probably fix this. So he first changed it So it looked like this, so you can kind of see the markings still here, but it is more difficult. But then he looked on he tried to compare it again, and then he changed it again, I believe, to this, and at this point you can't really see any of it anymore. So I think this was the big mistake that was made in Crack the Clue 3. They just decided to remove this from the map they had, and at that point this step becomes much harder, I think, because you would have to find the pits in the game to actually be able to see the connection. I think it is too difficult to see it on this map. So I think this step just turned out to be one of the... I think with if you didn't have these markings, this would actually be one of the hardest steps in Crack the Clue 3. So actually what we did to try to fix this, because this happened of like 2 weeks into the event, so I posted an announcement after like a month or so, which actually had some hints related to this step. Which says things like external world map, basic image editors, wiki, etc. could of course be helpful, as you probably noticed. And the difficulty, particularly here, the difficulty has been balanced around people using these tools. So this was kind of the hint I wanted to give people, to try to make them look back on the old map. But I think it just never really seemed to happen. People still did not really look at the old map, I think. So this step just ended up going unsolved for a long time. But eventually we did end up giving a hint here, actually 2 hints. The first one was this one: emotes in order with an X between the gap, pretty hard to find if not marked on the map. Bring your spade and get ready to descend, perform the emotes and then dig at the end. So the big, I guess the big hint in this riddle was the word descend. Kind of expected people to find it just based on this word. You can kind of think of, okay, how many things can we descend in the game? Okay, we can go down a dungeon, and then maybe you can try to think of more things. Eventually we'll probably come to the conclusion, okay, you can move down a mountain, which is kind of the right way of thinking, but instead of a mountain you just move down into a pit. But people ended up not really finding it based on this hint. They needed another hint. You also tried again to make people look on different maps. Pretty hard to, with this line here, pretty hard to find if not marked on the map. So that made people think, okay, does that mean it is marked on the map or not? And well, actually it is both marked on it and not marked on it, based on which map you look at. But yeah, people didn't really manage to work it out, so eventually we gave another hint here, which is 15 often between level 33 and 40. They await your actions, so it's ready to get sporty. One of them has a different color from the rest, and in the center lies the clue to continue your quest. So the trick here, 15 of them between level 33 and 40, the first thing you think, okay, it's probably going to be NPCs, but actually it's not NPCs, it is actually wilderness levels. So if you were to look, okay, where's level 33 and 40 in the wilderness, you would find out it is, or if you try to look for lines, the lines go, I think, here and here. So you could probably quite easily guess where, I guess like that these pits would end up being used for this, just based on that line in the riddle. And then also one thing that they actually changed in the middle of Crack the Clue was that originally, I think this one was green, as you can see here, but they actually changed it to blue. We decided to add that riddle as well. One of them has a different color. But yeah, this hint, when they got this hint, they solved it after I think an hour or something like that. It was pretty quick. Also another thing actually, which I got a comment from a JMod. He thought the spade was a hint to the wilderness. I guess you can also look at that. But that was not really. Well, I guess it was a little bit of a hint, but no, you do need the spade was just there to let you know that you need to bring a spade, because nothing else in the clue says that you needed it. So yeah, that was pretty much that step. So I when I found this on that this was marked, by the way, on the Runelight map, I tried to look for other ways we could change this step. So the original idea was just okay, we're gonna do something with the tile height in the game, and because I think that is pretty difficult to think of. Okay, what could we actually do with tile height? Most people would think, okay, we can't really do much with it, because the tile height mostly doesn't matter in the game. You could maybe think, okay, maybe something with the mountains, but it was difficult to actually find something to make out of it other than using these pits. So this was like the only option I could see where we could actually make a step out of it. So it was pretty much either we use this step or we just remove this step completely and try to find something else to make a step out of. But because I was a bit short on time, I decided to add this to Cracked Glue anyway, even though you kinda needed the Runelight map to solve it. Also, one thing which was kind of funny was I saw someone, it was posted in the dot somewhere. Someone had chosen, I think it was like yellow color. And then like a circle. Add some transparency. And he was just marking like rocks or something. And then he just posted this in the dots, I think. So he basically marked he made a bunch of markers which basically had the same, almost same color as this. Almost was in the same location, but they still did not realize actually the solution is right next to you, which was quite interesting, I think. If no weak links would have been given, do you think it would have taken Cracked Glue 3 years from now to be completely solved? Yeah, I'm not sure that it would even be solved at all, because I think people, as we looked on the graph here, the amount of messages, or the message linked in the Discord, basically went to 0 after a while. So actually another thing I will tell you guys, the hints were supposed to start... okay, so the first hint was given, I think, 21st January, you can see the spike here. But we were actually planning to do them somewhere, I think it was early December, somewhere right here. So it actually took a long time to get it done, and the reason was actually quite funny, because I was writing some hints to get people started, and there is when I had finished writing them, I was gonna type in the Discord, okay guys, we're gonna make hints, but when I looked in Discord, let's see if I can find it. I think this one should be quite easy to find. So it was posted December, I think. If we sort by old. So it says something about water altar. Oh yeah, here's the one. So basically once I had finished writing the hints, I looked in the Discord and I saw this guy. I met Woox near the water altar like an hour ago. It's probably nothing, but who knows. And actually the reason I was at the water altar was because there is a step where I definitely don't want to give the location away, but that location is exactly at the water altar. So if the next message was, okay guys, we're making hints here, then it basically gave it away. So I couldn't write that we're gonna make hints, so you had to wait. Which is why it was delayed a little bit. Yeah, so that was a bit unfortunate. And then another thing that happened was I sent the hints to Jagex, but then it turned out, okay, they have gone on vacation because it's Christmas. And then when they came back, I guess they missed the message. So that made it delayed a little bit as well. So it was delayed by like 1.5 months or so. But yeah, this one's quite funny. Lots of people lost motivation and interest. Hint should come in earlier, I believe, to get people active on it. Yeah, I think if we make Cradically 4, we probably have to plan hints earlier on. Make sure people don't get stuck for too long. I'm gonna send some feedback to Jagex after this. With things I think they should do if they want to make another event like this. But anyway, let's move on to the next step. Which I think... Which one was it? I think it had the directions on it. Was it this one maybe? No, not that one. Here is the one, I think. So this one was split up into two. You would receive, so from the two solutions from Match Catch, one of the clues you would receive looked like this. And you would also be given a riddle here. A place 65 steps forward and 17 to the right needs an inspection. The weather vane up high will guide you in the right direction. Under the ground lies the next clue you seek. Getting it out requires a little technique. And then people also received another clue. So the idea was that the two solutions to the match catch probably will be solved around the same time, because I thought, okay, well, they're quite easy. People are going to be able to solve this quite quickly. But it turned out to not be easy, which was quite bad, because they ended up only getting half the clue they needed to solve the step. There is another one somewhere. I don't know where it is. Well, I can't see it. So it should be directions, another 4 directions. Does anyone know what the channel was called? Oh, I didn't have a channel, okay. Oh yeah, I think, okay, there was only one channel. I think you guys are right. Because they only found this half of the clue, but they're actually supposed to find another half of it. So I gave a kind of hint here, not really a hint, but a hint to make them stop working on it, because there is actually nothing you can find here. You will definitely need the other half of it. So it says the directions are important, but you will need more. After 8 directions rather than 4. Find the rest of them and then come back. Those will get you back on the right track. And eventually they got those here. I think they quite easily realized that these were supposed to be connected. They got riddle here as well. South of the forest lies a dark hole of great danger. Go to the northeast, a man in a red shirt, no stranger. If you find him, he may be able to give you a clue, but the man himself will not know how to help you. And if you try to solve this two riddles that you were given, so the first one was 65 steps forward and 17 to the right from the weather vane. So this one was quite easy. There is only one weather vane, or actually I think it turned out to be two, because there was one on Tutorial Island, I think someone mentioned. But other than Tutorial Island, there is only one, which is right here. And if you follow the directions moving forward and then to the right, you would end up somewhere around here. There was a specific tile here. And the same thing with the other riddle. It says something about the dark hole of great danger. To the northeast is a man in a red shirt, no stranger. And that refers to hands. I think people solve this pretty quickly. The dark hole of great danger is right here. If you go northeast, you will find Hans is walking around the castle. And the hint that Hans gives is he keeps on walking, and then eventually once he gets to this position he stops for a moment. And then he starts walking again, and that is the hint he gives. And you would notice, okay, these two puzzles are pointing to the same location. So you can probably realize, okay, they're probably supposed to be combined. And then you can also notice there are the same amount of directions on both of these clues. So it was quite easy. Okay, we're just gonna combine them. So we do 13 north. Then we do 2 northwest. And then you keep swapping them. Do 2 north. And 5 northeast. And you keep going like that. If you draw the whole path, you will end up with this image eventually. And from here you could quite easily see the items. Okay, so import root, it's a staff, it's a chef's hat, a chisel and a spade. And if you bring those items to the spot that were being pointed to, and you would solve it. So I think this one, it was quite difficult to actually get a good balance on it. Because we can't really make it too hard. I think having to combine 2 steps is very hard if you don't know which ones to combine. So we have to make a very easy hint there. But now once you know that you're supposed to combine them, okay, it's actually just quite easy to solve it at that point. I was kind of trying to put both of them on the same clue, but there are just a bit too many characters here. They don't really fit. This basically takes up more than half of it. If you try to combine them, and also if you combine them it makes it a lot easier. So I just couldn't really find a good way to actually balance this step properly. And I think the balance ended up being a bit worse as well, because we had to give this hint. So here, okay, we're basically confirming you need to combine this with something else. And people just solve this very, very quickly, I believe. How do you even come up with a cool riddle like that? Yeah, I spent a lot of time coming up with the ideas that we can put in Crack the Clue. I think maybe like half the time was spent just coming up with ideas. It takes quite a lot of time to come up with creative ideas, I think. How long did it take to make that task? Must be hard to construct a chisel, spade and so on with some roads leading to the same point. And now making it is quite easy, because I would just oh wait, it's a link. If we copy this, so the way you make it, you just put these 4 items and then make an outline of it. And then you just count the amount of steps. Okay, it's like 12 north here, and like 2 northwest, like 2 north. And so you just get the steps here, and that's pretty easy to make, I think. You just continue like that until you have come full circle. You had a tool to make... okay, so... you had a tool to draw the directions, so once we got the clue, it was all real quickly. Yeah, I think that probably contributed to it as well. People making tools between riddles. People also coming up with a bunch of ideas between the hints. So once we gave out a hint, okay, people are gonna check the ideas they already had to try to make sense of the new hint with their old ideas. And I think steps often ended up being solved quickly because of that, because one of the ideas ended up being correct, and you would quite easily be able to see which one, because the new hint obviously have to make sense with the ideas you have. Where's the start on this? I think it starts right here, if I remember correctly, on the chef's hat. How much time did it take to fully make Credit Clue 3? At least 350 hours. I did not count how much time I spent making the weekly hints though, but I think that was probably like maybe 45 minutes per hint. It's usually quite difficult to come up with the rhymes and to like balance it perfectly. Quite often I would end up not really finding any good rhymes, and sometimes it just took like hours to come up with something. But usually it was shorter than that, maybe like half an hour in good cases, maybe like 20 minutes if I found some quick rhymes early on that I liked. So I think I'm gonna move on to the next step if you guys don't have any more questions about this one. Left looks like a limp brought or a dark bane. Second looks like a staff, last one like a spade. Well, I did actually, when I made this step, I did choose items which has a unique outline. At least out of the items that I was considering putting in Credit Clue, there were like I think 400 items I was considering. So things like plate body, plate legs and so on was excluded because there are a lot of plate bodies and lots of plate legs in the game that look the same with just a different color. So I just picked the one which had a unique icon or a unique outline. I guess the chef's hat kind of has a golden version, but you can kind of assume that the golden version isn't gonna be needed in Credit Clue 3 since we're aiming this towards so anyone can solve it basically, so even if you have a new account you can still participate. Did I work on Credit Clue 3 full time for a while? The ideas I was kind of working on, I was just waiting for ideas to pop up in my head, so that was kind of something I was working on passively. And then I constructed most of it in December 2021 and I think early January 2022. Yeah, I think just before the leak was when I almost finished it. I had a little bit left to do, so I kind of had to pause it when the leak began and then finish it after I stopped playing the leak. But yeah, I took a vacation from work to work on Credit Clue 3, yes. What's next? Plus minus? Yeah, I think plus minus is the next one I'm gonna move on to. Let's see here. Okay, so this one. So this is what you would be given. A bunch of empty rows and then some minus and pluses and mom. So I think there are 3 steps in total which has this mom signature. So once you solve one of them, you can kind of guess what the other 2 are gonna mean. And basically the same thing, which is to use this grid from the Mysterious Old Man again. So that is one of the hints you kind of end up being given once one of them is solved. But so what I did here is maybe the first thing you think is that you need to fill in letters on the underscores. But actually that is not really what I had in mind. So the actual solution is that these underlines represent steps in the game. So basically if you have your character here, that means this first one would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 steps long. Which means you can take 15 steps in this direction. I think after a while people kind of started to think, okay, why are we given underscores instead of just numbers? Because technically you could just give numbers, it would be the same information. And so people thought, okay, probably means it means a distance of something, and that was I think they made a bit of progress there, but didn't really fully understand, okay, well, where can we put this distance so that it makes sense, because you have a couple really long ones here. So one of the things you could focus on would be these 2 long ones, and that is kind of how I expected people to solve this one. You focus on long ones. Okay, where in the game do we have a place that is 35, has a length of 35 and then a length of 36? And if you look on the world map, you would actually, it's not really visible here, not that easily visible, but you can go on the Falador wall. If you were to count the steps here, it would be 35 and 36. So I kind of expected people to solve it that way, but I don't think anyone solved this before we gave out hints. The hint they received here was quite big though. Empty lines where diagonals have been left out. You will have to find them in the correct route. A step in this direction will lead to breakthrough. It will perfectly fit in a grid familiar to you. What remains after that is a CDKS, but no crate will be needed to progress. So I think the way people solve this, they just saw the word diagonal and then looked for anything diagonal on the map. And well, oh, here's diagonal. I think they just saw some diagonal here and then they just solved it like that. I think the word diagonal just kind of gave the solution away here. So they started looking at Falador because of that, I think. Or at least it looked like they solved it like that. But the idea I had here was to maybe look for a crate. There aren't really that many crates. I guess there are maybe there are 20, 30 or so locations with crates, but you can kind of easily look through them all to say, okay, what is nearby a crate? And if you did that, you would have found the wall as well. But I found it because of the diagonals, I think. Now, once you have found this though, you still have not really fully solved it. So the next thing to do, okay, we have worked out that this distances match the distances on the Falador wall. Now we would have to do something with that. And now we gave now that is also part of the riddle. You can kind of get some hints here. A step in each direction will lead to a breakthrough. It will perfectly fit in a grid familiar to you. And people worked out quite quickly that this fits. Okay, they didn't really pin it, but essentially if you look on the grid from Match Catch, there is only one way to fit the whole thing on it. I think they should have... I'm not sure where it is. I saw it posted somewhere. But you can perfectly fit it onto the grid. So the first one goes east, I think. So you go east and use the diagonals to go south, east, south, east. I think it goes something like this. Then back up maybe. And it just continues going somewhere around here or so. Now, so the next thing to do was try to work out what are we supposed to do with this. Oh, it's in Match Catch, okay. Where's Match Catch? Here. Okay, I can kind of see it here. With the green ones, you can see the full path here. So now they have found this this path here on the grid, and then they say that okay, it actually perfectly fits. And now the next thing to do, which they I think it took them a little bit of time, like an hour or two maybe, to solve the next thing, which is okay, we'll actually so actually if you look at the hint, you can see, so this matches the Falador wall. So now we're probably going to use the minuses and pluses. And I think you can also see that the amount of minuses and pluses matches the amount of directions that you had here. And they're the same amount, I believe. So you can just shift each letter in the direction of the minuses and pluses, and the amount you shift by would be the length of this. So here it would be a shift by 5, for example. So if you had like let's say A, so you would shift it to B, then C, D, E, and F. So that would be 5 shifts. And sometimes you would have to shift like X, Y, Z, and then, well, you need more after this, so you would start over on A again. And once you had made all those shifts, it would spell out the items they need. I don't remember which ones it was. I think it were 3 items, like a mithril scimitar and a pie or something, and murky mat in the Grand Exchange, something like that. A one-line riddle would have been super helpful for this clue. Example, the diagonals between will show you the key. Yeah, there was kind of yeah, that was, oh yeah, actually guys, I forgot to mention this part was actually brute forced, and this is kind of why I didn't really want to add a riddle, because well, actually what you could do, you could just take the, let's see if I can find it, I forgot what it was called, plus minus. Okay, so you take the minuses and pluses, and then you just shift everything that we had in the image. All the letters here, okay, just shift them by 2 with the pluses and minuses you have, and you can kinda see something like meet, I don't know, meet something, emitter or something like that. You can kinda see, okay, I don't know, maybe there was more letters here, mithril scimitar. You can kinda see it kinda matches mithril scimitar, kind of, so we will kind of brute force it like that. And that is kind of why I didn't really want to add any hints, because, well, actually you can solve this without finding the Falador wall. And the way you can do that is if you just were to guess, okay, you're gonna start in this corner and we're gonna shift every letter by 2 until something spells out. You can kind of guess your way to the correct path here, but it is a bit too difficult to brute force it without having the correct shifts of all the letters. But this is kind of why I didn't really wanna give too many hints towards the number 2 or anything like that, because that will just make it easier to solve it in unintended ways. But yeah, you could basically do that without really finding any correlation with the underscores at all, if you did that. Did someone finally crack the clue? Yes, it was correct today. Will I make a YouTube series of the solutions? No, I'm just making a Q&A right now. I don't really have time to make a full YouTube video out of it. Someone else might make a video though. I'm not sure about that. But I don't really have time to make a video. It looks like this Q&A is gonna take quite a bit of time already though. It was cool having no letters and numbers on this clue though. Yeah, I try to focus on having something different on each clue. So some would have numbers, some would have letters, then we try some other things like underscores. We try directions and so on, some emotes and like things like that. Just try to have different things. But some of them did look a little bit similar in the end, but I did try to vary it a little bit. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to explain with this step. Oh yeah, actually one thing that was kind of changed in the end was the first idea I had was that the solution would be to search the crate at the end here. But because there are a lot of steps which need to begin in a particular place, I had to change that. Because the next step has to begin at the murky mat. It's kind of a hint where exactly the steps begin sometimes. Then in the next step you kind of need to know the location where you begin, and the murky mat was a big hint towards that, which is why I changed it from searching the crate to talking to murky mat. Oh, the music ended, so let's replay it. Anyway, I think I don't really see any more questions related to these steps. I'm gonna move on to the next one, which I don't remember which ones it was. Let's go with the Mombers. don't remember if this was the next one or not. Will I be doing another credit clue? I don't think so, but I guess anything could happen, so it's still possible, but I would say it is unlikely. Oh, letterbox actually. Yeah, you're right. Letterbox was earlier. So this one they solved without a hint, I believe. And actually, I'm gonna copy the letters here. Okay, so when I received this, they quite easily worked out that it is a grid. And the other thing, which I originally thought, well, actually, one thing you can also see, there are exactly 10 different letters in here. E, R, T, A, D, F, G, X, C, V. Those are the 10. And when I first made this, I thought, okay, finding some correlation to these letters is probably going to be quite difficult. They're probably going to work a little bit on that. But actually, when I then tried to play through this step and see, okay, what different ideas are they going to come up with, I realized that actually the first thing you would probably do would be to write down this whole thing on Discord, which means you need to use the keyboard. But now once you are using the keyboard and typing the keys, you probably would realize that, well, actually, all the keys are, are right here. So it was a lot easier to find the correlation here than I originally thought about. So I ended up changing another thing with this step. So originally you were supposed to read the letters from let's see, from left to right like this. So first one, second, third, and so on. Read it like this. Then we move on to next line. But I ended up changing this because I realized it was going to be too easy. So I made a small change here. Instead you're supposed to read it diagonally. So you start here with T, then RC, then you have V, G, F, and you get R, T, G, V. So the first thing you would have to work out was that they were supposed to be read diagonally. And the way I kind of expected people to realize this is you can look at a lot of statistics. I think the primary statistic I had in mind is if you look at adjacent letters diagonally, you will realize that they're almost never the same. Or well, statistically at least, they should be a lot more common than what they actually are. If there are only 10 different letters, that means it's like 1 in 10, but actually the distribution isn't quite even, so it should be a little bit more common than 1 in 10. So you can kind of figure out the diagonals based on that. And I think what I read also, what they actually used to work out the diagonal is they saw some repeating patterns. I think that is probably a bit harder to see though. I don't fully remember where the repeating patterns are. Yeah, I don't know if they have a pin for it. Can't really find it. RESFX or RESFCX. Yeah, I don't really see it, but anyway, you can find out in different ways that it is supposed to be diagonal. I think there are a lot of different statistics that actually work for this. But now, once you have found the correct way to read them, which would be diagonal, so you would do TRC. Well, the first row would be T, then you have RC, then VGF, then you have RTGV, CDRTV, and so on. And so now we have the correct order, and now we have to bring this to the keyboard. So the idea here is to simply just draw lines on top of the keyboard. I think this was quite, or at least not that hard to work out. So you have a T, which goes to R, C, V, G, F. Then it goes to R, and now, well, I guess at this point already you can kind of see, okay, it's kind of a G. Well, actually, there are a couple different options here. It could be a G or a 6. So in this case it is supposed to be a 6. I think it is a little bit difficult to work that out though, but there are other G's in here, which for those ones we actually moved here instead of going straight. So you can see the difference between the G and the 6. So you would know that TRCVGF would mean 6. Now you would move on to the next one, which is RTGV, RTGV, CDR. And that one looks kind of like an O. Once you move to the next one, you again will get a duplicate T. So once you get these duplicates, you know that you're supposed to start the next one. So now you have 6 O, and if you continue like this, you will get 6 Onion, I believe. And then some other items. I think there are like 732 coins and something more. But you would spell out the whole solution like this. But yeah, I think if you were looking for patterns, this O shape made quite a big contribution to the repeating patterns, because, well, it always has to go through these letters, or I think these ones work as well. So you have to go through them to make an O in the same order. I think sometimes it goes the other way though. I try to mix it up, but there are so many O's in here that eventually they are gonna repeat. N's and O's make patterns. Yeah, I think N, you have this option, or you have this one. For some things like an I though, was more difficult to work out, because you have option here, here, here. Now they can also go backwards as well. So that one was more difficult. But yeah, I think the O's in particular, you could see repeating patterns. Oh yeah, another thing. So I don't know if anyone has worked that out yet. But why would I choose exactly these letters and not something over here, for example? And there's actually a good reason for this, which is there are different keyboard layouts, and they have keys in different places, but in particular there are some countries which swap 6 keys around, particularly Q, A, Z, W, Y, and M. So kind of wanted to avoid those, because they're going to be in different places depending on which keyboard you have. And so the most universal way to do it would be to pick these ones instead, since they just perfectly dodge it. It's the same in French, English, and German. Yeah, I guess some people probably work it out if you guys already knew that. But yeah, I think that was everything related to that step that I wanted to talk about. If you guys have any more questions, I can answer those. Otherwise, we're gonna move on to numbers, I think. How do you know when one letter finishes and another one starts? So the way I hinted toward this is if you want to, if we for example made an N, you would start here, maybe you start here, then go here and here. And so the way we hint toward this is the next one will go to one of the letters you've already been at, but not to the beginning. So the options are either R or V. So once you get the repeating letter which doesn't make a cycle, you would restart. I think for I, for example, I can't remember what we did. I think we might have just gone back to the same letter here. For I in particular. Repeating letter which isn't first. Yeah, basically that, yeah. So because we have to do it like this, the amount of solutions you can make out of it is actually quite small. There are only like, I think it was like 10 different items you can make out of this. Because they have to be made in a way where you don't lift your hand. So you can only spell things like onion and coins and some other items. I hope someone makes a YouTube video, documentary style, about how this was solved. Yeah, if anyone wants to do it, feel free to do it, but I don't really have the time to do it, so I'm just doing a Q&A now instead. Let's see, any other questions? I don't really see any. So we're gonna move on to numbers. Couldn't you make an A by going X, R, V, F, D? X, R, V, F, D. You kinda can do it, but it depends a little bit. Some keyboard layouts look a little bit different. So they have the, I think the bottom row would be shifted right a little bit. So it would look like this or something. It ends up being a little bit odd on some keyboards. But you can kind of make it, but it looks a little bit odd. So I kind of wanted to avoid those letters. But let's move on to numbers. So for this one you were just given a bunch of numbers. And then the mom signature. So once you have found the other two moms, you can probably quite easily guess, okay, we're gonna use the grid from Match Catch again. And also one of the first things you would probably notice when you see this is, or one of the first things you can work out here is that all the numbers in here are unique. So you'll probably think, okay, that probably has some meaning towards this. But the way or the way I would expect people to solve this was you can look at how high the numbers go and how low they go. So you can see we have a 1 here, which is the lowest number. And then the highest one is, I think it's 120 maybe. I think 120 is the highest one I see. So we have numbers between 1 and 120. Then you can also count the total amount of numbers by just counting commas. So there are about 74 commas, but the last one doesn't have a comma, so there are 75 numbers in total. And then you could try to work something out based on this. I think the way people solved it was they looked, okay, what is there 120 of in a game? And then these numbers probably represent a unique thing out of those 120. And one of the things they would find, which isn't exactly 120, but it is a little bit more, but you could still be suspicious about it, which is this potato field over here. Let me try to turn on vertical camera. I think I lost all my room light settings at some point. Wait, how do you turn on vertical camera? Camera plugin. I don't know if you guys see setting here. It's a different name now. Well, if I turn everything on. Okay. I think it was this setting. Okay, pitch limit is what it was called, okay. Thank you guys. Okay, so you would find so you could try basically I think one of the really good ways you could use to solve a lot of different steps incorrectly was just walk in game, try to find something which are kind of randomly spread out, and potatoes is one of them. So if you were to count this, it is actually a little bit more than 120. I think 120 only goes down here. I think somewhere around here it stops. But you could still be a little bit suspicious about this. I'd probably assume that the last 3 rows weren't gonna be used. And then another thing you would notice that, okay, well actually 120 potatoes. If we use this and make a grid out of it, it is I think approximately 19 by 20 big, if you make a grid. And now if we have the riddle here with the mom again, you would know that that grid was 18 by 20. Yes. So you would say, okay, that's kind of close actually. So you could just try to put these potatoes onto the grid, then order them. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and so on. And that is basically the solution. One thing to note also, there is a potato here which goes outside the grid. It is the only one on this row also. So we'd have to skip that one. Well, you still count it, but there isn't a number which matches with it. And now once you do that, you would find is it the purple ones? They're kind of hard to see here, but they would simply just point towards a letter. And all those letters, I believe, spell out half full strength potion, and then like a law rune, logs and some more stuff, like fish food, chemist. And that was basically the solution. But when I designed this, I actually had to design it the other way around, because the solution to this step is actually the solution to the next step as well, but the next step had to be created before this, so I had to basically assign the letters here based on what the next solution is. This is exactly how it went down. Yeah, I think that is... I think you guys solved it the way it was intended to be solved. Just looking game for things that are kind of randomly placed, like in random formation, and try to make something out of it. And I think this one I was surprised you guys solved without a hint, because I thought it was quite hard. So I did actually write a hint earlier to this one, because I didn't think you would solve it without hint. Let's see if I can find it. The hint was pretty good though, but it was never given out. So it was this. 133 is what you're looking for. You will see 3 rows left over plus 1 more. The rest will fit within the grid as expected, including the 2 who keep them all protected. I thought it was a pretty good hint, but unfortunately we never gave it out because it was just solved before it. But basically it refers to the 2 who protects them is the 2 scarecrows, and there are in total 133 potatoes. So you could find this place from that hint. And then we're also hinting towards the 3 rows left over plus the empty potato left over here. Which if you were to exclude those 2, you would see that, okay, this actually fits in the 18 by 20 grid. But yeah, I think that is everything I wanted to explain with this step. So if you guys have any questions, I can answer those if they are related to this step. Otherwise, gonna move on to the next one. So the next one... don't remember which one it was. I suppose we could go with start south, yeah. Where is it? Okay, here. So this one, I thought this one was gonna be probably one of the hardest in the entire Crooked Clue thread. It just says start south and west, and you're given some numbers and then more numbers, but with either a minus or a plus before it. So the way you solve this is the way you solve a lot of other steps, which is you go in game, look for something that looks kind of randomly placed out, and then try to fit it onto the information you're given in the riddle. But the reason I thought this one was going to be particularly difficult is because even if you go to the right location, which is down here, you probably would think, okay, is there anything randomly placed out here? No, I don't really see anything, so let's move on. But of course there was a trick here. If you toggle the roof, then something appears which is kind of randomly laid out, which is these pipes above here. But I kind of expected people to not play with this setting on, but I think surprisingly people found these pipes in like 1 day or 2 days, I think. And I thought finding these pipes was going to take, I thought that was probably going to be one of the hardest things. But no, it was solved in like 1 or 2 days. But then I got stuck on, okay, what do we do with the pipes? But one thing they found quite early on was, okay, we can check these numbers. And these numbers actually match with the length of the pipes. So you could see, I think also one thing is it's kind of hard to count the length, but you can kind of see the segments splitting, or they are a little bit larger here. So you can kind of see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. And you could kind of work out that, okay, this could represent the length of the pipes. And actually, if we look at one of the threads here, there were only one good thread I think they had on this. But yeah, they kind of worked this out, that it could match the length of the pipes. But eventually they just gave up on it. I think they couldn't really work out what to do next. One interesting comment I saw though is I can't find it now, but I think someone posted somewhere that why did people stop working on this is what someone posted, because this was actually a really good lead, but eventually they just gave up on it. I can't find the comment anymore though. And this was also like there are only 3 threads here, and this was one of them. I think the way people solved this one though, which is not actually what I expected them to solve, or the way I expected them to solve it, was so they looked at start south and west, and then they found, oh well, this dungeon, it has an entrance south and it has an entrance west, and that actually turned out just to be a coincidence. You were not actually supposed to use that for anything, and I think that is probably what made them look into this place probably a bit earlier than expected. But the way that you were actually supposed to use that information was so you could get at least some kind of direction here. So okay, we're probably looking at some kind of direction, and well, these pipes do have a direction which goes in the 4 the 4 primary directions, so either north, east, south or west. But now once you had found this, you would have to find the pipes which have the correct length, of course. So we'd have to do some work mapping out the pipes there. But once you're done that, there is pretty much, or well, and then I guess you had to work out what to do next. But next thing was actually quite easy, which is to simply just connect the pipes I do have a... where is it? I had a document somewhere. With a bunch of ideas. Here I think I have the map, the whole dungeon mapped out. So you can see a pipe here. And so on, which has both the upper and the lower floor of the dungeon. But the way you basically solve it is, okay, so you choose one pipe which has the correct length. And then you wanna try to match, you wanna try to connect them basically. Okay, so the first one has a length of 10. Okay, so you find one with length of 10, I don't know which one it is, maybe it is this one. And that one ends going east, so you then try to find, okay, which pipe has length 11 and starts by going east. And you would maybe find, I don't know, maybe this one. And then you would take this endpoint, connect it with this one. And you would just do that for the whole, for all of those numbers that you were given. And I'm pretty sure there's only one pipe to choose every time. Or well, some pipes look the same also, so you can see, I think here for example this pipe is exactly the same as this one. So sometimes it doesn't matter which one you pick. The only one which was not unique is I think this one. So there are two ways to do it with this one. Whether you connect it on this endpoint or on this one. The only difference here is this is one tile longer than this part, which is the only difference in this pipe. But now once you have done that, you have to try to work out, okay, what do we do after this? And they have a good post on this somewhere, I think. Let's see. I think this one. So you can kind of see they have a pipe here, then one here, another one here, and one here. So basically what you had to do was you had to count the length of each straight segment, and then convert that, or well, the first thing you would do after that would be to add those numbers to it. So the first one you would subtract 1, next one you would add 11 to length, and after that convert that to letters like we have done before, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you would have to number this, and then, okay, well, if we end up with the number 14, we'd go for the 14th letter. Okay, maybe that's an N. Maybe the next one is 21, so that would be U. So we just convert the numbers towards letters. And the solution would just spell out that way. I don't remember what the solution was. Oh yeah, the solution is right here. Which is equip body tiara, diamond, amulet, bronze, plate body, ornate legs, leather boots, search wardrobe between symbols. And I believe there is only one wardrobe between symbols in the game, or at least that I have found, which is in trainer right here in the kitchen. So you could just search through the game and work out where that wardrobe would be. And that would complete the step. What about other directions such as east of west? Oh, you figured out the saver, not the roof for a long time? No, I think people have seen the roofs from what I saw at least. Okay, maybe not actually. Okay, well, I'm not sure if you guys found the roofs or not. Oh, it was all lower pipes, okay. So that's probably why you guys got stuck. Well, I'm kind of surprised you guys haven't found this location at all. Because just looking at this actually has nothing to do with the step at all. You need the pipes on the upper floor to actually make anything out of it. There was one post with roofs that got ignored. Okay, I thought when I read this, I thought, oh wow, they found this in just a day. That's incredible. I thought it was going to take months. And I thought people had just worked it out, because why else would they post about trainer savers? But I guess you guys maybe didn't work out completely what I had in mind here. Can I explain the tent thing? I don't know what you mean. If you meant for scimitar shift. If you mean 4 slices will have no intent. There's basically 4 bars in the song which doesn't have like you only have the background instrument playing for those 4 bars, if that's what you meant. But yeah, there were a lot of memes with no intent meaning no intent. Also, so people thought, oh, we have to go to tent and then perform the no amount. But no, that was just a meme. What it is I'm doing, I am basically explaining all the steps for Crack the Clue 3. And yeah, I don't know if I explained it already, but the first pipe starts by going south and the last pipe ends by going west, which is what this means. But I think that was probably quite hard to work out, and the purpose of this was more just to give some ideas that you're looking for directions, just to make this step a little bit easier. But if you guys have any questions about this step, I can answer those, otherwise we're gonna move on to the next one, which I think is the one of the ground exchange. Alright, I don't see any questions. Here's one. Where do you emerge if you exit trainer savers from the south ladder? So it has 2 entrances. One is here, other one is here. But yeah, I think the main way people found this place was with the south and west, even though that had absolutely nothing, or at least not that I intended to make. So they found the right location, but with the wrong strategy. Okay, let's move on to the next step, which is this one. So here you would get a, you would probably be able to work out quite quickly that these are northwest, southeast, southwest and northeast, that this meant, and then you get an emote at the end. So you also notice that you don't have any information about how many steps northwest and so on that you have to go. So also another big hint for this step was it starts at Grand Exchange, which is a pretty big hint actually. If we go to Grand Exchange, where is it? Here. So maybe it is not that easy to see anything that you could make a correct clue out of in this place, but if you zoom in a little bit, you would actually see, oh, these tiles, they have a northwest, they have a northeast, southeast and a southwest. And that's kind of the idea here, where you can try to start to make something work. And that is also part of the solution. So you would also notice that this 2x2 areas are basically exactly the same, except they have a different rotation. So you would see in particular actually there is a bigger stone on all of them, and this one has basically a different rotation, or like a random rotation. So you could probably work out, okay, well actually these are kind of randomly rotated, which means it could be possible to create a correct clue tree here. And that was sort of the idea that you could start with. And now there's only one stone right next to this guy. Oh, he was called Brooks and Burson. So the idea here was, okay, you would start on the big stone here, and you would look on a clue. It was a northwest, southeast, southwest and so on. And the idea is that you simply just look for the closest 2x2 area that has this northwest. The closest one is right here, I think. So the next one would be southeast. Closest one is right here. Then you have southwest, which is here. Next one was southeast, and you just move on like this. Then northwest, right here, and so on. You continue like this. So actually you will notice that it is always possible to find the next stone by moving at most 2 tiles. Now you didn't actually need to know that you need to move 2 tiles. You could simply just move to the closest one, and that would also work. But also one thing you would have to work out was to not go to the same stone twice. Now there aren't really that many cases where that happens, where you actually get that option. So you could just guess the cases where you have multiple options, but that is basically how you solve this entire step. Now you did also notice there were some emotes at the end of this. So once you've done the northwest, southeast, southwest and so on, eventually here you would do this emote, and I think they have a good graph here where you can basically see the first path you do. So you move here, and then you will also notice that the emotes are always, or wait, well, the wave emote actually is always performed next to one of these people. So there's one wave done here. I think there's one done on this stone right here, right next to this guy. So this guy actually doesn't have any stones adjacent, so this one just diagonal instead. I think there's one over here as well with this guy, and then one here. And there are also emotes on some different stones, which of course we have to add something which you would not be able to guess without solving the puzzle. So we did need to place some emotes a bit more randomly. I don't fully remember where you're supposed to perform them, but in the end, if you did continue on with this whole sequence, you would end up right on, I think it was one of these two stones, and you would do the wave emote, and this guy would start talking to you and give you the next clue. So that was basically the solution to this step, but they did receive a hint to this because it was not solved quick enough, and the hints they got was 2 moves will be enough to get to the next one, but moving twice to the same one can't be done. You may be ignored, but don't be afraid to greet. Your response will be given as soon as you are complete. So you got the hint here, at most 2 moves, which you would see in the game. Also you can move at least, or at most, they will be at most 2 tiles away from each other. And you don't move to the same one twice. And then the wave emote is performed next to the NPCs, and the last NPC will give you a response. I think this one was solved quite quickly after this hint was given. And yeah, I think that is everything I wanted to explain with this step. If you guys have any questions, I can answer those if they're related to this step. How do you know to start in the GE? Yeah, so that was basically a hint with the previous step. The previous step would give you a solution which would tell you to talk to this guy. And that's basically the hint that you get, that, okay, so that means the next step could potentially start here at the ground exchange somewhere. And yeah, you were supposed to start on this tile right here, because it has stone on it. People suspected G tiles already. Yeah, I think usually what happened was a lot of the time people could expect or suspect the location, but they didn't really fully understand how to connect the things. But then once the riddle was given, the riddle gave a lot of hints there, so they would just quite quickly work out the way to connect things, and it would be solved quite quickly after that. It's pretty difficult to balance the hints when they have done something like that, because we either have to give a very insignificant hint for it to be able to last longer, but if we give insignificant hints only because we realize they have made good progress, that kinda disincentivizes them to make good progress, because if they make bad progress, would that mean they get bigger hints? So, you know, I didn't really want to do it, so every time we had to give quite a big hint anyway, which just led to steps being solved quite quickly if they had made good progress already. Will there be a video of the entirety of Crack Clue 3? I won't be making a video, but someone else might make it. Does the game know when you walk the correct tiles? I don't think so. I think you only had to perform the emotes in the correct locations and the correct order. Was the game environment changed after I created a solution? No, we didn't change anything in the game. Or, well, I guess Osman was removed. That was changed, but nothing other than that. That was unfortunate though. He was not supposed to be removed. What are my thoughts on the current rat experiment? I don't know what that is, unfortunately. Did I engineer each clue to use such minute details of the environment? Yeah, so I just made the clues based on the environment. So when I created character clue, I just run around in the game. Just try to look for something that we can make a character clue out of. So it's gonna have to be something that there is quite a lot of, that is kind of randomly placed out. I noticed the rotations of these 2x2 tiles. They are basically random. Okay, so we can do something out of that, and then, you know, you just try to make something out of it. So for this one, I thought, okay, maybe we can connect the close ones, for example. And that is basically how I created a lot of the steps. But I think those steps were a bit easier, because you could also do the same thing as I did. I did just run around in the game and look for ways that you could make a character clue, and then just try to make one yourself, and eventually you would probably get the same idea that I had. I think one idea I saw people look into, which ended up not being used, was the Lumbridge kitchen. So I was considering making something out of that. You can see the tiles on the floor here. They are basically randomly placed out. But the reason I didn't choose it was because well, there's a table here. You kind of have to rotate the camera a bit weirdly just to be able to see the tiles. Then you have a sink here. You can't really see the tiles here. So it was kind of difficult to fully make use of it, so I decided to just skip this one. But eventually I think we ended up with quite a lot of steps, which you could just look for something in the game, and you could just solve it that way. A lot of steps can be solved in the same way because of that. Hope you're doing well, Woox. Good to see you again. Thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you. I was wondering if you used already existing stuff in the environment, or if I went to Jagex and said I got an idea. Yeah, I didn't go to Jagex. I just used existing stuff in the game. Sorry about my voice, I have been talking more than I usually do. Oh yeah, actually one more thing about this step, which you probably would not realize. Actually, let me open... let me see if I can find it. So I have all the tiles laid out in an image somewhere. Okay, so here this shows, so the green tiles are the stones, blue ones are NPC, black ones are things you can't walk through, and the red lines is just the correct path you take. Now you can actually see that this actually uses almost, or maybe like 80 to 90% of the stones that are actually on the ground. So one thing I actually did for this step was to try to use as many stones as possible. And this turns out to be quite difficult actually. But I wrote a program to do it. Basically the strategy is to just try to make a line somewhere. Then after you have made the full connection, you try to split it up and make an improvement somewhere. And that was my strategy at least. But if anyone wants to try to use more stones than I did, then feel free to have a go, but it is quite difficult. But you can of course see some stones are left out. I'm not entirely sure if we can make use of this though. Because one of the constraints is also that you don't go back to a stone you have already stepped on. But yeah, I think that was everything for that step. Let's move on to the next one. I do not remember which one was next. Was it Ancient Salmon? Oh, there was another one actually after you have solved, I think it was in Match Catch. Oh yeah, here we gave another hint here. So there was one step you wouldn't necessarily know when it started. And the idea behind it was that actually you can just start on it whenever you want. If you do not find the solution, you will eventually realize that you will have found everything except the solution to this step. So you would know that, okay, well, the only thing we haven't used yet is the remaining letters of the match catch grid. This one. And so you could kind of suspect that, okay, we probably have to use this in some way. But we ended up giving a hint toward this instead, which doesn't actually tell you much, but it says, you may have been waiting for another instruction, but the next one will have to be found by deduction. I have hidden a riddle somewhere for you to find. All I will tell you is leave no letter behind. And then you have the signature again. So this basically just tells you to use all the letters, but we also gave that information in another hint somewhere earlier, so I kind of already knew that. So actually this is basically the hint you get, and that you're looking for a riddle, which basically just says you'll have to find next one by deduction, and that was basically all the info you got, but that was enough to solve it. I think the moment you knew that there was actually something more to find, it was not actually that hard to work it out. But the way you do it is, I don't know if they have marked it. But basically you would have, so you would look at the solution from the folklore, and then another one from the folklore, and plus minus from the scimitar and from numbers. You would mark all those letters, and then you would only use the remaining letters that have not been used yet. And I think the first one is it W? I think it was W. So you would start on the W, and then you would look in the alphabet. Okay, what position is W in the alphabet? Then you would move that many steps. That's like 23 or something. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and so on. You would count to 23. And you would also remove this letter. Then you would end up at some other letter. And you would just continue that until you have no letters left. And the letters you would step on would give you a riddle. I am not sure if they have don't know if they have this riddle somewhere. I can find it in my own documents though. So you would get this riddle, which says, whilst being somewhere deep within ancient land, between the tree and hollow log you must stand. First eat a banana and drink a regular beer, then dance, yawn, shrug and wave to summon me there. And you could basically just do what the riddle says. This one is pretty easy once you have the riddle. There is only one place in the game I was able to find fallen tree close to hollow log, which is in the wilderness, I think, around here somewhere. Somewhere around here, I think. And you would just drink a beer and then eat your banana and do the emotes, and that would summon the old man here. And actually this one was a little bit special also, because you didn't receive another clue after completing this. You would receive, you would instead be personally met by the mysterious old man. He would walk a path, something like this. Something, I don't remember the whole path. I think they might have marked it. Oh yeah, here's the whole path. He would walk this path. But yeah, this is basically then the step after this. You then do an emote here, and then he would disappear here. But yeah, I think this step was quite simple as soon as you knew that there was something to do. And the difficult thing was just working out that there was actually something to do. I think that was quite hard because you still had like probably like half the letters are used in this step, which is probably more than you would expect. But yeah, basically the idea is if you don't know that there is a solution here, then you would not work on it. And eventually the only thing left to work on would be the remaining letters here. So you would eventually work out that, okay, we have to do something with letters. And that is basically the way you would start working on it if you didn't work on it earlier. You can try searching and catch up for the solution explanations and images of every clue and hint. Yeah, it's just pretty big. I'm not sure if they have good images also. But you can also see the solutions. If you read this channel. But yeah, let's move on to the next one. I think I have a question actually. My only question, was it difficult to create a rhyme scheme for each of the hints? So sometimes it was difficult, but I used a site called Rhyme Zone. You can just type in the word here. Let's say you wanna, usually what I did, I just try to find something. Maybe I have a word I wanna use. Let's say I have the word clue. Then just search and it will give you, okay, can rhyme with blue and so on. I just use this little tool here. Yeah, this one helped quite a lot. But sometimes it was difficult to find rhyming words that I wanted to use. Sometimes there just wasn't really a good rhyme to use. If you have like direction, most of these words are kind of odd, like dissection, erection, injection. Probably not really the words we want to use here. So some words are just pretty difficult to make a rhyme out of. So in some cases it ended up taking more time, and sometimes less time based on if I could find a rhyme or not. Let's move on to the next one, I think. So let's do the woo woo next. So this one you are not really given much info at all. You are just given this pretty much. So you have the ghost here. Woo 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 woo, and that was the clue. And you have to solve it based on this. I think the first thing people pointed out is it's difficult to tell if there's a if there's actually a solution here or not, and I think that was because Jagex decided to add the hood from this clue as well. So you might have thought, okay, the woos maybe are just a side thing. But when I made this step, I don't really decided where we're gonna put rewards yet. So I didn't really expect them to put reward here. I think that kinda threw people off a little bit. So I think I confirmed somewhere that yes, this is actually a step. But in order to spawn the ghost, you would have to equip some items. I can't remember what it was. I think it was a helmet, an amulet, and body, legs, and boots. I can't remember exactly which items, but essentially, because you had the helmet, amulet, body, legs, and boots, normally the way you would communicate with ghosts is you would have your ghost speak amulet, of course, or your Mauritania legs, but those slots were already used by other items, so you could not use the ghost speak amulet to talk to the ghost this time. So instead you would have to work out okay, what is the ghost trying to tell us if we can't use the ghost speak amulet as usual. So the idea here is so actually the idea here is that you are using a special ghost speaking equipment, but I think that the part was probably a little bit difficult to work out because there isn't really any hints towards that. You kind of just have to guess that. And so the solution is to use those 5 items as part of the decoding process. I think they might have something about it in the catch-up. Right here, so you have the body tiara, you have the diamond amulet, bronze plate body, ornate legs, and leather boots. And essentially the way you would solve it is just type them out: body tiara, diamond amulet, oops, bronze plate body, ornate legs, and leather boots. And so you would just check how many O's are in the conversation. So you see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you would essentially just move that many steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You would skip the spaces like we usually do in the correct clue. And you get the first letter T. Then you have 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. T-I. Then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, wait. I starts on I. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Tile. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You end up with E. Tile, and there you have the first item, and you would continue like that. You would get all the other items you need. So it was actually pretty simple. So after you get to the last item, you would again just start over from the beginning. But I think this was probably quite difficult to work out that the equipment was related. But basically, yeah, the idea is you use the equipment as your ghost speaking ability here. Normally you would have the ghost speaking amulet, but in this case you have other equipment to speak with the ghost. But we gave a hint for this eventually, which said the ghost gives you the information you need, but without the right equipment you won't proceed. Once you know what to do, you shall go about 4 laps, but the correct path won't be found on any maps. One thing you would notice that would help you solve this with this hint was the length of the O's would be about 4 times longer than the length of the characters in the item names, and I think people found that eventually and started to move forward from there. But that is one of the connections you can make there. And yeah, of course this path won't be found on the map. But yeah, once you had made that connection, I think you solved this quite easily. What do I think when you were looking at the sled place? I've not seen that. After the hint, people were arguing what some words in the hint meant, like his tradition, which made the discussion not exactly helpful, so I just looked at things to lap. Yeah, so usually the hints have different ways you can interpret them, and that's kind of the idea, so you can basically to give people ideas that they can look into. We usually use some quite abstract wording, which can mean multiple things. Where do the 5 items come from? Yeah, that's from the previous step. Yeah, they're given as part of the solution of the previous step. And that's usually a thing in Credit Glue 3. The things you ended up with from the previous step are the things you need for the next step. But usually it's just the location, but there are 2 steps where we use the items as well. Let's see, any more questions? This and Dead End are my 2 favorites from Credit Glue 3. Alright. Yeah, I think I've seen lots of different favorites from different people. I guess people have different opinions on which steps are good and which one are less good. But yeah, let's move on to the next one, I think. Which one was that? Not sure which one it was. I guess I can check catch up. Oh wait, was this solved before numbers? Okay. So then you had the numbers, which we've already gone through. And then you had the ghost here. I think one... Okay, yeah, so Ancient Summon probably was the next one. I think we did them in the wrong order a little bit. Oh yeah, numbers hasn't been used. Okay, let's do numbers. So numbers, you were given only this to begin with. So now there is actually a second half of this, but people actually found the solution before they found the second half. So essentially you can actually find a solution with only the first half here, but you would need to know what is behind the question marks before you can fully complete it. But yeah, very little information was given here. I think one of the main ideas you can look for here is 0 in particular. So you can see numbers between 0 and 12. Okay, so you would have to think, okay, what could we find that there are 0 of that would also be something that could be found. So usually if you have 0, that means it would be nothing, so you wouldn't be able to find it. But you have to try to think of something where 0 is possible. And again, this one you can solve in the same way as a lot of other steps. You simply look in game, look for random patterns somewhere in the game, like this floor for example. But the right location in the end would be the stronghold of security, and I think that the stronghold of security was quite an anticipated one. I think people looked into the stronghold quite early on for like early as a micro clue before they really got to this step. They looked at the stronghold because it's a little, I guess it's a little bit of a suspicious place. But once you go down here, actually I think someone almost solved this step without a hint in like 6 hours. Let me show you guys this. So now it's of course it's quite funny to look at what people have said about the stronghold of security in the channel where it was relevant. And you can see this guy posted, I believe this was like 6 hours after they received this clue. And you can kind of see that he's talking about the stronghold security, and but the thing he did not do correctly was he was counting NPCs. So 4 catabellons or whatever that is. In next room there are 6 NPCs and then there are 8 NPCs. And that was almost the right solution in 6 hours. But the only difference here was instead of counting NPCs, you count the lamps here. So the first room has 4 lamps. And now if you look on the clue, first number is 4. You then go to the next room. You would count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 6. I guess that's behind the camera. You guys didn't see. But I did have an image of this somewhere. With the amount of lamps in the stronghold. So we would do 4, 6, 2. So we would start in the room with 4. And then we would say, okay, the next one has 6. And you have 3 different options. You can go here for 6, go here for 4, go here for 2. But you would say the next number is 2. So you would go to 2. And then you only have the option of 0 if you don't want to go back. And here's basically one thing you could find which has 0, because there are 0 lamps in this room. And that is what the 0 meant, which I think you could probably get an idea with that if you're trying to look for things that the numbers could represent. But yeah, the full path, I don't remember the full path, but it goes like here. And then, I don't remember, but something like, yes, some path, something like this. And then, so the thing you would need next would be the other half of this clue, which they didn't have yet, but that would give them the emotes. I don't know where that clue went, but let's see, do I have an image of this? I should have an image somewhere. Oh yeah, so here's the emotes you received. So the way you could also see that this should be combined is that these question marks represent the ones that were not question mark here, and this question mark represent what wasn't the question mark here. So you can combine this, replacing the question marks with the emotes. And the full path, I should have a image. Essentially, if you drew out the whole path, you would find that the emotes are supposed to be performed between this room and this room, then between this room and this room, between this room and this room, and between this room and this room. So we'd have to work out exactly in what order based on those numbers, and then perform the emotes in the right order. And then at the end you also had, so at the end you would end up with number 7, which is the amount of lamps in the final room. But it wouldn't really tell you what to do next. But you could probably guess that, well, there's only really one thing to do in the room, which is to search the chest in the middle. So you could probably work that out quite easily. And I think they solved this one without a hint actually, but we did give a hint to tell them that they needed more information, but this didn't really help them actually solve it. But it says information seems to be missing, it appears. Guessing it would take 500,000 years. However, the numbers can be solved on their own, and it wouldn't help much if the rest was known, or if the rest was shown. That being said, you may still get involved, but you won't finish until the questions are resolved. So there's actually a small thing you could notice here also. It says 500,000 years. And now that you guys have sent a solution, if you were to count how many ways could we choose the emotes, you would be able to see that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of missing information. And now if you do the math, there is about 20 emotes. If you choose 8, there are about that many combinations, whatever this number is. And if you were to assume that testing each one takes like 5 minutes, you would end up testing for this many seconds. And if you do the maths here, you would get this many hours, this many days, or this many years, which is about 500,000, not really 500,000, depends on how much time you spend banking and so on. So it's kind of just an approximate with 500,000. But it would be at least in the 6-digit amount of years it would take to brute force the emotes, which you can't really do. I don't know if anyone actually worked that part out though, but that was kind of a small hint towards that. Having multiple clues work together was fun, but it was rough both not knowing originally that you couldn't solve a clue yet. Yeah, the idea was to have them early on. The problem and the reason this one was split up was because I actually ended up with 5 different paths in the end, and there was only supposed to be 4. So I had to combine 2 clues somewhere, and I think the easiest one to combine was this one, because I could split up the emotes and the numbers. But yeah, I think probably what we should have done is we should have added a riddle somewhere that says you need more information to actually solve this. But yeah, I think it worked out okay in the end anyway, because we gave out that in the weekly hints. Anyway, I don't know if there are any questions about this. Not entirely sure how long it would have taken for people to realize it was lamps without the map, Rupert's map.
The sound of prime.
Oh yeah, actually I think someone made a map which marked the lamps. I think you can see the lamps on the sides here. I guess that probably did help people a little bit working it out. think the next one, if you guys don't have any questions on this one. Also thank you Tommy Maximus for the subscription. Welcome to the swamp. What am I making Crackle Cliff for? I probably won't make Crackle Cliff for. Someone else might make it though. But we're gonna move on to the next one. And the next one will be Ancient Summon, I think. So for this one, I think I talked about this earlier, but the location it started at would be somewhere around here, and you would get the mysterious old man walk in a path here. I think the path is somewhere around here, something like this. And he would do a spin over here, then a jump for joy over here, and then he would despawn over here. So this one was quite difficult, I think, but you do kind of get a little bit of a hint with the location once again. It is starting with the starting in the wilderness, and the wilderness is related here toward the solution as well. Another small hint you kind of can see is the path goes a little bit zigzag here. And actually, I'm quite surprised that people didn't solve it with the zigzagging, because there was a lot of talk about the wilderness ditch early on, but not for this step. It was for another step that had the V's and the powers on it. People noticed, okay, it kind of goes down and up a little bit, like the V's and powers, but the wilderness ditch also goes in kind of a zigzag format. And that was kind of one of the connections you could see here to start working or to try to make a connection and try to see how could we make this path into something that can be found in game. I have a picture of this somewhere. So if you start on the left side here, you would see that, or you would end up, let's move this to the end. So this is the west part of the wilderness ditch. So the idea here is you would count the amount of straight segments. You would see that is about, or it is exactly 4 steps long. And now if you look at the path the man took, you would see 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is also 4 steps long. And then you would continue. So you would say there's a kind of diagonal here, which is supposed to mean turn left. Then you have a straight segment again, which this time is 3 steps. And you would say the man would do the same thing, turn left, and then 1, 2, 3 steps. And you would just continue like this, turn right, 4 steps. You would say the man do the same thing. And so you would be able to work out that actually the man is just doing whatever the wilderness ditch is doing. So you could just follow the ditch. Now you would also notice there is a bit of a special case here. If you look at this in game, it looks like this. Kind of looks like a bump. So it kind of goes straight but also turns. So this is a bit of a special case. And you would be able to see what the old man does here. He does a spin over here, exactly at that point. So you could work that out, that okay, this bump probably means a spin. And now once you got to the end of this, you would see the man do another thing, which was a jump for joy over here. So you could probably guess that okay, the ending here means jump for joy. And now I saw a little bit of a tricky part, but you only really needed to find this segment to really know that okay, we have found something which matches really well. We probably should continue looking into this. You might try to look into this one, but it is a little bit different than the rest, so I did decide to skip this one because it turns right early on one side, but it turns right a bit later on the other side, so you end up with not really knowing is this one step or is it two steps. So I decided to skip that one, instead just go straight, continue here. You would see the same thing, or you would say the old man continues the pattern there instead. So it's like 3 more steps, and then it turns, then like 4 steps, turns again, and eventually he just disappears. But one of the things you would notice that, okay, well actually, we only really used this part of the wilderness stitch, and that's only like a 4th maybe. So you could probably guess that, okay, we're probably supposed to continue that path to find the rest of it. And that is exactly what you were supposed to do. I don't have the full path, but I think it continues something like this. Let's see here. I think it goes up here through this, continues down somewhere here and ends somewhere around here. So also one thing you probably would notice is, well actually after a left turn there always has to be a right turn, then always has to be a left, then a right again, and you would kind of notice that the path the man takes always kind of goes zigzag in the same direction until eventually you end up with this gap here where you turn left, then it is a gap, and then you again turn left, which actually changes the direction, and eventually just starts moving zigzag in this direction instead. So you would also notice there is a bump right here as well, which you probably would be able to guess has the same meaning as this bump, which is the spin out. Then you would also notice the gap here, which you could probably guess has the same meaning as the gap here. So there were 2 more emotes to perform here, and then eventually once the ditch ends, you did actually get the message from the man. Don't know if it is in the Discord, but he does say, "Don't forget your spade." So you could probably work out that you need to bring a spade and that you did need to dig at the end. And that is how you solve that step. Don't need any items for it. Just need to perform the 4 modes at the right locations. So one interesting thing about this step actually is I tried to look for a way to place this entire path on the map without going through any obstacles, and I think this particular spot is the only one in the game that I could find at least. So if you walk this whole path, you would see it does not go through any obstacles. It very neatly like dodges the torches and stuff and rocks and everything. Very neatly goes through the obelisk without going through the obstacle. So that was quite fun. And at the end you would also get a piece of the armor set, whatever it's called. Don't remember what it was called. Oh yeah, also we did give a hint for this, I forgot to mention that. Because it was not solved without a hint, so we eventually gave one. Which says, between the entrance and exit lies the path you seek. Split up into 4, but skip the one that is unique. Toward the east you will see the path extend. Spin out the bump, jump at the gap, and dig at the end. So this first line is kinda smart actually. You would think between the entrance and exit, okay, so you probably would think dungeons maybe. But actually, the real solution is the entrance and exit towards the wilderness, which is of course just a straight line, which is probably not what you would initially expect. So there was something to work out there. And then split up into 4. You also could see, well, the ditch is split up into 4. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 segments of it. And then you told you to skip the one that is unique. You can probably quite easily guess that it would be this one. And then extend the path towards the east. We did give that hint as well. I think this one was solved quite quickly, or it was solved on the same day at least. Like most steps, usually if they did solve it, they did solve it on the same day that we gave the hint. It was a bit difficult to get the balance right. So usually, if you haven't solved it on the first day that the hint is given, then you probably won't solve it. I think people also noticed this and spent more time on the day the hint was given than on the days after it. Did I do a pathfinding program? Yes, so when I started making Critical Clue 3, one of the first things I did was that I extracted a bunch of data from RuneLite. One of the things I extracted was the tiles that you can walk on, in case I want to use that. And also item spawns and NPCs and so on. I also grabbed the examine info of a lot of items and NPCs. And objects and other stuff that could be useful. That I could then just write a program, okay, search through all the paths and which path could you technically take. I could just write a program to find it quite easily without having to run through the game the whole time. So that was quite helpful in creating the steps. One of the fun ones where someone came out of nowhere to announce they had solved it. So I didn't really read all the messages. There are probably a lot of fun stuff happening in the Discord, but there was just a bit too much for me to read, so I haven't really read all of it. But the next step, which I think is cleverly designed, I did read this one a bit. So we're gonna move on to this one next if you guys don't have any more questions. How did you feel when we were looking at the wilderness stage during cleverly designed? Oh yeah, because it said diagonals, right? So that was quite interesting because of course we had so there's a hint given here somewhere which says something about diagonals. Where is it? Oh yeah, here, zigzagging. So once they saw this zigzagging in this hint, they start looking at the wilderness stage which is quite... I thought it was interesting that people did not see this zigzagging right here, because this is also zigzagging, so any zigzagging things you find in game could be related to both this and cleverly designed, of course. So it was interesting, people only looked into the zigzag for cleverly designed, but not for this step. Another unfortunate consequence with this step is that on Rupert's map the ditch is corrupted. I'm not sure if I've seen that map. On the maps I've seen the ditch looks fine though. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Rupert's map in that case. Oh, it's a thread. Okay, let's see. Can I find it? I don't think I've read through all of these threads. I'm not sure where you has the other map. Is the HD map we're using Wildy Ditch? Oh yeah, so here you do have the wilderness path. Is it corrupted though? This segment seems quite long. That looks right to me. Oh, that's the fixed one? Okay. I don't know where the other one is. Here's a link to Critical 3 Discord. There is, I think. I'm not sure how you found it though. I think if you go to my YouTube video, there is a link in the description to the Discord. If you wanna join the Discord. Resources. I'm not sure. I would suggest just go to my video with card clue, and you can find a link in the description. What's the button for link? Oh, okay, it was hidden. Okay, it's in the chat now. But yes, the next one is cleverly designed. I think this one was one of my personal favorites. The riddle is a lot less useful here though, as you guys will notice. But essentially I thought this one was probably gonna be a bit too easy, so I figured we can't really make too big of a hint here with the riddle, which is why I decided to go for a bit of a weaker riddle. So it says, a solution to a problem can be difficult to find. Sometimes absolutely nothing springs to your mind. Once it's found, it may seem like you were blind, but in reality the problem was just cleverly designed. So as you can see, this doesn't really point to anything as concrete as the other riddles. So you can probably get a good idea that these are just kind of more general than the other hints were, and probably not as helpful as the others, but I think that was probably quite difficult to work out as well, because it could obviously be kind of anything. As you guys have seen, the solutions to Critical can be pretty much anything. But basically the idea here, with the riddle at least, is you're supposed to look for something quite simple. Probably don't dig too far into any theories and just look for more simple stuff. And actually you could find this right on the screen where the hint was or where the riddle was, or where the clue was received. So you would have these 7 items. I'm gonna bring this with me and show you guys. Now, so the tricky part was also you need to have these items in the right order. So you would see here it says half full strength pot, wine of Samrock, Law Rune. I'm gonna try to reorder this in my inventory. And then fish food, earth tiara, coal, logs, and the chemist. Now if you guys see this picture here, and this was kind of one of the really tricky things I made with this step, which is that hold on. Yeah, which is most people will not have fish food in their bank, but they will have the law rune, and usually the way people bring items to the location is, okay, let's take out the items I have in the bank. Okay, let's search law rune. Okay, I do have that. Nice, take it. And search fish food. I don't have that. So let's take that. Let's grab it later. And then you just continue, and you would basically miss. You would basically get the wrong order because you were unlikely to have the items in all in your bank, which would often mess up the order here. But if you did get the order right, all you really had to do was you go to the chemist, you speak to him, so you would get the wait, how I messed this up? Okay, I don't know, I'm not sure, but you would get the, I'm not sure how you solve this step, I don't really solve it myself, but you would receive this when you talk to him. And now actually all you had to do after receiving that clue was to examine items. There is actually another mistake you can make here, which is to have the RuneLight plugin, which shows items. So you did have to disable that as well. That is another mistake that I think people probably would make. But now once you had examined all of that, all you really had to do was read the chat box vertically. So you would be able to find iron ore. You would be able to find rope. You would be able to find pie shell. And then the next one probably a bit more tricky, because I don't think people normally speak to this NPC, but he's called Narf. And that was the entire solution, you could basically do this like 5 seconds after you get a clue. You have the items right here, the chat box is right here. You could basically just do it right away. And so because it kind of felt like an easy step in one way, because it is just right in front of you. But when I thought, is this going to be easy or hard, I think it felt like this had potential to be hard as well. Because, well, if you didn't have fish food in your bank, you probably would get the order in this order instead. If you try to examine in this order, you would not get the right order of the examine text, so you would not be able to spell out the items. So because of this, I thought this probably could be quite hard as well. I think this step was the most difficult to tell if it was going to be easy or hard. I had a feeling this could be one of the easiest steps, could also be one of the hardest, and I just don't really have a clue. But in the end, I would say this probably was one of the hardest. As you guys will see, we gave 4 hints in total for this before they solved it. So let's look through the hints. There are a bit of also I haven't really explained yet, but there were some characters here you also received, which you don't actually need, but they do help you, because I would expect people probably don't really know what Narf is, so you'd end up only finding these 3 items, and then you would probably think, okay, I'm done here. But where do I take these 3 items? You probably wouldn't know. And so at that point you were supposed to use these letters W space YFN. And now if you look next to the item, you can see that it actually spells out the letters to the left and to the right. So you had W, which goes to the space, then Y, F, N, then space again, and then a V, which matches that part. And then there was another diagonal, I think, on this side, N, O, U, continues like that. So you'd get the diagonal on both sides basically, but you didn't really have to find this to solve the solution. It was more to help you just to help you realize that, okay, this is actually the real solution, and also to help you find Narf here. But we did post some hints towards this one. So let's go through those. The first one was cleverly hidden with misalignment by design between the sides of a zigzagging line. The solution lies in a not so hidden place, but the designer has made it difficult to trace. So this hint probably was a bit more difficult than the other hints, but essentially you could look, particularly look into the misalignment. Okay, what can we misalign? And well, one of the ideas you could get is, if we have text somewhere and then we read it in the wrong direction, that would give us text that is misaligned. For example, in the book, if you read vertically, you would get misaligned text. So I thought people can get the idea here, okay, we might be looking at reading text vertically, and that is one of the ideas you could get here. But then there are a few different places where you have text vertically, and I think the chat box probably wasn't one of the places you would be able to expect to read vertically, especially with predefined text that was already in the game. But then you do get the other parts here. The solution lies in a not so hidden place. which is of course the chat box. It's pretty much always visible for most people when they play the game. But the designer has made it difficult to trace, and that was probably a bit more difficult to work out. So the tracing part, actually reading letters vertically, is actually more difficult than most people realize, I think. And then the zigzagging line points towards these letters, which probably didn't really give you that much of help. But if you did want to try to make use of these letters, then it might have helped you a little bit at least. I would say this hint was probably more difficult than most other ones. But the next hint was really big. I think people did not realize how big this hint is though. So here's the second hint. A setup will need to be completed before you begin. After that, the solution will be contained within. While the information on the clue may guide you, the solution could be found without it too. So particularly these two lines is really big. I think people did not really fully understand how big this is, but if the information isn't on the clue, there are very few options where the information could be, because you do need to have some information to actually solve it. And probably the most intuitive thing to do was, if it is not on the clue, then it is probably on the solution that got you the clue. So that would be basically either the location or the items or the NPC, or maybe the particular potatoes that you found these items at. There aren't really many ways you can do it without any information on a clue. I think people kind of misinterpreted this though, because they didn't really realize, okay, well, how could we solve it without information? Well, we do need some information to actually solve it. Okay, so they thought, okay, probably the clue means the solution could be found without some of it too. I think people just kind of assumed some of the information would be needed, but not all. But no, you do not need any of the information. But I think people kind of fell a little bit on that part. And now the first part also is quite helpful. The setup will need to be completed before you begin. After that, the solution will be contained within, which of course just means examine items, and then the solution will be contained in the chat box. I'm a bit surprised people didn't solve it after this step, because there aren't really many. I thought there weren't really many options you could look into, but we did end up having to give a third hint, and I thought, okay, people are probably gonna solve this for sure now, but it turned out I was wrong again. So let's look at the third hint. So it says, after the setup, 2 ahukas can be found at the start, with the solution split up with some distance apart. Between what is given lies the solution in the middle, somewhere within twice as many rows as this riddle. And I thought probably the way people are gonna solve this now, they're gonna say, okay, there are 4 rows in the riddle, so we're gonna look for 8 rows. Okay, so what has 8 rows in the game? I thought the connection there with the chat box probably was quite easy to see, but it turned out to not be that easy. People did actually mention though there are 7 items and 1 NPC, that is in total 8 things. And if you do look in the history, you can see people actually talking about that. I think someone even posted the examine text of the chemist. But somehow they didn't find it all. But yeah, the idea here is basically 8 rows. You kind of make the connection to the chat box there. And then you have all the other hints setup will need to be completed. Okay, we're probably gonna fill a chat box with something. I don't know if we had any hints towards the items though. I don't think so. You would have to find 8 items or 8 things to put in, or 8, I guess 8 rows to fill up the chat box. But yeah, the idea is just to use the items in an NPC that were used or where you started. And then you would have the quite easy to see confirmation here with the Ahuka has. So if you just read the first letter here, you can see the Ahuka has. And here was a little bit of a tricky part also. The 2 was actually just the number 2 and not actually 2 different Ahukas. So that was a little bit of a tricky part there. But I just felt like this riddle probably a bit too easy with the 8 rows here. So I was looking, how can I make it more difficult? Okay, let's split out the 2 from the Ahukas. That probably made it slightly more difficult. But it turned out this probably was still too difficult because I didn't solve it. So we did end up having to give 1 more riddle after this. Which says yellow, red, blue, blue, brown, green, and a tan and white. Together they will bring the solution within sight. Have you seen a beige color in a rectangular shape? Welcome to old school RuneScape. So at this point, I think this line in particular probably is a bit too obvious, but they had already received so many riddles at this point. So I figured we're gonna give an easier hint. There are only a few places where you can find it. Welcome to old school RuneScape. There it is, the first thing you see when you log in. I think it's also on the login screen somewhere. But a beige color in a rectangular shape with this text, and pretty much only the chat box it could be. And people found it quite quickly. And then you have the second part, or I guess the first part, but you use this secondly. Yellow, red, blue, blue, brown, green, tan and white, which is the colors of the items. Yellow for the strength pot, then the wine is red, lower rune is blue, the earth, oh wait, wrong order. Then you had the fish food, which is blue again. You have the brown for the earth tiara. You have the green for coal, you have the tan for logs, and then the chemist have the white outfit. And then, so this actually created quite a bit of discussion of whether is coal green? Is it? And I did actually try to look this up because I couldn't quite tell, is green the best way to explain this color? But I believe, yes, it is actually green. So I just copied the RGB from the color and pasted it into some site, and it told me the color name. I think it told me the name kelp with a green shade, but then I looked up, is kelp a color? No, that's not really officially a color. So okay, I'm just gonna go with green for this, I think. But yeah, that confused people a little bit because coal and green, yeah, that's not really how it works in real life. But, you know, RuneScape is not like real life, so I guess anything is possible in RuneScape. But yeah, that was all the hints for that step. Let's see, I think I had something more I wanted to say about this. Oh yeah, so there were, as I explained earlier, there are quite a lot of different mistakes you can make, which basically would make it unsolvable. Either you mess up the order of the items, or you have the RuneLite price plugin on, which takes up extra rows in the chat box. That's also gonna mess it up. And also probably most people don't even bring the items to the NPC, they just go check Discord. Let's see. Oh, a new clue, guys. New clue. Here it is, and they just don't really have a clue. Oh, what were the items we used? I don't know. And they probably would not be able to solve it without that as well. And probably if this goes unsolved for a long time, probably people are gonna start to think, okay, gotta be something complex. But no, it's not actually complex, it's just quite creative. But you know, people kind of get into the wrong thinking path from there as well. So there were just a lot of different mistakes you could make here. That would basically just mess it up for you. I think that is... Oh yeah, so one more thing actually. I did have to write a program to be able to find this. And I think that is one thing I spent probably a little bit too much time on. I think it took like 20 hours to find this. The big issue here is there are like 400 different items which we can use as a solution. Now we have to choose between these 400 items. You have to pick you have to pick 7 items and 1 NPC, which means the amount of possibilities here is like 400 to the power of 8. This is a little bit too much to brute force, so I had to spend a bunch of time writing some more smarter stuff to work out a solution which actually is long enough. So that was basically the tricky part I spent a bunch of time on. So the first thing I tried, okay, we're gonna pick a word here, pick the longest word. It's probably gonna be a word with 8 letters long, so I'm gonna look for, I'm gonna try to brute force every 8 letter combination. Okay, so the first is P here, so we're gonna find a examine text with P, then another one with an I right below, then E right below, and so on. So I tried that first, but when I ran the program it never finished running, so I think that solution was too slow. And you probably could have calculated this as well. And there probably are like 20 different, like if you consider there are like 20 different characters or so, considering Q and Z, and those are a bit less common. And like 400 different examine texts, you probably would end up with like an average of 20 different possibilities each time. So you still end up with 20 to the power of 8. And then you have to try starting at different letters as well. So that's like another like 20 or 30 combinations. So you still end up with a big number, and then you have to try every 400 items. That could be, no, it's not 400, it's like 40 maybe, that are like 80 or 8 letters long. And I think this just ended up being too much to brute force still. So the next thing I did to try to speed it up was, okay, we're gonna choose the longest word and also the second longest word. That gives us about 400 times 400 possibilities. It is small enough that you can brute force. But because you now have 2 letters that must match, it's gonna fail really quickly. I think that one usually fails pretty much instantly. And that is basically how I managed to make the program run quick enough. There was a little bit of engineering to get it right, fixing some bugs and stuff like that. But eventually when I made that program and I ran it, it finished running in like 2 minutes to brute force every possibility. And these 8 items that I used were among the best I could find. But yeah, I just looked through a lot of the good options that I had and picked the one that I liked. So I would say this probably was the most difficult step to actually design, just because I had to write some more clever code for it. Will I post some of the programs I made on GitHub? I don't think so. It's not really that well structured. I just wrote some code quickly to get the things done, you know. And then after that the code just doesn't really matter anymore, so I didn't really bother making it look good. So I don't think I will publish it. Any more questions? Woox should make an escape room for Jagex at the next Runfest. I don't know about that. I spent a lot of time making Crack the Clue already. Don't know if I wanna spend a lot of time making more puzzles. I have some other projects I wanna work on, so don't really have any more collaborations with Jagex planned right now. But I guess anything is possible. Will I stream when the Treasure 2 post release? Yes, I think I will. Okay, let's see. I think if there are no more questions on this step, I think we're gonna move on. Oh no, actually guys. Oh, can I find this? In cleverly designed. Oh, can I find out when they solved this? I can see when the hint was given. Oh yeah, here. So actually I think one thing I have seen people not really understand completely was the first riddle. It says, once it's found, it may seem like you were blind. And I think people didn't really understand this part. It actually is, it had some meaning to it. And actually if you read the chat when they were trying to solve this, you can kind of get an idea. I'm gonna try to find the beginning. There's quite a lot of stuff to read though. So at some point they did find the chat box. There's an image of the chat box somewhere. Okay, here. So I think it took about 40 minutes or so before they got this chat box where they have everything. So they found in the hint, okay, it says to a hookah has. And from here on, all you really had to do was read vertically. So there's rope spelled out there, and then you have the iron ore. But it is pretty difficult to actually see this, and this is what the second or what the riddle was referring to. Once it's found, it may seem like you were blind. And now actually if you read the chat here, like the first things people talk about is it's gonna be an AQP puzzle, which it actually is, but still let's see if I can find it. Where is it? I'm pretty sure there were like 4 different people saying, oh, it's an AQP puzzle, it's an AQP puzzle, guys. Also, another tricky thing is when they post it in Discord, it doesn't work anymore because it doesn't have the same font. So if you try to read the rope, it kind of doesn't align anymore. So it didn't really work in this format. You kind of had to use the chat box. But yeah, you can kind of see people have the idea, okay, we read it vertically, and this was at 12:29. And then time goes on, we still haven't found it. Pretty sure there's someone talking about AQP somewhere. Or it might have been posted before the chat box. I can't find it. But essentially it took them quite a lot of time. Even though they were trying to read vertically, you can see it from the conversations, they still did not really see it. And that's kind of what the riddle was referring to as well. Might seem like you were blind. There is one good part though. Eventually someone posts iron ore. Let's see if I can find it. It took quite a lot of time though before someone found an iron ore. So I think 12:29 was when they found the chat box. Now we're 13:05, they still don't really know what to do with it. There's one guy though. Which also doesn't have a Discord avatar. And he just posts the first item is the iron ore. I'm gonna try to find it. So we're at 13:24, they still don't know what to do with it. I think it took about an hour before someone found the iron ore. Oh yeah, I think somewhere around here. Panicked by iron ore. So this guy just posts starts with iron ore. It's a pretty much brand new guy. No one really knows him, doesn't have an avatar, and people just saying you might not want to trust this guy, I think someone said somewhere. And then there's another guy. Where is it? I'm pretty sure I saw someone type somewhere. He basically said, guys, I'm staring at the screen, I don't see iron ore, where is it? And then it just turned out, well, it is... well, you just had to read iron ore, and there it is. I paused it. Oh yeah, here's me trying to find a way to trace iron ore in exam text to get ahead of Musa. People are just looking for iron ore, and just, I don't know where it is, I don't know. Where is it? But yeah, there were also people talking about a QP puzzle early on, which this kind of is, but still weren't really able to see it. I can't really find all the messages for it though, but you can kind of see the iron ore was found 1324. Then I think like 5 minutes later. Damn, this is hard. This is guy who's solving it, and he's like, oh, it's so hard. But all you really have to do, just read vertically. But rope as well. And then after he found the rope, it took him some time. Like 10 minutes before he found the whole solution. Yeah, I found someone in the chat said, reckon it's like a AQP type solution. Yeah, thumbs up. So people pretty much had a good idea on what to do, but it was still just pretty difficult to do. I think the really difficult thing to work out here was how could it be an AQP, or like how could you make anything out of this if the text is predefined. And yeah, that was also one of the difficult things with creating this step. Also, one thing I remember when I made this step. So I of course I made this looking through and marking all of those, and then I thought, okay, it looks good. And then when I went on to testing this, I examined the text again, and then myself, I also made the same mistake. I'm just staring at the screen and like, wait, where is it? Is there a bug in here? I don't see the solution anymore. Even though I created this myself, and I don't see it anymore. I think it turns out to be pretty difficult to actually see it if you, like, even if you know what to look for. Like, trying to read vertically is so unintuitive that it is still hard to find. I kind of thought there was a bug in here until I had to look up where exactly it was, because I had an image of it. I think I had this image saved, which helped me find it. Also, I think if you read what the guy who solved it actually wrote, you can see he found the iron ore but not the other items. So I think what he probably did, he used these letters, and that's also something you can do. But I think it is much harder. So essentially, you can look for W, then you can look for a Y that is somewhere close to W. Essentially, you have the W here, you have W here, you can just mark all of those. I guess this is kind of another way you can solve it, but I think this is much harder because, well, the actual solution is just read vertically. I think there are only like 4 W's, then there's supposed to be a Y. Y. So you can just look through this and mark all the Y's that you can find. So you would probably know that, okay, W and Y probably should be close together, so probably either this or this. Then you can go to the next one, F. And you can sort of solve it this way as well. I think this is probably how the guy solved it. There's an F here, F here, F. But essentially there are no F close to these two. So you can probably assume, okay, the W is here, Y is here, then one of these F's is the correct one. And you can just sort of work your way through here. There's only really one spot left to look at now. Oh, here's an F actually. Okay, there was an F. So you probably had to look at one more letter then with N. Because yeah, you can have 2 options now. So with N, you have an N here. So you kind of have some more options here actually. So I guess you had 2 good options there of what it could be. But eventually at some point you would get a letter where it's no longer close to this part. And you could just work out what the remaining part would be, where the letter could be. Also another thing I've seen people mention, we used underscores instead of an actual space. The reason behind that, there is actually a reason, and that is because there's a double space here. Now if you actually type a double space on the clue, it isn't entirely obvious if it is a double space or a single space. I think you can work it out that it is a double space, but I thought it was more clear to use underscores. And then another point is I don't think this fits on one line. It might do, but I kind of did want to split it up, and if we do split it up, that means there's going to be a new line here. And then people might think, okay, new line probably means a space, but it really doesn't. So I think the underscores made more sense in this case. Anyway, I think that is probably everything I wanted to say with this step. There's quite a lot of small details that make it kind of interesting. I think people didn't like this step that much though, because they needed 4 hints to solve it. I think if they had solved it earlier, they probably would have liked it a bit more. But anyway, let's move on to the next one. I think there's only a few steps left. So the next one is dead end. Let me find it here. So this one is pretty cool, I think. We did also give you a riddle at the beginning, which you usually don't get at this difficulty, but this one does have a riddle, which says, "You have come far, but have reached a dead end. It is time to turn around and go back, my friend. The treasure was located at the beginning, I'm afraid. Go back there and don't forget your spade." So that kind of gives you something to work with, but we didn't really give away the main idea you need to solve it. Because this is supposed to be one of the more difficult steps. But I think the way people solved it, and probably the easiest way to do it, is to look at these groups here. So in every group there are unique numbers. There's basically no duplicates in any of the groups. And I think people worked out that, okay, the numbers are kind of small enough that it could represent indices in a word somewhere. And that was a pretty good guess as well. Now it wasn't actually, the real solution isn't actually a single word, but the real solution is found on the way back. So the idea here is you could look, okay, what did we find on the way back? And you would find that the steps you needed to solve previous to this step, it would be the one at the chemist, the cleverly designed. And let's mark this. So you had the chemist. And then you had Camarst with the keyboard solution somewhere around here. Then you had the emotes, which is around here. And you also had the one with Narf, which was given away. So that was the last step. So you would look at these 4 steps and see, okay, how can we go back to... so if we go back, that means we probably would end up here again with the emotes, with the pits. But the little bit tricky part here was that actually you need to go back in the same order you found, in the same order you had the solid steps. So first you go back to the chemist, and now after you've made this path, you can kind of start to realize what you're supposed to be looking for. And the thing you're supposed to be looking for is song names, which there's a good image of here. So basically each square on the map here is a different song, and so you would simply just pick the song names that you find while going back towards the previous steps. So we'd go back to the chemist, and then back up here. You would, I think you go through the monastery, go diagonally through Ferox Enclave. You exit north, and I think you just go diagonally here. And basically you get like 30 or something different songs from this. And basically the amount of songs you get is the same amount as the groups. So you would use each group for a different song. So 7 would be used for this first song. If we go and look in game, what the song actually is. Actually, can I open this on the wiki? Music map. Okay, so you can then actually use this map as well. So the first... Okay, also one more thing you had to do was switch to the classic music mode. Actually, they changed this. Oh, here's the classic one. Okay, here's the right one. Because actually, so this, they actually broke this because I think I designed this step before they added the dynamic music to the map. So they actually broke critically at some point, but then people started complaining that they wanted their old songs back. So they actually made a setting for it. But that was like 2001. I think I started Crack the Clue, started working on it in like 2020. And I think I had the idea of using songs before they made that change, and then I just realized, oh, they just broke it. But then they fixed it again. But basically the first song is Escape Soft. So if you were to look at the groups here, let's copy them. Oh yeah, they have actually explained it here. So Escape Soft is the first one. I can just copy this. So they have the right songs here. Escape Soft, you pick the 7th letter, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. that's an O. Then fanfare, you had this group, 6, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's an R, 1, 2, 3, and 2 is an A. You get ornate, and then if you continue you get ornate, helm, grapes, feather, hair tiara, laurun, needle, and shears. And those were the items you needed to bring. And now once you have gone back to the beginning, of course you would end up at the pits again. And since the riddle told you don't forget your spade, you could probably guess that, okay, probably gonna dig in the same spot as the first clue. And that is how you solve it. Now there is another way you can make, like you can start seeing some connections, which is if you pick the longest group, which is this one, you can spell the word feather completely with just the dwarf theme song. And the dwarf theme also plays, I think just, so we have north here, which gives the clue, and then dwarf theme is just east of here. So here it turns to dwarf theme. So if you just look around for song names in the area, you could kind of find that. But that was probably a bit more tricky. But yeah, we did give a hint for this eventually, which says the items you seek can be found on the way back, but only if you choose the correct track. If you don't know which way is correct, dwarf and feather is something you can try to connect. So they did get the dwarf and the feather hint here. Now once you actually know that dwarf and feather is relevant, you could take this group and well, if they go with their theory that this is indices of some word, that means first two characters, and then you have the, so if we were to rearrange this, you have A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So you have the fifth letter, which would be E. Then no, wait. No, I think actually I misspoke a little bit. I think what you needed to look for was the feather actually. So if this was going to give us feather, which you could find from the hint actually, then you would end up with. So you first have the so the first two letters you wouldn't know. Then you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 9 you don't know, 10 you do know. But you can just map the characters here. So the 5 first one from feather. So position 5 would be F. Position 8 would be E. Position 3 would be A. Position 6 would be T. Position 7 would be H. Position 10 would be E. Position 4 would be R. And at this point you can kinda, okay, well the hint said something about a dwarf. You can actually spell out dwarf here. Dwarf, and then you have dwarf thee. You can probably guess there's gonna be an M here. And then you have the dwarf theme there. So that's kind of a different approach you can use. But I think especially after you get this hint, you can use that approach. Probably a bit more difficult to use it if you don't have the hint. But I think one of the more obvious hints here was the word track, which of course could mean a path, but it could also mean music track. I think people caught on to that quite early, and that was kind of I kind of realized people were gonna do that, but the problem was I was sick at the time and couldn't find anything to rhyme, and so I decided, well, actually they already have really good ideas. It doesn't really matter what hint I'm gonna give, they're gonna solve it anyway. So I decided to go with track anyway, even though it probably was a bit too big of a hint, I think. Normally we don't really make direct connections on the difficult steps, but this one had it. But yeah, any questions? Oh yeah, also another thing you kinda had to be aware of is once you go through the Falador wall, I think there's one song playing here, and then another song playing here, so you kinda have to be a little bit careful about that, because depending on if you exit on the right or left side, you will get a different song. And I think the same thing goes for the Ferox Enclave. I think one song plays here, another plays here, or something like that. I can't really fully remember that one. Let's see, any questions? Hey Woox, could you say hi to the boys in the yard for me? Yes, hello boys in the yard. How would you know what side to use? Well, basically, so the way you're meant to solve this is that you would have a pretty good idea of which path to use. So you would only have a few options to choose between songs. And well, once you have made it through the first part here, I think there's only really one song choice that plays. If you go this path, you would already be able to spell out I think Orney. The nightfall starts down here, so you would kind of know, okay, Ornate sounds like it's gonna spell out ornate, so the next letter has to be T, so we pick the side which has the song which has the T in it. So kind of work out, okay, which song could be next. We probably are looking for an E here to spell out ornate. Okay, so we pick this song that has the E in it on position 11. Then you get H. There's only really one item to pick here, which is Ornate Helm, I think. So you kind of know what the 3 next letters gonna be. So you can quite easily just guess which song will be the next one. But yeah, without the hint, I think without the initial riddle, you wouldn't really know that you were supposed to go back to the beginning. So that's kind of why we wanted to add the riddle here. I think otherwise it probably would have been a bit too difficult to try to guess where exactly are you supposed to go. Or like that you were supposed to actually go back, I mean. Alright, let's see, any questions? How long did it take to solve Crack the Clue 3? So it took 9 months in total. But we gave hints, of course. Did I think it would be solved faster than it took? Well, we were aiming for 1 year, but it didn't really work out, so we had to give hints at some point. Now, it was actually still supposed to go on for a year with the hints, but people solved the steps quicker than I expected with the hints. So I think the next one is the final 4 with the dots. I think we've gone through the rest. Let me check. Yeah, I think... Yeah, we've gone through it. So the next one is basically the dots. No slip. I'm gonna slip later, but it's fine. So let's... So the dots you were actually given right at the start. And I do think... So actually you could solve the dots right from the beginning, but I do think this is probably the most difficult thing in the entire Crack the Clue 3. But I will show you guys how it could be done. So let's grab the dots. But yeah, I kind of wanted one really difficult step at the end, and the dots was the best idea I had for it. It's a pretty simple idea, but executing that's pretty difficult, especially without any hints. So of course at the beginning you would only have the dots, you would not have any hints. We do actually give a hint later on when you do need the dots, but you can solve it without that hint. So you start by... let's make it a little bit bigger. Wait, hold on. Okay, let's add a background. So people did have pretty good ideas also for the dots, I think. There's actually one idea I saw. Someone made a tool. Where essentially you align the dots on the X, and then they probably thought, okay, maybe we need to rotate this in some way, which is exactly what you need to do. So they basically made a brute force, essentially rotate, check all the possible rotations. So it starts by rotating the first one, and then goes on to the next one. You can kind of speed this up a little bit. So you can make it go pretty fast. But I think solving it this way probably a bit too difficult. This is not really what I had in mind, because you still need to have an idea of what are we actually looking for here. But if you do know what you're looking for, you would not need to brute force it. So the whole idea with brute forcing doesn't really work because of that. I think it was pretty cool tool though, and they did have the right idea. But anyway, the approach I had in mind was that okay, we're gonna do something with the dots. What could it be? I think people worked out that maybe we need to connect them in some way, and yeah, that's a pretty easy idea you can come up with. You kind of have to make some observations though. If you look at this clue, for example, or I think if you look at most of the clues, I think one of the quite useful observations is you look at the position of the X and you look at the position of the dots. So if you look south or below the X, you can see, well, that's actually the majority of the dots here. And not that many are above the X. And the same goes for the other clues. I think the second one is probably the one where you can't really see it, or where you can't really see it, you can't really tell the difference that well, because there are a few dots above, a few dots below. But on the third one you can kind of see it again. You have a bunch of dots just clustered together here, and then they're more spread out here. On the fourth one you can see it again below, most of the dots are here, then a bit more spread out above. And that's a kind of a hint. You still have to work out, okay, what do we do with this information? But if you use the theory that, okay, we need to connect the dots, and then once they have been connected, maybe they will show some item or something. And I think people were talking about this in the Discord. I think they used the death rune as an example. Okay, so if death rune was the solution, what would the image look like? So you can kind of try to guess what kind of pattern might you be looking for. So they made an they marked the vertices of the death rune. I think something like this. Then you have here. And now once you do this and then remove the death rune, you pretty much, you can't really say the death rune anymore. So it would be possible to make quite a difficult step by just doing this. But I think some of the observations you can make is to try to look for patterns anyway. So one pattern you can notice with the death rune, for example, is you can like look at the distance of the dots on the edges, for example. So the distance here is about the same as the distance here, which is about the same as the distance here, and so on. You can kind of see that there is a pattern within the distance of the points, and you can kind of notice the same thing with other items as well. If we were to use, for example, like a chef's hat, which looks something like, I don't know, something like this. There would be a point here, 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 for example, and you would know, okay, this is for they make a rectangle, kinda. There are corners of the rectangle, so you can kind of see there are some kind of shapes we can find here, some kind of patterns. So you can kind of get the idea, okay, we need to look for some kind of pattern, maybe with the distance, maybe like a rectangle or something like that. But of course you would, if you just line the X's, let's try to put them in the center. I think right about there is fine. Something like that. Doesn't really need to be exact, just need to be close enough. Now if you would try to do something with the dots right now, you would say, okay, you probably won't really be able to work anything out, because there isn't really a solution within the dots you can find right now, because you do need to rotate them fast. And I think people had this idea, of course, with the tool they made, like the brute force it, but you know, the brute force approach, I don't really think it really works. You kind of need to expect like what to look for. So the next thing, which was what I talked about, which was, yeah, you can kind of see there are some points are clustered together here, and some points are more spread out here. So sort of the idea is you try to put the clusters together, but it is a little bit difficult. You can kind of see here the cluster is more to the left probably. It's a little bit difficult to tell, of course, because you don't really have that many points. In the second one you can notice the bigger cluster probably is down here. Then you have this one moved a little bit to the left or to the right. This one again moved a little bit more to the right. And I think this one, probably the biggest cluster is here, a little bit more to the left. So you can kind of get an idea of how to rotate things, because you can kind of assume that the big clusters are supposed to be together if the points were chosen kind of randomly split up for the between the 4 maps. And that's also how they were done. Usually we kind of have to do something like that, because if you one thing I had to do when designing this step is I had to make sure the dots don't appear like behind a tree or anything, and that makes it not possible to put some of the dots here. They have to be put on the other maps instead. So you often end up having to split the map somewhat randomly because of that. So you can use that to your advantage when you solve this step. But the first thing to do, so first you have the first clue. You can kind of see biggest cluster somewhere down here or so. And so the idea is, if you're looking for different rotations between the maps, then what you could start with, okay, we will just start with some arbitrary rotation for the first one. Then we will try to rotate the other one to match the next one. So if you then do the second clue, if you look at the big cluster, it is probably somewhere around here. And then compare that to the first one over here. So okay, probably need to rotate that a little bit over there. Now of course the idea with clusters might not completely necessarily work out, but it is a good starting point. And then you would just rotate and try to... Wait, let's rotate the second one. Rotate and look for some pattern. So you can kind of see, okay, the clusters are sort of together here now. Do we see any patterns? And there is one very subtle pattern you can see here, which is, I've not really drawn the points perfectly here, I don't think, but if you look at these 3 points over here, you can kind of see they go in a line. I don't think I've drawn the points perfectly. I think it is a little bit off here, but I think they are actually in a line if you were to draw them more correctly. And when you rotate, when you rotate them so the clusters go together, you can kind of see that actually this point, which was kind of alone, ends up right in the middle of it, and with about the same distance here as well. These two both have about the same distance, so that is one thing you can look for. And another thing I had in mind is you can kind of see something here which is more difficult to see though, I think, but if you try to rotate the map you can kind of find, okay, at this point they kind of move away, and then beyond here they move away again. So you can try to position them to be as close as possible again, which ends up being the same rotation as where this point ends up in the middle of these 4 or between these 3 dots, and this is basically the first thing you can find. So at this point you don't really know, is this the correct theory or not? I don't think you really would know, but it is a good idea, because if you check the clusters, the big red cluster is somewhere around here, and for orange it is also somewhere around here. A bit more difficult to tell those, but the clusters are kind of together, so that's a good indicator as well. So now once you move on to the next clue, you probably would want to try to build on this pattern that you have found here, along with these 3. So if we try to rotate this, if we check where's the cluster, it's down here. It needs to be rotated a little bit up there, I think. So you only probably try to rotate it a little bit up here. You try to look for any matching patterns here. Now of course the cluster ID might not necessarily be correct, but it is a good idea to look for it. So somewhere around here you can see, okay, the cluster is over here together with them. And at this point you can see, okay, we kind of have 2 points here, which kind of have the same pattern, kind of the same distance as these 2, kind of the same distance as these 2 as well, and they are just in between. You can kind of see the pattern here. There is also another one on the other side. It is a bit more difficult to see though. You might not necessarily notice it, but you have the same thing happening over here as you have here. They are basically symmetric. I think it is more difficult to see that though, but I think seeing just this is enough to really continue on with this. Then once you go with the last one, you see, okay, the cluster is here. Probably need to rotate at like 45 degrees or something to get the cluster right. And then once you do that, try to look for similar pattern again. Let's see. Now obviously the clusters might not necessarily be correct, so you might want to try other rotations as well. But if you were to try something like this, you notice, okay, all the blue dots are over here. This is probably not really right, because if you try to connect this, you would connect off a lot of the blue ones, which means they would not be randomly split up. And of course they don't have to be randomly split up, but usually they end up being that anyway, because of the other constraints, like dots can't be behind trees, they can't be behind letters and so on. We sometimes don't really have a choice where we can put a dot. Let's see. I think somewhere around here probably is the closest match. So somewhere around this rotation you can kind of see, okay, we have a pair here now, which has about the same distance as the other pairs we found. And now one more thing you can notice is this blue dot kind of ends this smaller pair here. Kind of have the same thing going on over here. So now you have kind of found rotations. Obviously they might be slightly wrong, you don't really know exactly what rotation to use here. But you have found, like, okay, the distance between these points really look like something. So you would probably try to, okay, let's try to connect them and see if we find anything. So there are a few different ways, I guess. You could try something like this, but that won't really get you anywhere. You could try like this, making a bunch of X's. That also really won't really get you anywhere. But then once you try this, you can kinda start to see something. And then of course you kinda can guess that this point closes them off. The lone point here. Now of course you can try to work out, okay, what is this? Kinda looks like arms or something. Someone just having lots of fun. You can, if you do try to investigate this a little bit, you can work out that this is 3 branches, I think. Especially if you try to rotate it around. You can kind of see, I think you can work out that this is branches of a dead tree if they recognize it. But I think at this point, even if you don't recognize what actually it is, you can kind of see that you have found pattern here which looks kind of convincing. I think you are not really totally sure if it's right yet, but I think this is a really good lead, of course, because if points are placed randomly, they probably wouldn't have the symmetry in the distance between them like they do here. So you can kind of say that you have found something here. But yeah, of course, then you have the next part. I think the next thing to work out here is you have to rotate this around, because obviously we did choose an arbitrary rotation. So you have to rotate it around. You can kind of see that, well, I guess it depends on if you fill in this as well. If you rotate this around, which rotation makes most sense? If it looks like arms, then probably this rotation makes most sense. So you can find, okay, what rotation is that? I'm not sure what it is, but if we try like 120, or if we try minus 120, well, I can just rotate it. You can see, okay, it's about minus 120 or so. I guess that's good enough. I think you can work out that this is probably the rotation you would be looking for if this is something like arms or something like that. And now at this point you would have to rotate other layers as well. And I think in order to make any more progress on this, you do kind of have to work out, okay, what do the arms actually mean? I think you probably could work out that this is a dead tree, but it is a bit difficult to really say for sure. But if you do assume it is a dead tree, then of course you would probably start looking at things that are near dead trees. And of course one of the things that is often near dead tree is another dead tree. So you could start looking for more dead trees here, which of course you can find. If you look at dead trees in game, you can see kind of what they look like. You can find another one right here, like the bottom of it, like the trunk. It does look pretty much exactly like this, and then it goes up. I think at this point you would know that you have actually found something, because the points do match exactly the trunk of the dead tree. And like at this point, you could either continue mapping it out. There is a little bit of difficulty here though, because there's a lot of points here. But if you look at what the dead tree looks like in game, you can kind of work out exactly how it is supposed to look. Another approach is you can kind of see, okay, there are some points alone here, you kind of need to connect them in some way. there aren't really that many ways to do it. So you can just try to connect this, see if you can see anything. You might not necessarily know which way to connect them though. But the correct way is this, I believe. But you might have to do some trial and error to get it right, of course. But I think once you have found, if you manage to find this, you can start looking for something like this in game. I think there's not much that looks like that, which is also near that tree. And if you start looking for it in game, you will probably only find one location where it actually matches, even with only a couple dead trees and that thing, which is in Lumbridge Swamp. I'm gonna run there. And now once you have found the location, you can kind of see, okay, what objects are nearby, and you can just fill in the rest of the points that way. So I think there is something over here, like a stone or something like that. And you will basically be able to see that in game once you find the location with the objects at them. Location is right here, I believe. So if you stand right here, you have this kind of block over here, and then you have this block to the side, which matches what you saw in this drawing. Then you have the arms here for the dead tree over here. Then you have the tree in the middle. You can see, okay, there's probably going to be a room crafting altar in the back. So you can try to fill in a room crafting altar in some way. And then you probably have to do some trial and error here. But eventually you would get the final image, which looks something like this, where you can basically see, okay, it is the branches, we have the block here, the other block here, the tree here, we have the room crafting altar in the back. So basically have 5 objects here, and the X is just behind the tree, which is also a location you can stand on. And now basically dots will be solved at this point. You would not really be able to do anything more with this until you get more information. But there also wouldn't really be anything more to work with because all the dots are used, so you probably assume, okay, we are done with this now. We could either try to make something out of the objects here, or we could wait for more information. I don't think there are that many ideas you can get out of just these 5 objects, so you probably would end up waiting for more information. But that is how you can solve the dots without any hints. Now I think this is probably a bit more difficult than what we would normally do in a Crack the Clue, so you do get hints later on which allow a much simpler solution. Because I think this probably is a bit too hard. I was not entirely sure if anyone is going to solve this at all. I think this is probably a bit too difficult to actually work out. You need to make some assumptions here. You need to do some trial and error before it actually works. But I think you can actually make it work if you use the reasoning I just did. But if we look at the hints with the 5 and 4, so they allow a much simpler solution. So at the end of you would end up with 4 different parts. One of them would have 1 line each on it, and they would say, once you have found the correct rotation, everything will point toward the same location. Look west to find what you're looking for. It is located not too far away from the shore. And because either the dots will be solved at this point or they will not be solved, so if they are solved, then great. you solved it. If they are not solved, then you can kind of work out that okay, we need to use the dots in some step, and this would probably look like the last step. So you probably would be able to work out, okay, probably use dots in this step, but actually because we told people there are 24 steps in Crack the Clue and they're only done 22 at this point, I think the guessing the dots here was a bit more difficult because technically it could be a step after this. But without the hints you wouldn't have known there were 24 steps, so you would probably have to assume that we have to use the dots before Crack the Clue ends, of course. So you would probably try to use the dots, or that was the idea at least. But yes, so here you have the riddle, which give you some pointers for the dots. Once you found the correct rotation, everything will point towards the same location. Look west to find what you're looking for. It is located not too far away from the shore, so the key thing to look for here is, I think the shore is quite a big hint that kind of eliminates some areas that you could point towards. Now the difficult part probably was to work out, okay, from what location are we going to rotate from. I think people did theorycraft the right idea though, but they weren't sure about it. But the right or the correct theory in the end ends up being. No, wait, I painted on the map. Let me see if I can find the new map. Let me try to open an old map I have. Okay, so this is a bit of an older map, but it should still work. So the locations you finished at, or were the locations where you got these 4 clues from, they would be at, let's see, one would be at Betty, so let's mark that somewhere here. So Betty moves around a little bit, you wouldn't know exactly which tile to go from, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Then you have the stronghold, so the stronghold was actually in the dungeon. This one was a little bit more tricky, so we could have chosen like the ending of it, which probably is somewhere around here. Or you could choose the entrance. You could also just try to work from the other locations first and then do the stronghold last. And then you had one of the emotes. You had one somewhere around here. And this was also given in the first weekly hint we gave. Or you could work this out from the weekly hint. But then once you have those 4 locations, you would probably look at the riddle again. Okay, everything will point toward the same location, but what location do we point at? And that was kind of the big difficulty of this step, is you don't actually know where to point at, because in order to find this location, which is right here, you would of course have to know the rotation already, but in order to find okay, so I had a thing for this. So it would basically, it was like an egg and a chicken situation where you have to find the location, but to find the location you need to know the rotation. But then to find rotation you need to have the location, so you can have an egg and chicken situation where, Okay, we can't make a chicken without egg, but we also can't make an egg without chicken. Same thing goes here, can't find the rotation without location, and you can't find the location without rotation. So we had to do some guesswork here, but it is actually not that much you have to guess. I think people initially probably would think that, okay, it could be any location in the game. Could be here. Oops. Could be here, could be here, 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 here. Okay, there's lots of points we have to try here, guys. Lots of them. It could be here, 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 here. There's probably too much to test, you would probably think. But actually, if you were to rotate from this point over here, there is only a small, quite a small difference. If you like want to consider the whole swamp here, it's only like, what is it, 10-15 degrees maybe? So if you rotate it towards the center, it would be at most like 7-8 degrees off, something like that. So you could actually scan a big area with just one rotation, and that's kind of the idea here. And that is especially true if you look at the solutions far away. So if you want to scan like the whole Mistalin, you can go one edge here, one edge here. That's only like maybe 10-degree rotation. So if you rotate it towards the center, that means it is at most 5 degrees off. So essentially the idea here is you just try to find the correct location by sampling. So the guesses you would make would not be correct, but you can make like, let's put 1 point, let's make it a bit bigger. You can rotate first here, then maybe one here. Now this one is a bit tricky because it's pretty close, so you can't really scan a big area with this point here, but you can solve that by simply just rotating the points that are far away first and just wait with this point. So basically you would want to try locations that are probably close to the shore, because that's what the riddle says. Located not too far away from the shore. Then look west also might be a little bit west of the shore, but if you are supposed to look west, probably not too far away from the location. But then you probably want to try the wilderness, maybe sample one here, somewhere around here is a bit tricky with the close one here. Probably want to try one on Karamia. Probably want to try one on... oh, I don't have the map. Oh, okay, here it is. This is also free to play, I think. So essentially you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. I guess this also kind of is a shore. I think technically it is a shore, so you probably have to try something here as well. So you only have like... I guess it depends a little bit on how much you want to sample here. But essentially these 7 points are probably the first 7 you want to try. And of course at least 6 of them will be wrong. But there could potentially be a 7th that is pretty close. And of course that is this one. So I'm going to show you how you can do this, even though if this point is wrong. So let's move it even further away. Let's move that point like over here maybe. So let's try to rotate all the maps towards here. So the way I would do this is you would once again take the dots . And what something you can do here is you can make a straight line. If you increase the height by quite a lot. You can then make a straight line. Let's use black, I guess. So it doesn't really matter from which point you choose, but you have to choose from the same point from or for all the clues here. So I think doing it from the X makes the most sense.
The sound of prime.
Just draw it straight up. So this one would have, it would be oriented up, of course, and the line kind of shows the orientation there, which will help once you start to rotate this. So we do the same thing with others. Let's make sure to get it on another layer also. But basically the point of this line I'm making is just to show the rotation we end up with. No, actually, you do have to merge them, I think. Okay, that's fine though. So now you would have the first, you probably would be able to guess that, okay, the first clue probably should go with the one that has the 104 on it, and that was the one you found at Betty. So you take the first one, you put X at Betty, and try to move the center towards the X, and then you rotate to whatever point you were looking for. So let's say we are assuming this point, so actually the correct rotation will be to rotate to the water altar down here, but you can still make it work with this rotation as well, and I will be showing you guys how you can do that. So even if you get the location wrong, you can still guess it, kind of. So let's do the second one. So the second one is at the stronghold. This one was a bit more tricky. You could decide to wait with this one if you want to. Where's the center? Here. Let's move that down here. Then we rotate like that. Third one is this one, I believe. Move the center down there. Then we rotate to our point, like that. So the fourth one goes up here. And rotate towards the point. So as you guys, well, when you try to solve this, you wouldn't know is this the correct point or not, but as I've already told you, the correct point is down here. There's only like 2 lines which is kind of close to it, but it doesn't really matter. because this line over here, if you wanna rotate it to the actual correct location, you can see it will only be like 2 degrees off or so, and you'd already have like 2 of them in the right place. Even if you move the point a little bit, they would still be kinda close. But yeah, the idea is, okay, let's use these rotations. And I ended up with the line here now as well, but that's fine. Then just center it on the same place. And the second clue. And then the third one. And so now we don't really need the lines anymore. You can cut this down a little bit. So kind of the lines are in the way now actually. You could try to remove some of them if you want to. But anyway, I think it's fine if they are there. But the idea now is that you would have a rotation which could be potentially quite close. So the idea is you start looking for patterns again within the points. And again, you can use the same techniques as we just did with the solution earlier on. You might have to sample a bit more maybe, depending on if you see connections or not. But one good point with the solution is that it's pretty close to the middle of the swamp. So if you try to sample in the middle, you would be pretty close already. It kind of comes down really how much do you want to sample. But also something you probably should pay attention to here is this rotation is more likely to be wrong than the others because it is closer to the point. Also this one is also quite likely to be wrong because it also is kind of close. So you probably would want to start looking at the third and the fourth one. So I think a good idea to try here would be you hide the first and second one. You can try to look at this to see if you find anything, and then you can add the third one if you want it, but the third one is probably gonna be more inaccurate than others, so you have to rotate it more. And then of course it depends on, do you wanna sample more to try to get more accurate representation. Let's cut this down a little bit more so it's easier to see. And let's add a background. But yeah, probably what you would want to do here is you want to try to rotate the second one because it's more likely to be wrong, while the other two are more likely to be correct. So you can try some different rotations if you see any patterns. And of course you will be able to see the same patterns as we had before, which is basically here are two close ones, here are two close ones about the same distance. Same thing over here. You can see the same pattern as we saw earlier. And you can try to add the first clue as well. Okay, how can we rotate this a little, like slightly to make kind of the same pattern? You probably would do something like so yeah, this one is more likely to be far off, so you might have to rotate this one a little bit more, I think here is the right rotation. But you probably would have to fiddle around a little bit with this because the rotations aren't really going to be correct. So you have to try some different rotations, and probably maybe you would have to try more sampling as well. I think this is not really the point you would choose. If you want to try to hold a mistal, then you probably want to move it somewhere like here, which is a bit closer to the actual spot. So it kind of comes down a little bit to how much do you want to sample and how many patterns do you see within this image. So still you kind of have to know what to look for here, which I think is still kind of a little bit difficult. But you kind of have to look at the distances here. I think is the easiest way to do it. And then again, you just connect them like we did before. I think there might be a little bit wrong rotation somewhere. But you will be able to get the same shape as we did earlier. And at this point you can just move on to the same solution as we had earlier. The big benefit of this though is that you do get the rotation right. I think I might have rotated this wrong a little bit. But at this point, okay, you know the third and fourth one are probably the most right ones. Probably should try to rotate the first and second one a little bit. Something like actually I don't really see it. Oh, hold on, I didn't center them. Okay, oops. Okay, wait, hold on. One thing you gotta make sure is the X's need to be aligned. Now, of course, I made a mistake here, and they are not aligned. If you do align them, you will be able to find a better connection. This is kind of why things are a little bit off here. If we try to move them, so I gotta make sure to move them to the center. We can try to fix this a little bit. So now you can see it a little bit better. You connect. Yeah, but I think seeing you kind of have to do some little bit of fiddling here, I think, until you actually get it right. But you can kind of notice that once, okay, we have a lot of points which are about the same distance. About the same distance, you can kind of start to connect them and say, okay, there's some kind of pattern here. Now, if you were to try to do this with the wrong rotation, I don't think you will see as many patterns as you would be able to see in the correct one, which is how you would know which rotation to invest in. But we did give some hints at some point for this. So basically this, so at this point you just use the solution I showed earlier to find the rest of the image. But we did give some hints here, I think particularly oh yeah, there were also a hint for the dots given at some point, which tells you to use them at the end. I think we gave that hint quite early on. It doesn't really give you much help though, but we did give I think the first hint was this one, which actually was a hint towards this step that would actually help you. So we basically gave you the correct rotation from some of the points. You can see the three branches here if you connect them. And I think people worked it out quite quickly. So now you just rotate the points until they match up basically. And that was a lot easier. I think this is when they finally solved that part. Yeah, they have the outline here of the objects. So now there's more to this. After that, of course, you have to use the object or something. And at that point, well, so I think we gave them another hint somewhere. Oh yeah, here's the other hint we gave. From the port, stronghold and wilderness toward the X, as you probably would guess. Like the 2 dots will reveal the missing information, which in turn guides the number summation. So here we give you some more help. Okay, so it's from the port, stronghold and wilderness. You didn't really know that from earlier. So now you kinda were able to work out, okay, it's from the ending points of the last clues. But then towards the X you still had to work out, okay, where is the X? But then we give you information to use dots as well. And then to use the numbers last, or well, after the dots at least. And yeah, so this was actually the second weekly hint, I realized now. Which is when they found the outline. And then after that you of course have to do something with the objects. Which is where the numbers come in. So if you look at the numbers, you can kind of see that most of them are pretty small, but then occasionally you get a big one like 62 here, 50 here, 44 here. I think it is kinda difficult to work out what they might mean though. But I think I have seen someone post the idea that it could be just moving letters in a sentence. And you can kinda guess that also from the amount of ones you have. Okay, so you can work out, okay, how common would it be that you move just one step in a sentence. So there are like 26 different letters, but some letters are more common than others. So maybe like 1 in 20 or so if you were to spell out something specific. Maybe like 1 in 8 and 1 in 20 or so. And I think that is also an approximate frequency of the amount of ones you get, or at least somewhat close to it. Of course, it's not going to be exactly correct, but you can at least get some ideas from that. So now we're trying to work out what sentence to use. And well, actually another approach you could also use, you could try to work out, okay, what are we supposed to do with the objects? So we might think, is there something more with the dots? I think technically there could be something. But another idea is to just use the examine text from the objects. Which is also the part of the solution. Now the tricky part here might be, okay, in which order do we examine them? And the idea is you do it from front to back. So you have this dead tree here first, with the 2 branches, but only 1 object. Then I guess you would have to guess, is it a tree here or is it a block here next? Because they are kind of on the same position. Probably would have to try both next, but then after that you would have this one and then the room crafting altar. I think you can also just try all different combinations, because if you want to use the examine text, it turns out the examine text is actually the same for this block and this block, and also the same for this tree and this tree. So even though you might think, okay, there are 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 different ways you could rearrange them, but actually because 2 of them are the same and then another 2 are the same, you can divide that by 2 and divide by 2 again. So even if you want to try all the combinations, there are only like 30 I believe. But so technically you can try 30. I think 30 is not too much to try, but the idea is to try from front to back also, which is easier. I don't know if I have the examine text. I'm gonna log in game and grab it. So this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. And now it is basically the same thing as the ghost, I think. You just move the amount of letters that is mentioned. You probably would start with this clue, and it's actually quite important that you do start with the first one, because the solutions for the other ones are a little bit different, which is more difficult to guess. But if you move 16 letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. You get the R, then move 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You get A. Move 39, I think it ends up on a W. Like here or somewhere. Raw, and then I think the first item that is spelled out is raw sardine. And then you just continue. Like that, you will end up with 7 items from these numbers. And of course, once you get to the last letter, you just start over again. And now the tricky part is, if you try to do the same thing for the second one, you will see, oh, actually it doesn't work anymore. And the same doesn't work for the third and the fourth one as well. But if you do solve the first one, you do have a pretty good idea of what you might be looking for. So the idea for the second one is to do, let's see, I think I had it written down somewhere. I can't remember if it was the second or third one where, let me check real quick if it is the second or third one. Okay, so the second one you would read, so you probably would try something similar as the first one, but slightly different. So one thing you could try is doing it instead of left to right, you can do it right to left. And that was the solution to the second one. You will be able to see, okay, it spells out items for that one now, but now we still don't really know what to do with these two. So you still have to try something new for them. For the third one, you would realize, okay, you do it from back to front instead. So this one, and this one, this one, this one. So basically just reversed order. And then for the fourth one, you both do it from back to front, but also at the same time you do it from right to left. But I think you can quite easily work this out after you find out the first one, of course. So each one will give you 7 items, which means, technically you could get to the final step and not really know what's behind the fourth clue. And you can technically solve everything in the last step, except the 7 items. And for those 7 items you will actually need the numbers, which means even if you find 3 of the final pieces, you won't be able to fully complete the step until you have all 4, because you would have to brute force 7 items, which if you do the calculations, there are about 400 different items I was choosing between, and there are that many combinations. So if you try to brute force that, you probably would come to the conclusion that the best way to do it is to give up. So now you do need all the 4 pieces to actually be able to solve the whole thing, even though you can solve a large part of it with only 3 pieces. And also the actual items used in this step are also completely random, just to make sure there aren't any special tricks you can use to maybe guess some items here. I think the only item you could actually guess was the spade. I think that one was not random, but all the other ones were random. But of course you do need a spade to be able to dig here. Once you bring those 28 items and dig here, you will solve this step. And this was also the tile where So you saw the X lining up here, and that is the exact same tile as here. So you kind of know, okay, we're gonna dig here. And yeah, I think that was everything with the final 4. Quite a long explanation, but it was also supposed to be one of the more difficult steps. Oh, did you guys not see? Okay, I don't know how long we were on the wrong screen for, but so you have the crosses here. I don't know how long I was on the wrong screen for, but hopefully you guys understood what I said. Hopefully I wasn't on that for like 20 minutes. I don't know if you guys saw my explanation. Show how I got the items. Okay, let's redo it. I don't know how long I was on the wrong screen for, but essentially you take the numbers from the first clue and you go with the examine text of the 5 objects. So the first number is 16, you move 16 steps. Then 12, you move 12 steps. Within the letters here, you would be able to spell raw sardine eventually. Then after you get to the last letter, you start over from the beginning again. And I don't know if you guys saw the other ones as well, but then for the second one it's slightly different. You, instead of reading from left to right, you read from right to left, but then it's the same thing. For the third one you read from left to right again, but you start from the bottom and go to the top. Then for the fourth you reverse both of them, reading right to left and then also bottom to top. And that way each of these will give 7 items each. I don't know if you guys saw my calculation, but there are about 400 items, and if you choose 7 of them randomly, you end up with this many combinations, which of course is a bit too much to brute force, which means you need all of these clues to actually solve it. Alright, do you guys have any more questions? Some rune pillars looked like rocks, so noticing a difference in objects made a difference with a dot picture being specific. Yeah, you would have to try to work out exactly what this actually is. But I think with the riddle you would just go to the location that everything was pointing at, and you would know, okay, it's somewhere around here. So you would know approximately where to look. Why was there on the 4th step? Okay, so actually initially there was not supposed to be a step after this, but the problem, or the reason I did another one after this, is because there aren't really many locations you can make this work and have it be difficult, because you need to find objects that have a small amount of polygons. Otherwise you end up with too many vertices. And now if you were to add more vertices here, like let's say this was a bunch of vertices, like here, here. Of course at some point I think I had a theory of using like a skull in the dungeon somewhere, which looked like this, a bunch of dots here. There basically was not really any straight line. Now once you try to split the map on the 4 maps, you would end up only with some points, but you would still see, okay, there's a ton of points just clumped together in this area on all of the clues. So we just rotate all the clues, so all the points kind of line up with each other. And you can kind of use that technique in this solution as well, but there were a lot less points to clump together, but you have this big clump here. But the difficulty was just a lot easier when you use objects that are small with lots of polygons, because you end up with more dots, which means you can see more patterns there, like with the big clump. So that was why I kind of had to move. So the idea was to put this step in the Warrock basement also at some point, but then I realized, okay, we can't really do much outlining there. The objects are just too small with too many polygons. This step works particularly well with like dead trees, because they have, as you guys have seen, not that many polygons, and they also are not just a round object. The round objects are a bit easier to solve, but I wanted something more difficult. Okay, so the dead trees are kind of good for this, because you end up with lots of points just together here. You won't really know exactly which ones to connect, because they are pretty close to each other. So the dead trees are like good for the difficulty here. So, which is why I chose the room crafting altar as the location. I was considering also the chaos altar and mind altar for this, but I ended up going with the water altar. I think it had probably the hardest solution out of them, or like the ones I liked the most. But of course this wasn't the Warrock West Bank, so because of that we have to add another step after this, which it wasn't really meant to be there at the beginning, but we kind of had to add it to fill it in. And that was also true for the potato solution, for example, because we had cleverly designed, which was the strength pot, the one of Samurai Chlorine and so on. So I have to find a step where this would end up being the solution, and that did not actually work for any of the other steps I had, I believe. So I had to create an extra step to put in there, which would give exactly that solution. So there were some steps which were kind of added at the end just to fill in empty spots. But now once you dig here you would get the next clue. Were there any purposeful red herrings along the way? No, there weren't really any red herrings I intentionally put in here, but I think people got stuck on some things that they kind of just assumed would be correct but wasn't correct, like anagrams in the match catch grid, things like that. Was the plan to finish in the bank yours or Yait's? I think I got that idea, but I think I might have found that idea on Reddit as well, so actually the idea might have actually come from Reddit. I don't fully remember if it did or not, but I think it probably came from Reddit, because I've seen it posted on Reddit. But yeah, I did check how much money can you make from just looting the bank, and actually it is kind of balanced from a free-to-play perspective, because you can loot the coins, and I think you get like 40k per hour or something like that, just looting coins. The respawn of like a minute, but you need like 10 worlds for yourself to do it, and there are only like I don't know, 90 free-to-play worlds maybe, so only like 9 people can do it. But 20k per hour, or maybe about 40k, I don't remember, but it was a decent amount for free-to-play, considering there aren't really many requirements for this. You can kinda make a little bit of money from there. Also there's the ruby ring, which is a big one. So the ruby ring, I don't know what the respawn time is, but you can probably compare it a bit to like the steel plate body spawn. I think ruby ring in steel plate body, I think ruby ring probably is worth a bit more. Let me check. So ruby ring on GA is like 1.1k. Steel plate body is 900 GP. So ruby ring is a little bit more. I don't know what the respawn time is though, but I know that the steel plate body spawn is camped, I believe, in the wilderness. But yeah, this is kind of a money maker for free to play, just to rob workbank. And then you also have the bag of coins. You can loot that for like 6k per hour. If you want to. Isn't it a bit mega late where I live right now? Yes, it's like 3:26 AM. I'm gonna go to bed soon, but I wanna finish explaining everything. But it has been a 7 hour and 23 minute stream so far, so quite a long one. Now in hindsight, without hints, how long would I estimate the entire event to be solved? So the initial idea was to balance the steps so it takes about a year. But now that we have seen how long it takes for people to solve it, I think probably would not really have been solved at all. Probably some AI technology or something like that, a new ChatGPT or something like that, would appear maybe like 15 years from now and that would just solve the clue for you. Maybe something like that. So I kinda would like to try to give some hints here, because they aren't really making much progress. Also, I don't really know where's the game gonna be in like 15 years. So I realized we have to actually help them here, so they actually do solve it before the game dies, I guess. But I think we're gonna move on to the last step. Let's see. Not a clear question, but I still enjoy RuneScape. I do enjoy new updates, yes, but other than that I don't really play the game much. So the last one was unreachable wealth. So you would end up with this clue in the swamp, which says, you remember the days when times were tough. The 3 coins in the corner just weren't enough. You were so close to becoming rich, trying every way to get in, hoping there would be a glitch. But now the time has come for all this to change. The treasure of your dreams will finally be within range. And now there was also a thing Jagex added here. Because the original clue did not have the word all in it that I sent to them. But now the time has come for this to change. But I guess Jagex decided to add the word all there for difficulty or something. I don't really know why they added it. But you kind of had to ignore this word. I think this word messed it up a little bit because you can't really see one of the things you were supposed to see, which was you can count the amount of words here and then count the amount of letters, and I think it is almost exactly double. I think it's 1 off though. Of course I did try to make it double, but the actual solution is fixed, so I had to, I couldn't really make it work exactly, and didn't really have unlimited time to try new things, so it ended up being off by 1, so you would simply skip the range here at the end, but you could probably work that out anyway because it would be close. But essentially the idea here is the riddle, it kind of just tells you a story. It doesn't really give you hints in the same way the other riddles did. So you can probably guess, okay, either we need to use the 3 coins maybe, or you can also work out the whole riddle just references the Warrock West Bank basement. So maybe something in the West Bank basement. Yeah, I think those are probably the couple of ideas you can come up with here. Maybe use the items behind here. And after that I think there is not really that much you can theory craft after this. Except of course if you use the riddle as part of the actual puzzle here. Like the words themselves, which is the idea here. And so the idea was, okay, you notice there are about twice as many letters here as there are words here. So maybe we can try doing something with the words and letters, combining them somehow. And the way you solve this, so there are 2 different approaches that work kind of well. There you can okay, so one of the approaches is you start with the alphabet. And then you look, okay, if we just do something with the words and then do something with the letters and try to do something together with them. Okay, let's try, I think one of the most simple things that is often done in events like this is, okay, we use the first letter of the word. I think that is probably something you could try. Okay, we try the first letter, try to combine it with this somehow. So Y and C. So Y is on, wait, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I think that should be right. So if you have a Y that is on position 25, then you have a C on position 3. You can say, okay, 3 and 25, could we do something with that? You move on to the next one. You have an R and V. R and V, that is 18 and 22. Okay, next one, T and X. That is 20 and 24. And so one thing you would notice here, then we do D and X, which is 4 and 24. So one thing you would eventually notice here, okay, these are both odd, these are both even, these are both even, both even. Then you would notice the same pattern, okay, evens and odds. And you can say, okay, there's some kind of pattern here because every pair will be either both even or both odd. So you can get an idea here, okay, you're probably on the right path somewhere here. Of course, at some point, like through half the riddle, I believe. No, when you get to the end of the riddle, of course, you will still have some letters left. I think you use this part and like half of that. And then you probably want to try to continue this. Okay, how can we continue by still having the odd and even pairs? And the way to do that is to, instead of taking the first letter, you do the same thing but take the last letter in the word. And that way you can continue the same pattern with odds and evens until you get to within, so within matches with a J, so you don't really use the range on the end there, just skip it. So now you would have a bunch of odd and even pairs. You kind of have to work out what to do with those now. So probably one of the things you could try, okay, we try taking the distance maybe. 22 for the first one, then you have 4, or you could try to go for the middle number. There are a few different options there. you can try some different things and see which one works best. So the right thing to do actually was to go to the middle. So 3 and 25 would be C and Y, and the middle would be like 14, I think, which would be an N. Then you have 20 T, you have 22, which is V, and then you have I think it's 14, which is N, and you would just continue writing like this, and you would not really see any pattern, but you can kinda see some words in there, I think. There's also a thing where some letters are uppercase, some are lowercase. You can also just try ignoring the lowercase ones, in which case you end up with empty spaces there. And at that point you can kind of just fill in the words that are, or like the letters that are missing. So this is supposed to be an A here as well. So I think you would have, I think you would end up with TV, RROCK, STB. But you can kind of try to fill in some words here. You can kind of fill in like a Warrock here. You can kind of see it. So if this is supposed to be an A, then okay, how could we make this into an A? And well, the way you do that is instead of taking the middle of this, which is 14, you take the one on the opposite side, which would be 13 steps away, which is A. And that is just basically how you would handle the lowercase ones. I think you can work out that one quite easily. But the way the riddle mentions it mentions 2 centers, so there is a different way to look at it. Which is if you make a big circle of this. F, G, H, so this is not really a circle, but it is meant to be a circle. And then so these ones are kind of here. But if you make a circle out of them, and like a proper circle and not a scuffed circle like I'm doing, you would see, okay, if we have for example what was it, 3 and 25, that would be C and Y. So if you mark Y and C, you would say, okay, the center is A, but then you could also go the other way, in which case you get the opposite letter, which is like N, I think. Something like that. Then you can just work at it that way also. The riddle references this, as you guys will see in a moment. So now if we, so you would solve it after you have done this. It would spell out at Warrock West Bank Basement Gate, and then some emotes here. You would have to guess where to put the spaces, but that's quite easy, of course. I don't remember what the emotes were, but you would see the emote spelled out there as well. And that would be the solution. You perform the emotes at the Work West Bank basement gate, and that would bring you to the end. But we did give a couple of hints for this. The first one was use the first and the last with a small change. All should be skipped as well as the last range. By comparing each one separated by space, you will find 2 centers with one for each case. So at first, when people found this, I didn't actually realize that Jagex added the word all here. That was kind of something I only realized after, or when I was writing this riddle. So I thought, okay, probably a good time to give a hint to this. And that's what the riddle references. You skip the all and then also draw the last range. And I think people also worked that out. Okay, well, if we skip the all and the last range, that means this would be you would get exactly twice as many letters here as there are words here. So you would know, okay, we can connect them that way. And we can use the first letter of the word first and then last letter. So you can kind of solve it that way. I think people solved that one quite quickly. But I think people got stuck after that, so we gave another hint. When the distance is always divisible by 2, you can suspect that you have found a clue. By comparing the jumbled letters and the riddle, you will find a solution right in the middle. I think the first hint here is the one which will lead you on to finding something. So obviously the same thing here. If you were to choose the first letter here and then check the distance, it would always be divisible by 2, as we went through earlier, and you can find the same solution in the same way here. And I think this was found after like a couple of hours, something like that. So also, yeah, basically for the uppercase letters, you would not go through this line where A and Z comes around. You would instead go the other way, and for lowercase letters you would want to go through this line, and that was basically the difference between upper and lowercase. This is something for advanced cryptic solvers. Well, I think this was... I thought the last one was a bit easier though. You don't really have to do as much as some of the other steps. You can only... you can compare letters to the first word. I think that is a bit easier, and seeing the even distance there. I would say the last one was a bit easier than many of the other steps we had. But of course it took still some time for people to solve it, so maybe it is just me who thinks it was easier than it actually was. But yeah, that is everything. Once you do the emotes, you would get into the Work West Bank basement behind the gate, and you would be able to loot the chests. So in the chests there is an infinite money bag. You can pick coins from it. Now of course it depends on, do you want to empty the whole bag? Well, it's gonna take some time, but you can try it of course. They have a picture here, so the money bag right here, rope top, the hood right here, and then rope bottom, gloves, boots and cloak. So now also the hood, bottom, gloves, boots and cloak were given earlier, so you can get this 4 from the final 4. you would get these 4 pieces from this 4 when you received these 4 clues, and then the hood was from the ghost in Ragnar Manor. But you also decided to put them down here in case, well, if you lose the items you probably want an easy way to get them back, so okay, let's just put them together since there are a lot of chests here anyway. Is it truly infinite? I don't know, I guess you will have to try it and see if you find infinite coins or not. I did notice though they did put a limit on it, so you can only take 1 coin per tick. I think probably they have put more limits on it. After you take like 100k coins in like a week, it probably would stop you or something, just to counter bots. I think the idea to counter bots that I presented to Jagex first was to have an animation to it, so you would get the coin after like 2 maybe seconds or so, and that way you don't really get that many coins, only like 2k per hour or something. But instead I think they decided to do it 1 per tick and instead limit it in other ways. Also, one thing I saw people mention is the ruby ring is actually quite OP for free to play. So I didn't actually know this, but for free to play Iron Man I've heard that the meta is to collect rubies and smelt iron to train smithing. The only way to get rune scheme on free to play Iron Man is to smith it. So if you want that you'll have to train your smithing, and the best way was to smelt iron for that and smith iron from what I heard. So the ruby ring might help quite a lot with that. I'm gonna bring it up with Jagex if you wanna do something about it, because I heard some people complain about it, but I'm not so sure we will change anything about that. Was it intended to do final 4 step in order for the most to trigger? No, I think that is something Jagex added. We did have some other ideas though, because the final step was not really supposed to be part of the clue. So the first idea I had, okay, well, we could do something like give out a key after you dig out the final 4, then use the key to open a gate, and that will permanently open a gate. But the thing was, we didn't really wanna expose this location until the end. We kind of want to keep it a surprise, and it turned out that this gate does not have a right click option, so you would not be able to use a key on it, which kind of was a downside. So we kind of decided to not change that. Instead, okay, we'll do it with the mods instead. Yeah, but I think Jagex probably added that to so it takes a little bit of effort at least to get in here, and also probably to counter what's it called? Lures, I think it's called. I think technically if you didn't have the restriction, someone could tell you, okay, go to this place, drop your expensive items, and then do this 15 emotes. And people would think, okay, 15 emotes probably won't really do much. But then when they do 15, they get teleported in, and obviously you can't really go back out, so some people might be tricked by that. But if we have the requirement of having to do final 4 first, then you can't really get tricked in the same way. You would at least have to do final 4 first, which would at least make it a bit harder for scammers to do this. Am I into cryptographic at all, like with code? I personally use Python and try cryptography contests when I have the time. And no, I don't really look that much into it, but I am a software engineer, so sometimes as a software engineer you do encounter cryptography, of course. Was there a thought of giving a rope top in the dots clue. Well, so the thing is, I didn't actually know what the rewards were gonna be. The only idea I sent to Jagex was the infinite coin bag. And looks like they also decided to go with that idea. But the rest, I didn't really have any good ideas, so I just said, okay, if you want to make a cosmetic set, you can just choose whatever you want. But because I don't really know how many rewards we're gonna have, I just said that okay, probably what we should do is we should put a reward what each of this for, and then just put the rest at the end. And that was my suggestion at least. So that is why the rope top is at the end. But I think they decided to also put the hood a bit before one of these four, because I guess it thematically made sense with the ghost in the coffin. Have I thought of working out some of the top IT companies like Google, Meta, Apple? No, right now I'm freelancing. I think I will continue to freelance. Don't really have any plans to change jobs anytime soon. How many people at Jagex knew the solves or trialed them before releasing Crack the Clue 3? I don't know, you would have to ask them. I don't really know much about what Jagex were discussing internally, but I did send them the complete solutions to all the steps, so they would know the solution to all of them. But anyway, I'm gonna go through some of the questions that we have here. Let's start at the top. Did I partake in any type of tomfoolery or an alternative account during Crack the Clue 3? For example, derailing us onto insane theories? No, I didn't really do any red herrings. I think people would not really like those. So I decided to not do them. Do I plan to bring Twisted Treasure 2? Yes, I think so. They were spending all the time deciding which words to change in the clues. Yeah, I guess if you want to go with that theory, maybe. So we have another question. But also I think one thing to mention about this again is I think people kind of made red herrings for themselves. Because if you look at some of the solutions and if you look in the Discord, you would see, for example, I think some people said, okay, I rotated for like all the Osman clue. Someone said I rotated the maps 45 degrees and found nothing. You would often find people like posting misinformation in the Discord just because they didn't really see what they were supposed to see. I think also for magic numbers, wherever that is. I don't know where it is, but for magic numbers I believe someone posted, guys, I checked the intersections of the lines, there is nothing there, you guys don't want it to check. Or something like that is what they said. But of course, there were things at intersections, you just had to look at the right thing. So there were some tricky parts like that where I think people kind of misled each other. Also with the people saying they looked for cryptographic ciphers in match catch in books. I think there is a thread for that somewhere. That probably tricked people into thinking, okay, books I already looked into, I don't need to look into books. But actually, the solution is in the books. But you weren't supposed to use a cipher, you were just supposed to use a plain text match. I think that might have thrown people off a little bit. So, don't really need to make red herrings when people make them themselves. Anyway, moving on to the next question. Did I ever think the puzzles were too difficult? Did I expect the community need the amount of clues that Jagex put out? So initially, no, I thought the only step that might end up being too difficult is the dots if you don't get the hint for it. But we did give a hint for that at the end. So no, I did not think they would be too difficult, because I just thought, well, this community is really smart, they probably will solve this. They've done some amazing things in the game before. But then it turned out that, well, actually rotating letters upside down was maybe quite a bit more challenging than I thought. So I think my prediction on the difficulty didn't really work out. Then I kind of realized at the 1 month mark, because they had only solved 4 steps, my prediction was between 10 and 14, so they were really far off there. I realized at that point we probably will have to do hints for this, but we wanted to wait a little bit, because they actually solved 2 steps quite quickly after that. So I thought, okay, maybe they are going to improve the strategies a little bit, so we want to wait a little bit, I think. But after that, they didn't really solve anything more after those 6 steps until we started giving hints. So we did have to give hints eventually. There's 2 unsolved secrets in the Notia. Have I ever had a look at that game? No, I've never played it. Here's one. Were there any instance of they are going in the completely wrong direction where I wanted to intervene? Well, I mean, you're always going in the wrong direction if you aren't going in the right one. But usually you won't be going in the right one, so I would not really say this is like I felt they were going in the wrong direction, because either you make progress, which in case you would go in the right direction, or you don't make progress, in which case you don't really go in any direction at all. So it's kind of always the wrong direction if they don't make progress. There were some things I saw posted though where I didn't intervene. I don't know how you search for my messages, but I did post a few things. There were some cases where people posted misinformation basically, and I looked at it and no one was correcting them, so I just decided to post the correct information. I think people had some issues interpreting some of this info. But yeah, eventually I kind of stopped reading things as much as I did in the early days. I think in the early days I read almost every message, but after that I didn't really have the time for it. So I didn't really have time to always intervene, and also I kind of prefer not really intervening anyway. I kind of want people to focus on this without receiving any help, kinda. But I did correct some of the misinformation posted sometimes. The one where you had the roof options on was a bit rough. Yeah, I did kind of expect that one to be one of the hardest ones. I did kind of want a hard one like that. Just to make sure everything is not solved too quickly. But of course I think in the end the difficulty ended up being too hard. So the difficulty wasn't really needed. So next question. If you could only pick one thing you would change about Crooked Clue 3 if you would do it all again, what might you change? I think I would definitely change the difficulty. I would not make such a hard crooked clue again. But also I think we might wanna consider making a shorter one as well, because if we look at how many or the length of the messages posted on Discord, you can see a lot of it was posted in the early days, like the first week, maybe 2 weeks. But after that it kind of dropped off because they didn't really solve anything. I think if I were to do another one, I would try to make it a lot more fast-paced to try to keep the engagement going instead of just going downhill like this. Also one thing I would change would be to plan hints from the start, because I kind of realized now I don't really know if people will be able to solve this with the hints. Sometimes they needed 4 hints, sometimes they needed 1. I just don't really know how many they will need to be able to solve it. So I think we kind of have to plan hints from the start and then give out when it's not solved quick enough to make sure that people actually make progress and don't just get stuck. I think that is something I would change. Also, I haven't shown this yet, but I think I did show this one quite quickly. But you can kind of see which steps were people talked the most about. I think so the reason I wanted to look into this was because when I made the correct clue, I kind of thought there would not be as much discussion on the clues that don't have a riddle on them and just have numbers or like letters or something like mixed up. But in the end I think it's more likely that people post a lot of things if they get stuck a long time, and I think that is the primary factor here for how much was posted. So you can see here the scimitar shift and match catch in particular, those are the 2 highest, and that's probably because those took the longest to solve. I think these 2 looked like the easiest ones as well when they had when they were in the early stages and try to work out which step should we work on. They probably worked out, okay, these 2 probably easiest, so we're gonna work on these 2. And I think that's why those end up having the most discussion on them. There was also a lot of discussion on the modes since that went unsolved for a long time. And I think Osman went unsolved for like 3 days as well, but it was in the early days, so there was lots of discussion. Another one quite big is cleverly designed, which is of course because it took like 4 hints, it was just a bit too much. Again, the final 4, like 3 hints. Unreachable wealth, I think 2 hints as well. So you can kind of see, okay, the bar is high when they made slow progress and it's low when they made fast progress. And there isn't really that much of a correlation between whether there was a riddle or not on the clue. If you look at like Mombers, for example, yeah, they did solve that without a hint though, that's kind of low though, kind of small there. But if you look at which one was it? Plus minus, I guess. That one didn't have a riddle, but the directions and yes, we did. But they still can have the same height. I guess plus minus was around for longer though. Ancient Summon also didn't have a riddle. Dead End State though, but I think... I guess you could see a little bit of a difference there. I'm not sure if it's related to having a riddle or not though. But I think the riddle probably wasn't as impactful as I expected it to be. I just think words on the clue boots, its complexity or search space. Yeah, well, kind of what I expected though is if you have a riddle, you probably would get more basic theories posted, which would increase the amount of messages, which is kind of what I expected. But I'm not so sure that we actually saw that here. Another thing also, top chatters. The top chatter was Spider. I don't know if you guys have read the Discord, but he was rank 1 by quite a somewhat big margin, I would say. And if you guys have read the Discord, you might be recognizing some of these names. So the top guy posted almost 1 million characters, I guess 800,000, kinda close. He's also top solver. Yeah, I think he also posted the best theories that I've seen. We got average message length. Yeah, I have not really looked at that. You can work out average though. It's just message length divided by messages. So on average, he posted quite short ones compared to other top people, by the looks of it. These two people posted a bit longer ones, like more than twice as long as Spider. And yeah, I think in total there were 2.2k people who posted something, which is kinda interesting. I think I also counted total message length, which was 14 million. And if you want to count, okay, how many people posted half of it, it turns out that it's like the top 40 people or so. Kinda interesting as well. I think there were a lot of people who did post a lot of it, and some others just kinda tune in maybe during the early days and then post a little bit, and then not really much after that. But yeah, the Discord has 7k members, I believe. So I guess about between, or I guess something like 30% posted at least one message. But I think you probably have people entering and leaving as well. So there might have been more than 7k people in the Discord, just that some people might have left, maybe. Right, let's go to the next question. If you could only pick one thing you would change about Cracked Clue 3 if you would do it again, what might you change? Oh no, I answered that already. I would change the difficulty, of course. Next one, did you receive any blackmail offers in game or IRL for solutions? So this actually happened early on, but it only happened once. There was one guy who messaged me on Discord. He said something like, I will give you 10 bonds if you just give me the solution, or something like that. Maybe it was like 50 bonds, I don't remember. And I just thought that was kind of funny. But no, I did not give that guy the solution. I think he was asking for the solution to Osman as well, which was quite an easy one. Imagine you pay 50 bonds and then, oh, someone else sold it. So you didn't really need to pay anything. But that was the only guy I got an offer like that from. Yeah, I think eventually once the hype dropped off, people didn't really message me much anymore. People kind of moved on to other things, so I didn't really get many messages after that. how long did I expect it to take for us to crack the clue 3 out? So it was aimed to be solved in a year. I think I posted it here. But I did also say the estimates beyond the first 30 days are more tricky because it depends a lot on how much people are engaging at that point. It could just be that okay, maybe the hype dropped off a little bit, maybe they aren't engaging that much, or maybe it turns out that we have a streamer streaming it and putting a lot of the attention to it, so that could increase the engagement by quite a bit maybe, which would probably make them solve it a bit quicker. So because of that I didn't really have a perfect time estimate for the full completion. But we were aiming for 1 year. I think I misspoke here. It was not anticipated of 1 year, it was just aimed at 1 year. But the actual time it would take to solve, I would not really be able to predict that. But I was just hoping somewhere close to 1 year. But yeah, it was pretty unlikely it was gonna last exactly 1 year, I think. Since we don't really know a lot of the factors that we would need to know to be able to predict it. Questions from the survey. Okay, here's a lot of questions. Let's see. Did you feel limited by only using items and emotes and digging? If you could have used another feature in OSRS as part of the solves, what would you have used? No, I didn't feel limited, but there was another thing which limited me. You have seen a lot of the solutions, we just spell out a sentence instead. So because of that I can spell out anything I want, but the problem with this is once you spell out a sentence you get a really long solution, and if you want a long solution that means you have to give them lots of information, and I personally think it is less fun when we give lots of information, because that means there are lots of different ways you could start looking at it. So I would say I was a little bit limited in how much information I wanted to give. I would prefer if it was like a bit shorter, like Osman. I think we had this was all the information you got. This was pretty good, I think, because we didn't give any like jumbled letters or numbers or anything like that. But no, we can do more things than just emotes and digging. I think we had one step where you eat a banana and drink a beer. I was also discussing with Jagex, can we do solutions which is based on NPC conversations? And yes, we could. So I was actually planning on adding that as well. But one of the things I wanted to make sure we get right is to not leave people with any unsolved information after they complete the steps. So the problem is, I think one of the ideas I had was you could have an NPC, maybe you have 4 different things you could say. So option 1 could be something, I don't know, you could make a sentence or anything. Then option 2 is some other sentence, and you could say these things to the NPC. But I can't really find a way to do it while also using all the words in here, because I would want to make sure that we actually use all of it. Otherwise people are going to think, okay, there have been steps where there were multiple solutions, so if we do end up with leftover information, that would probably be used for solving another step. I just didn't really have enough time to work out a way to do it and also use all the information, which is why that was skipped, but you can do that as well. Another thing I was theory crafting is we can change the order of the items in the inventory. So instead of, I think all the steps don't really require any order. So we could have a step where the order actually matters. So for example, maybe we have a step where you bring someone like 10 items, and that would solve the step. Then we have another step where you bring the guy 10 items again, the exact same 10 items, but with a different order. And so we would have to work out the order of the items from the clue he gives. There were some theories like that I had as well, but I just never really had time to fully explore those ideas because it took a lot of time to make other steps. But you can do more stuff like that. Have I participated in puzzle hunts before, such as the Myth Mystery Hunt or Galactic Puzzle Hunt? No, I participated in Correctly Clue 1 and Correctly Clue 2. I did also check out Mr. Beast. He did a similar clue hunting event. But that one was solved pretty quickly. I think Mr. Beast said he was aiming for 2 months for full completion, but it was solved in like 16 hours. And that's also kind of the reason I want to make sure we don't really want to make this too easy. I would rather make it too hard instead of too easy and then give hints instead. Just so the event doesn't just end in like 5 days. But no, I think the Mr. Beast one was the only one I have done before, as well as the earlier Correctly Clues. Creating puzzles with the aim that they will take several months to solve seem like a difficult goal. Can I share my thought process in designing puzzles with a specific goal of making them long-lasting? Yes, so one thing in particular I was looking for this Correctly Clue is to add a lot of creativity. And I think I spent like half the time designing the clue just trying to come up with creative ideas, because creativity is really difficult to come up with. So that means if people want to solve this, they're gonna have to be as creative as I was when I created it. And that is how we can create some really difficult steps where the solution could simply be, oh, we rotate it upside down. And that just turns out to be really difficult because you might not think that you could make a second solution out of letters here. So a lot of the difficulty came from that. Also there was one thing, I don't think I explained this for emotes. But this one is actually pretty difficult, even if you do have the right map and find that the emotes line up here. I think finding that is still difficult, even if this was on the official map. Just because if you have the emotes in the emotes here, if you have the emotes lined up like this, you would probably think, okay, in what ways could we make this line up on the world map with things on the world map? So we look on the world map, okay, could maybe be item spawns, could be icons, could be NPCs, could be game objects like trees maybe, you know, the range here or whatever. So you would probably come to the conclusion that, okay, it's item spawns, NPCs, game objects, the icons on the world map. And then if you look around a bit more, you probably can't really think of anything else. There just aren't really any more ideas that are easy to see, which wouldn't already be solved with these 4 ideas. But the thing is, if you look through these 4 ideas as much as possible, you would not find the emote solution, because it does not use item spawns, does not use NPCs, does not use game objects, and it does not use icons. It instead uses the background color, I guess you could say. And the background color solution only really works in this area as well. So that is the reason that one in particular I think is harder than it looks, just because, well, in order to solve it you will need to come up with the right idea first, just to have a chance at solving it. But to come up with the right idea you will have to think outside the box a little bit and not just look at game objects, things like that. And then another thing was, another thing I used for balancing was, after I created a step, I would look at it, and if I thought it was too difficult, like, I don't know, this one for example, that's not really a good example though. I guess an example would be the cleverly designed. So basically at the beginning you would only have this text, and if I thought maybe it is a bit too difficult, that means okay, I can add a riddle to try to give them some directions to work towards. Like here for example. So from the beginning there wasn't really any hint, you just got the groups here, and then I added the riddle afterwards if I thought it was a bit too difficult. Another thing also which I thought would be difficult but actually wasn't, was that I tried to make solutions based on things you had to find in game. So for example you had the Grand Exchange floor used at some point, you had the wilderness stitch used at some point. I thought that would be more difficult than it actually was, but I think those steps which are things you had to find in game were actually easier than the others. Just because after you solve some of them you can kind of say, okay, we kind of can look for something in game and try to make use of that to solve it. And I think that helped people a bit once they saw a sort of repeating pattern there. I kind of just thought people would be a bit lazy and not really look in game. But they did look in the game. Let's see, is the chat working? I haven't really seen anything posted in chat. Don't know if my chat is broken or not. Or maybe just everyone left. The in-game links were nice. Really tied into OSRS. Yeah, that's one other thing I tried to do was... we kind of want to make this one tied into RuneScape, since it is related to RuneScape, so we don't really want to pick any generic puzzles. Also, I think the generic puzzles are often easier just because people will recognize the solution from something they've seen earlier. So I wanted to try to make something unique here. Since that would be more difficult. But if I were to make another one, I would reduce the difficulty, I would say. So probably add either more hints in the riddle, or just make easier steps. Do I start from the end or the beginning? So actually I didn't start anywhere. I instead started with let's try to come up with a bunch of ideas. And then we'll just try to make them work together once we have all the ideas. So I just made a list with things like we can use. I think it has things like, okay, rune crafting altars. And then you could do something, tree icons. This one was quite, it was only really one thing to do with this, which was to use them with the trees, which I really liked. And then we could do something with like the grand exchange floor pattern. So I just wrote down a list with things I could think of. Using game objects as items, which was used along with the rune crafting altars. Now once I have all those ideas, I just try to make a step out of them, and that is how I created it. So I didn't really start from the end or the beginning. I instead started from a bunch of ideas, then tried to make a step after the ideas, and then just reposition the steps because there are a lot of steps. The previous step has to end where the next one starts, because that is kind of a hint we gave out in Cracked Clue 3. In Cracked Clue 3, you do kind of notice that quite often the next step starts where the last one ends. So a lot of steps were just repositioned at the end to make sure it made sense. There was also a step with the cleverly designed, where I had to find the items first and then make a step that would result in those items being found, which you would then use for next step. So there was a bit of a mixed, just trying to fit things in, not really start at the start or the end. We just have to try to make it work, basically. Another question. Let's see here. I would love to know how Match Catch was created. What was the order of the solutions that culminated in the creation of the grid? Was it all made at once? So actually there is one thing which Match Catch, which I think most people don't realize, made it a bit tricky. If we look at the full solution here, because all the letters were used, of course. But the thing is, there's actually more than this. Not only did the letters match with the solutions, the letters also perfectly does not match the letters in the Book of Folklore, except for these two solutions. So we had to make that match as well, making sure that like this letter, for example, wasn't one of the two that were used for the Folklore solutions. So there are only like 26 letters. There is often, you would often have two different letters from these two. So there are actually there are like 2 of 26 options which just instantly fails. We kind of have to, so like 1 in 13 chance, but actually it's higher than that, because the distribution of letters is different. So for example, Q is almost never really used and said and so on, so probably more like 2 in 20 or so. So actually it's like 1 in 10 chance that trying to just put a letter here is just gonna fail, because it just matches the Folklore solution. And I think that is something that's kind of hard to realize. You kind of just forget about the Folklore stuff, but that was one of the things I had to take into account when creating this. And I think I just did some kind of brute force for this. I just tried to put letters, try to make items that fit the Faldor wall, for example. Just restart at the beginning if we end up with a collision, which has like a 1 in 10 chance of happening. So quite often it would fail, but if you try it long enough, you eventually find a solution which works. So I had to write some code for that. But the order I put them in, I think was I did the folklore first. Folklore 1, then folklore 2, I think. And then I think I did plus minus. Because I don't really get to choose the position the letters are in. So this one is more difficult to actually get right. So that one was the third. And then I put I think scimitar shift was next one. So this one you kind of get to choose the starting position. But the starting position can only be like 30 different things or so. Otherwise the letters go off the chart. But that one is a bit easier, or well, not, or a little bit easier at least, because we have 30 different options to try here. But still a little bit difficult to place, because I think a lot of the letters are used multiple times in the solution, so you end up with some letters that have to match items 2 times or something, like 3 times sometimes, I think. And the last one was Mombers. So Mombers is the easiest one to place. And this one we actually was able to choose the exact items and NPC I want, because that was needed for the step after it. So after I choose the items and NPC, I can simply just choose the different potato plants I want. So there are a lot of different options you can make there. You can basically spell out any item and any NPC you want because of that. So that one is the easiest one to add, which is why it was added last. Oh, well, the last one is the leftover letters, of course. Because then you just use whatever is left over. But yeah, they were actually added in the same order you guys put them in here. Let's see here. How did you come up with the clues? They were amazing. So as I have said a bit earlier, a lot of it I just try to write down good ideas for. And then so like I run around in the game trying to find something, like some ideas. How could we make a step which uses some kind of game mechanic, like shops, for example, was used in one step. Things like that. Just write down all the ideas I have and then try to make a step out of that after that. Things like song names, and of course the list goes on. I don't have the full list, but you guys have seen what ideas we came up with in the steps. Was the C72 notes made by ear, or did you use a sheet book as there was an issue after the break? Yes, I did explain this earlier. No, I did use this tool here, and the issue is that I was just sticking to the same instrument, and if you do that you end up with this pattern down here with the blue ones. But the issue was a lot of the popular music you guys, a lot of the popular notes you guys found online probably used this one up here, which were different because they are from a different instrument. I just decided to stick with the same instrument instead of switching because I thought that would be easier. But I think when you listen to the song you primarily hear this notes right here and not actually the blue ones. So it was a bit of a difficult choice here whether I wanna split it up or not. But I would not really call it, I don't know if I would call it an issue. It kind of is an issue, kind of also is not an issue, because it's technically correct. But I did suspect people were going to think that one was a bit controversial. But I do believe it was actually correct. There are just different ways to look at it. How was the alignment for Cleverly Design done? Do you think it would have been easier or harder without letters? I think I explained this earlier when I explained that step. But essentially I wrote a program to just brute force all the possible examine texts we can use. And there are like 400 different items with examine text. And then there is like 400 different NPCs as well. You end up with lots of combinations, so you kind of have to optimize that program a bit. But no, I just wrote a program to basically brute force it. Would it have been easier or harder without the letters? Not sure what you mean with that. But if you mean the letters on the step, these ones. So of course you didn't actually need those, and while you don't actually need the riddle leader, I was considering at some point we could just give them empty clue and here you go guys, solve this. And that would actually be solvable, just an empty clue. But then I thought, okay, let's see what ideas are we going to come up with. And yeah, probably will be difficult to come up with ideas for this, I think. And I kind of want there to actually be some engagement on this. But yeah, I do think it is also easier with an empty clue, because you don't have there are just a lot less options we could do with just an empty clue. I think though, if we had planned hints from the start, I would have done, and if we had aimed for an easier correct clue, I think I would have just made this an empty clue. Yes, because well, if we give a hint after like a day or two, like I think the first thing people would think is, oh, it's glitched because there is nothing on it. But then we could have a hint planned after like a day or two that would say, you may think something is missing or whatever, but it's not, and you can kind of make a hint out of that. All the info you needed is what you got, something like that. You could make a hint where, okay, actually people would know it's not actually glitched. They were supposed to not receive anything on the clue. So there was some fun stuff you could mix around. But that would only be possible if you actually plan hints from the start, I think. Was there any surprising unintended ways someone always came up with a solution that wasn't the intended way to solve? Yeah, I think I explained this earlier. For the start south, people just found the dungeon by looking at the entrances, I believe, which is not how I planned it. So they found it in an unintended way that way. I think the rest were solved in the intended way though, I believe. Not least from what I can remember. I think it was only that step which was a bit different. Do you think it's possible for someone to make a harder correct clue? I don't know. Yes, you can quite easily make a very difficult correct clue. Because there are unsolved problems that are used in modern cryptography, and if you made a correct clue around those, they probably would not be solved at all. But it would be kind of cheap to do that. For example, one you guys might have heard of is factoring prime numbers. I think it's called RSA, the encryption algorithm. So if we just put RSA in correct clue 3, then probably no one will solve it, because well, it has been an unsolved problem for like 50 years. So we kind of want to avoid that. I think we need to give people actually a chance to solve this. But yes, it is very easy to make basically impossible correct clue. Which was my favorite clue that I designed? I would say either the letters or cleverly designed. I think those were a bit more creative than the rest. And I do like the creativity. What was the most unexpected coincidence clue hunters encountered? How about most frustrating? Thank you, Spider, for this subscription. Welcome to Swamp. I would say the most unexpected coincidence... yeah, probably the thing I said earlier about the trainer dungeon with the start south and west. Because it turned out that the entrances were south and west. That was a coincidence I had not taken into account. Yeah, I wouldn't really call it frustrating though. It was more like, oh, actually, people solve this with in a way that I didn't expect. Also, I think another unexpected coincidence was the anagrams in the match catch. Because I had not actually seen any anagrams when I made a step, but I also don't really look for those things. But being able to spell out an 8-letter anagram, I would not really have expected that. But it turned out to be possible since we found an anagram of Valkyrie. Most frustrating thing, I am not sure. Actually, I think the most frustrating thing was they didn't solve the 2 first steps of the match catch about the same time, because I was kind of relying on people solving those around the same time, because you do need to get information from both of those to be able to solve the step after that. If you get the information from only one of them, then you will have information that you can't actually do anything with. I did want to try to avoid that. It was a bit frustrating that it ended up that way. But at least we were able to give a hint after a week to tell people to not keep looking at it. Did you think Falador wall step would have been solved in a few days? And no, because it's kind of... I guess it's kind of between the first half and the second half of the clue. So if you look at my time estimates for the first half, it was like... The first half is solved after like 1 month or so, and then the second half is solved after like 11 months. That was like the difficulty I was aiming for. Falador wall is kind of in between those, so you can kind of expect, the first half is solved out like 1 step every 3 days or so, and then the second half is solved out like approximately 1 step every month or so if you try to average it out. So Falador wall, probably somewhere between that. Thank you, Soap Splitter, for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. It was one of the horror puzzles. Yeah, it was a little bit difficult. I wouldn't say it was one of the most difficult ones though. There were definitely more difficult ones, I would say. But it did have a lot of creativity in it, and I think the creativity added more difficulty than I thought it would. So that is why it might have seemed like it was more difficult for you guys than what I originally thought. If you know, how are the solutions stored server side? I don't really know how Jagex have coded it, but probably just something like if player.position equals whatever it might be, water, altar, and inventory. Of course, then you would have to check for all the items in inventory. I think they just code it out like this. Spot near water, altar, and then check for the items in inventory. I think they just write the steps like that, probably like a few lines here. Nothing more complex than that. but I did not write the code for Ajax. They wrote that themselves, so I wouldn't know for sure. But I don't think you can find the solutions in the client. I don't think they should be transmitted to the client, and that is also one thing we wanted to make sure that you can't just reverse engineer the client to find solutions, but I don't think that should be possible. What was my favorite and least favorite steps to design? I think favorite to design was the letters, just making it work by rotating it upside down was really cool, I thought. I wasn't entirely sure if this was going to work or not, so I was just kind of gambling a little bit here, just writing code and hoping it works. I would say that was my favorite, and I think my least favorite was match catch, just because there was a bunch of code just to make this work, and in the end it didn't really look that cool anyway. I thought, oh, this is gonna look really cool because the letters here have to not match the letters from the Book of Folklore, but of course I think people probably forgot about that, and people just don't really care about that in the end. They just didn't realize it. So I think that was least favorite because it took a lot of time and didn't really add that much excitement to it. What are you watching here? I'm doing a Crack the Clue 3 Q&A. I'm just answering questions people had about the event, since the event was completed earlier today or yesterday, depending on which time zone you're in. What would I have done more differently for people to find Book of Folklore more easily? I think I explained this earlier, but if you had the letters here, you can spell out, you could have done something with spelling folklore diagonally. I was trying to make this work, but it just didn't really fully work out everywhere. But this is something I was considering doing. Now this would also be two different halves, so you would have to actually combine them by moving one below the other. And I think that would have made a lot of sense. It just didn't really work out with the other step. Favorite to watch solved? Not sure. I think I enjoyed the early solving more than later on. There was just a lot more hype early on. So probably like the Osman items or magic numbers, I would say. But yeah, that was just because there was more hype early on, so not really anything particular about those steps, other than just more hype. Favorite hint given? I'm not sure about that. I did kinda like the hint for cleverly designed. Which one was it? This one, because we told you don't need the information on the clue, and that really limits the options here. I did kind of like that one, because if you actually think about it, there are very few options here, so you could have solved it pretty quickly, but it was pretty tricky to see, I think. Not sure if it was my favorite, but I did kind of like that one. But in general I would say most hints were pretty good. I'm not sure if I have a specific favorite there. I don't think so, at least. very step solved in a way I didn't expect. So I think I explained this earlier, but the start south and west one was solved differently. People just found the entrance is south and west, and then found a dungeon based on that, which is not really what I intended. But I think that was the only one which was solved differently from what I expected. Would I want to participate or this would I want to participate in or design the next Rocket Clue? I don't think so. It was founded right out once, I would say, but it does take quite a bit of time for me to make this event, so I don't think I will make another one. I also kind of like the surprise factor. Jagex basically announced, okay guys, we are doing Rocket Clue 3, and then people probably would not think it was me who made it, and then like some time later they were like, what's up guys, Woox here, I made Rocket Clue 3. So I kind of like the surprise factor there. And if I made another one, there wouldn't be as much of a surprise. Which is one of the reasons I don't think I will make another one again. But it was pretty fun. Are there any puzzles I wanted to make but could not get working? Yes, I forgot to mention this earlier. There was one pretty good step actually. I really liked it, but it just didn't work out. So basically, let's see, can I go back? So I forgot to mention this earlier, but what I wanted to do was similar to what we did in Crack the Clue 1. You remember, if you guys did Crack the Clue 1, there was this tiny corner. So I was thinking, okay, let's add let's add a triangle in the corner. And that would be it. So we'd have this, okay, triangle in the corner. You would think, what could we do with a triangle? Probably not much, you would think. But there's one pretty cool thing you can do with them. And the cool thing, the whole solution is just based on this triangle. You don't need anything more, it's just a triangle and the X. So the solution I had in mind was if you take my triangle here. Right, so we have a triangle. We have 4 different triangles. Well, what if we rotate all clues in a different way? So you would rotate one 90 degrees. You would rotate 180 degrees. And you would rotate one minus 90 degrees. And then once you overlap them, you actually get a symbol which is used in the game. And that was kind of the idea here, that you were supposed to get this symbol. And that symbol can be found in a few different places, but there's only one place where it technically would have made sense, which is at Ferox Enclave. So right here on the ground you can see this symbol. It is simply made out of 4 triangles. So the idea was, okay, once you have rotated it close in a different way, you would then put that symbol, you would align the symbols with each other, of course, then put the symbol right here, the full symbol, and then you would end up with a so because the clues are rotated a different way, you have one clue here, you have one here, you have one here, you have one here. So the excess would simply point towards item spawns or whatever. But of course the reason this didn't really work out was that, well, it turns out there aren't really any item spawns which are somewhat close to the center here. So you just can't really do it like this. You would need to add more information. So I was looking, okay, could we add just some small information to make this work? I tried some different ideas, like maybe we could add like a number here, let's say 57, number in the triangle, so you would go, let's say 57 steps in one direction, then some other amount of steps in another direction, because they're all rotated in a different way, they're gonna point in a different way. Okay, so maybe that way it is gonna, you would eventually probably get to an item spawn somewhere, but it just turns out no, there are not any item spawns in all the directions. So that also didn't really work out. So eventually I just kind of had to give up on this, because it just didn't really, just couldn't really find a way to make it work. But I thought it was pretty cool. I think that was my favorite step that just didn't work out. Have I soloed the 500 Toa yet? No, I've not really done much Toa after I stopped streaming it. But yeah, also you can find this symbol at the demonic ruins over here. But then of course you end up with the maps going into the sea, which is not really gonna work. Again, if you try to go with the directions, you also end up with the wall instantly. The same thing goes for the wizard tower. There's no symbol here, I think, but again the maps end up in the sea, and if you go different directions you end up just going to tutorial island, so it doesn't work again. So that was a bit unfortunate, but a pretty cool step if it would have worked. I want to use the nature rune in the wildy in one of the clues. Yeah, I was considering that because people are probably gonna look really hard into this island. I think in the end I decided, oh well, actually we have a solution right here which is pretty close. I'm just gonna go with that instead. People will probably check the area nearby anyway. But one of the ideas I had was, okay, we're gonna do something a bit more tricky. We're gonna use the, so if you guys have visited this place, there is some smoke coming out of the lava, like here, here, something like that. It's kind of put randomly. Also goes over here. So I thought, okay, we could make something with the smoke around the island. People will probably expect we're gonna look on the island, probably forget about the smoke. The smoke is also really difficult to see. But I decided to not really go with it, because I didn't really have any good ideas on how do we connect this to give some actual solution. I didn't really have any good ideas there, and also we already had a solution up here anyway. Were any puzzles like this I had to scrap? Yeah, yes, the triangle one was scrapped. There were a lot more ones which were scrapped. I don't really remember all of it. But I had some ideas. I could do like what's it called? The light puzzle from Morning Sand Part 2. So I was thinking, okay, we could do something like that. Basically just have some invisible light you would have to trace, just going diagonally, and then just bouncing the walls, something like that. But I just couldn't really, I just thought this is a bit too complex, I think. So I kinda just scrapped it. I also wasn't sure if I could actually find a proper solution to make here, because you kinda have to get a long path to actually make something out of it. I wasn't sure if that was gonna work. Didn't really want to invest time into it. Also looked a bit too complex. People kind of have to simulate the light without seeing the light. So I just scrapped that. I also had some ideas with chess, for example. I could put a chess puzzle in a quick clue. There's also a chessboard here, so we can make it, if it's a clue given by surviving or something, you could have a chess puzzle there. But it was just too complex for people to be able to come up with the idea of using chess puzzles. So a lot of ideas were just scrapped because they were just too complex, I think. We also had an idea with like Sudoku and Rubik's Cube. I think Rubik's Cube I scrapped because I realized Rubik's Cube is actually copyrighted. Don't really wanna take any risks there, just in case some controversy happens. Things like that. Did I watch over the Discord match? If so, see any theories or logical paths that looked interesting to you? I did look at it in the early days, yes. I think one particular theory I found which was really interesting. I didn't realize it was possible to have such a good theory, which in the end didn't really work. Which I think was written by Mass. I think it was for... I don't know which step it was for. I think it was for scimitar shift. I think there is a thread of it. Mass's theory. This one I liked a lot. Yeah, this one. Or version 2 maybe. I don't know if there is a version 2. But basically he had found a way to actually make use of these symbols in like a cool way. The only thing that didn't really work out here was that he was trying to make use of shops, I believe. But when he drew the lines, I think he had the battle stuff shop, for example, but the line would go like this or something. He kind of just missed the shop a little bit. Other than that, it was a really cool theory that just didn't lead to anything. Let's see, would I want to participate? Wait, I answer that. Okay, yeah, this one was one I answered recently, so this one next. Did Cracked Clock 3 go as you expected? How often were you reading the Discord to watch us try to solve it? Would you like to Cracked Clock 4 or would you rather try to solve it yourself? I would say the difficulty did not go as expected. Other than that though, I think most things went as expected. but the difficulty was just too high. That was the primary thing that was wrong. How often was I reading Discord? I think on the first day I was reading every day. I think most of the messages I did read. After that I didn't read that much. It kind of depends on which time period we are talking about. Sometimes I just read the threads here, and sometimes I read a bit in the channel as well, but it varied a little bit. And would I like to create critically for, or would I rather try to solve it yourself? I think I want to try to solve the next one. I don't know if I would put that much time into solving it though. I don't really spend that much time in the game anymore, but I would probably try solving it in the first few days. See if I can make any progress. But I don't think I would create another one, because I already made one and that's kind of enough for me. I like trying out different things, and I've already tried out making Crooked Clue now. So I want to try out different things again, so probably would not make another one. What was the favorite wrong theory someone came up with? Yeah, that would be Master's theory I just explained for scimitar shift. That was the favorite one. And then when you are confronted with a difficult problem, what is your way of approaching it? Well, this depends on what kind of problem are we talking about. But a lot of the time, something you can think of is try to look through all your options, or a lot of them at least. Try to look through the likely options at least, like divide and conquer, I see someone saying. That is often a way I try to approach it. But again, it depends on which problem we're talking about. Can barely hear you. It is a bit late where I am, and I've been streaming for 9 hours, so my voice is starting to disappear. So I'm sorry if you can't hear, but I'm doing my best to try to explain things. I think I already answered this. How are we supposed to know to remove all in range without a hint? So the range you could expect because it was at the end, and all was added by Jagex. It was not supposed to be there, but you can still solve it because it was on like the 5th line, so you can just solve the first 4 lines first, and then you just see it break out the 5th one. So you could just try some options there, but yeah, it was not supposed to be there. But the range you would know because it is at the end, but there isn't a ladder to match it with, so you just know, okay, there's nothing to match it with, we can just skip it. Favorite steps I made for Cluther, I think I've answered this, which is the letters, having the 2 solutions for letters, and clearly designed were my... also a fun one, I think. But I would say the letters was my favorite. I think I answered this already. Am I interested in solving more correct clue style puzzles? Maybe. I don't really have that much time right now because I'm working on personal projects as well. So I have a bit of limited time there. I probably would not spend that much time trying to solve it, but I maybe could try it a little bit. If I decide to make correct clue 4, I probably will try it a little bit at least. What I think of the pesky people that leaked hints early. Okay guys, I actually realized we haven't not really talked about the leaked hints. So those were pretty fun. Because actually I was considering warning Jagex. Because they had made the mistake in Correct Clue 2 where someone found the hint and solve the step before it was released by just guessing the URL on the website to actually find the hint before it was released. I was kind of thinking of warning Woox again about that, but I was thinking, well, actually they already made that mistake once. They probably wouldn't make it again, right? So I didn't really wanna. Also, I thought it was kind of rude to mention that, because that would obviously assume that they would make the same mistake twice. But then when we released the hints, it turned out, oh, they've actually forgot it again this time around. So people were guessing the URL. They managed to guess one of them. So then I told Woox, like, you guys need to make difficult URLs. So then I changed it. But after a while, it turned out, so I think people at this point, okay, you know what guys, Woox wouldn't make this mistake a third time right. Right, they wouldn't make it a third time right. So I think people didn't try to brute force it now. But then it turns out they forgot it another time. But I think it wasn't brute forced just because no one expected it. Why would they forget a third time? So actually it wasn't found that time. So I didn't actually realize it was brute force, like you could guess the URL that time. But then I did it a fourth time after that again. And at that point, well, the guys in the Discord realized, well, the third one actually, you can brute force that one. So then they started brute forcing again, and then they found the URL for the fourth one. And so the Woox just made the same mistake again. So that's why I told Woox, you guys gotta fix this. We can't let them just guess the URL. And I think if you guys have seen the URLs after that, they started going really crazy with the URL after that. If you look at the URLs here, you can kind of see, don't I just do it? Don't it let your dreams be memes? And I just put a bunch of meme stuff in the URL now. So they just started going crazy with the URLs from this point on, because well, if they made this mistake 4 times, then they don't really want to do it the 5th time again, so they just started going crazy. But yeah, I think that the reason they made it, maybe the mistake again, was because they had different Gmods averting the news post. My eyes are also getting really tired, kinda difficult to keep them open now, I need to go to bed soon, but I think that is why they made the mistake multiple times. So I think if there's anything we have learned from this is, if they make a cracky clip 4, you guys better make sure brute force that URL, it's gonna work! They probably will have a different Gmod working then, so maybe same mistake again. So could be worth trying that in the future as well. Was there any interesting things I wanted to add or implement to a step that was not visible from a tech side within RuneScape? I kind of need to go to bed soon, I'm getting a bit tired from this, but I kind of want to go through the questions. Hopefully a lot of them are duplicates. But I'm kind of having difficulties keeping my eyes open now. Let's see, any interesting things I wanted to add or implement in a step? No, I don't. Oh yes, actually there was one thing which I said it was not possible. I wanted to use this here. If we could make a step where you have to pick onions and cabbages. So the idea was, okay, you pick this 8. Wait, so you pick this 8, then you pick this 2, and you pick this 2. And of course, if you tilt your head, you get 73. But it was not possible. I think Jagex didn't really want to add any new engine features just for Crackle Clue 3, because Crackle Clue is kind of a low budget event. So they said this was not possible. But I had ideas of, well, we can hint towards, you need a dozen vegetables, something like that. Could do some cool stuff like that. Yeah, I think that was the only one which wasn't technically possible. Most of the time though, things will be possible, because we can just change the step a little bit to spell out a sentence, and then the sentence can be pretty much anything. So we can just spell out the items names and things like that to give people a solution which is easy for Jagex to implement. What was my favorite community name for a clue? I'm not sure. I think the name that helped you guys the most was magic numbers, because magic was a big part of that step, but it was only one word on that your clue. Has to be woe, right? Oh yeah, so the woe I felt was a bit thematic. You had a bunch of woe. And now you might think, oh well, actually we could, you know, X is often used in corrected clues, so well, what do we add an X here? Kinda a bit thematic for me to make this. But it's not actually part of the solution to add an X here. I'm gonna fall asleep on my desk. No, I don't think so, but my eyes kind of start hurting a little bit when I get tired. So I kind of have to just look with one eye. If you guys are wondering why one of my eyes are closed. It just hurts if I try to open it. I kind of need to go to bed soon, I think. Are there any finished or near finished puzzles that in the end just didn't really make it out? Yeah, I explained it already, with the triangles, for example. Can I post them weekly? No, I won't really post any more puzzles. I will just explain them instead. Any plans for Crackle Clue 4? No, I don't think I will make Crackle Clue 4. Someone else might make it, but I don't think Jagex want to do another Crackle Clue for at least a year, probably. But no plans from me. Was cleverly designed a red herring. And no, it's not really a red herring. The information you received was supposed to help you. But I would also say if you didn't receive any information, it probably would have been easier. But I kind of wanted to avoid that just because I wanted to give people more ways to theorycraft. But no, the information itself was supposed to help you. The riddle was just weaker. Oh, here it is. And this was supposed to be used as a kind of verification once you had found the solution. And also to find the NARF. I think finding NARF without this might have been a little bit difficult if people don't really recognize the NPC. But it's not really a red herring. The information is supposed to help you. It just is not as helpful as in the other steps. The person who solved it did use the letter at the bottom. Yeah, you can do it that way. I just think it is probably harder to use letters than it is just read chatbox vertically. How long do I think it would have taken people to put on roof mode on in the servers? In the servers? Oh yeah, I think that one that one could have taken a long time. I did expect that to be one of the hardest steps just because you need the roofs on. But I think as soon as you turn it on, it is easy to see that actually the pipes are placed kind of randomly here with kind of random shapes. So it's quite easy to see that you can make a step out of this. So I think it would probably have been found eventually, just because it's kind of predictable. But yeah, I did expect that to probably go unsolved for quite a while, just because of the roof thing. How were we originally supposed to find the correct rotations of dots of water altar without the hint? So I explained that earlier, you will have to check the stream of what I did. It is pretty complex though, but there was a way to do it. How long did it take to design all the clues? I spent about 350 hours, or at least I logged 350 hours. I think there was more time than that though. I just didn't really log the time I spent writing the weekly hints and stuff like that. And probably in the end, I think there were more stuff I did not really time log. Like early on when Jagex first asked me if I want to make Crack the Clue, which was like autumn 2020. I started doing some work back then also, just getting ideas. But also yeah, so Crack the Clue was in development for a pretty long time. I started on it in 2020, but it got delayed quite a lot. So it took like 2 years from the start to the end, just because of delays. But yeah, a lot of time I was just waiting for Jagex to respond. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to get a response from them. But we did finish it in the end. Did Jagex pay me for it 350 hours? And also the price was based on an estimate I made in the beginning. And the estimate was only 200 hours. So technically they paid for 200 hours. So I actually spent more time than that. But it's fine anyway, because well, the pay was decent, I would say. So it's fine, I would say. I don't really mind it. What was the catch? Yeah, that was one of the things I think was a bit difficult to work out. But the catch in the match catch was that you're not supposed to match the two different sides of it, and you're instead supposed to match both of them with something else. You can also technically see the catch as being the second solution, since well we haven't really technically defined what the catch would be. You never really get to, it's never really explained properly, so you can kind of see the catch as being the second solution as well there. But I did kind of want to improve that a little bit. It was just difficult to find the rhymes, which is why it didn't really work out. And I was also a bit short on time there. Do I think an island setting with a castle would be a good idea for Crack the Clue 4? Meaning all the clues can be solved on an island and a castle without having to go anywhere else. Yeah, I think something I probably would explore for another Crack the Clue would be to limit the areas a bit more, because that's going to make it a lot easier for people to search. I'm not sure if there's an island where you could do that though. Most islands are a bit too big, I think, but maybe we could give like a location in a hint or something. Did I want to have any solutions in places like Corsair Cove or Karamia instead of the main continent? Yes, I did look at those two places. It was just difficult to make a step which needed to be in those two places. I think there was one thing in particular on, let's see, in Corsair Cove. Where is it? Here. I think people found this as well. There are a bunch of vines you can find on the floor, which makes some kind of pattern you can make something out of. But I didn't really use it because we used the pipes in the drain receivers instead, which kind of look similar. So I ended up not going with that. Other than that though, it was kind of difficult to find something to use down here. There just weren't really that many options. I had an idea on Karamia where we use, I think, the smoke in the lava, because that's kind of randomly placed, but again, it's a bit more predictable. It's a lot like the potato solution. I don't really want to have two solutions that are pretty similar. So that was also skipped. Okay, let's see here. Did I ever follow the community trying to solve it? And if so, do I have any good memories to share? Actually, one of the things, I think I posted this, was I was watching people stream Cricket Clue. I was watching Foe in particular at some point. And I was just looking at what he was doing. And he was like, I was looking at this map. And then he just looked here. He had this thing centered on his screen with like the perfect zoom. Something like this. But then instead of talking about this, which was also highlighted on his screen, he was just talking about Nature Island and just completely skipped over this. It was kind of interesting to see people having this in front of the screen and not really seeing the solution here. Since, well, when you think about it, it is everything is just marked right in front of you, and people just don't really see it. It's kind of interesting to see how it plays out. But yeah, I answered this earlier. I did read a bit in the Discord, especially early on. Did the shapes of the clues, such as directions, happen by accident, or were they meant to resemble something? So the shapes... no, that was just... there was an issue with this puzzle because it was a bit too easy. So I was looking, okay, how can we make this harder? So I thought, okay, we can put the line breaks in a different place. So we decided to put line breaks after every 0, just to make it a little bit different, so it wouldn't be as obvious that you can combine them. But there wasn't really anything to it. I just tried to look for ways how can we make this harder, but again, I don't really think this was really that good of a way to do it. But it was like the only thing I could come up with, which was at least reasonable. But no, they didn't really have any meaning other than just adding some difficulty. But people solved that like instantly anyway, so it didn't really make it that much more difficult. What's my thoughts on Desert Treasure 2 rewards? I haven't really looked into it yet. I will start looking into it once we get closer to release. Why did I use the phrase cleverly designed? Did I feel that the puzzle was the most cleverly designed of the puzzles? Yeah, again, it just comes down to rhymes mostly. So I just found a rhyme with, let's see what it was. Designed and can't remember what it was now. Designed and blind, because I did realize when you try to read vertically, that you can't, it's kind of difficult to say the letters, so I was kind of looking at the word blind and say, okay, what rhymes with that? Well, the sign that rhymes with it, and there's not really much else that rhymes. So I decided to just go, okay, well, we could say something like cleverly designed, that works kind of well. A lot of the time the riddles were just written like that, and sometimes they don't really end up being perfect, but they're kind of good enough. But I did also think this was probably one of the more clever ones, along with the letters upside down. But yeah, I think that was one of the most cleverly designed ones, yes. This event was a lot of fun. You had mentioned things going wrong at the times. Could you tell us more about any assumptions I had going into the design process, or what kind of maybe unexpected complications happened during the hunt? For example, clue hunters using other map resources, non-vanilla settings, roofs off, meta-semantic discussion leading us astray. Yeah, I think one thing in particular was the two solutions to match cat not being solved at the same time. I kind of assumed they would be, because I thought they were both kind of easy, but they turned out to not be that easy. You kind of need to solve them at the same time, otherwise you end up with information you can't use. So that went wrong, of course. And then we had the Åsman. Jagex just removed Åsman from the game, so that went wrong. We had the directions in the magic numbers, which was pointing in the wrong direction, so that went wrong. I think there were some more minor stuff, like someone pointed out at some point that what was it? There was something I was thinking about. Oh yeah, there was an emote. I don't know which one. It might have been this one. I think there was a line missing on the boot here. Technically it doesn't really matter though, but I guess it is something you could say it went wrong. I don't know which boot it was. Okay, I guess it must have been this one, maybe. I can't really remember which line was missing, but I think it was the boat that was missing. Line here. And line here. It doesn't really matter that much though. Another thing I think people pointed out is also only a minor thing, but the mom was spelled out like m.o.m, but they're using abbreviations. It's actually more correct to add another dot after, and that was kind of my mistake. I have an old habit of writing it like this without the last dot, and I just forgot about it, but that's also just a minor thing. And then oh yeah, the all being added in final clue as well, that was something that went wrong. So there was just a bunch of minor stuff. Not really anything game breaking, I don't think. I think the most game breaking was Åsman. But yeah, just a bunch of small things. I can't really remember all of it, but there was a lot of it. How long did I think Crooked Clue 3 would be solved if hints were given? I think I answered this. I am not sure if it would ever be solved. It probably would be solved once we have a really good AI that could solve it for you. I think the difficulty was just way too high, so we did have to give hints, I think. If it weren't for the hints, it would have taken us longer than a year, as you had predicted. Also, did you think the clues had sufficient info that could be solved if hints were not given? Yes, I did make sure the clues did have sufficient info. But of course, sometimes you were only given like a bunch of numbers and nothing else. So it wasn't maybe the most easy clue to solve, but it is sufficient info, I would say that. Because that is one thing I wanted to make sure I get right, that every step is actually solvable. So I spent a lot of time testing, looking for things that could go wrong with things ending up unsolvable. And in the end I think we got most of it right. Most of the issues were more minor issues. It was just Osman, I think, but Osman in particular, I think I did actually predict Jagek's current theory change the game, which would make something unsolvable, but there's not really anything I can do about it, because I won't be able to predict what Jagek is gonna change. But there were some things I avoided, like Dual Arena, because, well, people have talked that they're gonna add a new BP Arena, which is now added, of course, so that would change the Dual Arena. Probably want to avoid Dual Arena. And things like quests, I think I want to avoid, because quests get added every once in a while. So I just avoided things that looked likely to be removed. But when I looked at Osman, I saw that he had been standing in the same spot for like 17 years or something, so I thought they wouldn't remove him. He also gives out rewards from the minigame there. So if they remove him, they have to put the reward somewhere, which made it less likely, I thought, but then ended up removing him anyway. So it's just too difficult to predict that for me, I think. So I don't really have any good ideas how we could prevent that in the future. Because I also think from Jagek's perspective, all the devs don't really know the solutions to all the steps, so they won't really know if they are breaking a step when it changes something. So this is also difficult to fix on Jagek's perspective. So I don't really have any good ideas to fix that, but I think it is pretty unlikely that it will happen again. Did the weekly hints result in the expected outcome? Would I have done it differently if not? Yeah, it was kind of expected. So at first I wasn't actually planning on doing weekly hints. I thought, okay, we're just gonna rebalance it so it gets the right difficulty this time, but then once I looked into it a bit more to see, well, what was it that actually went wrong and will people actually solve it with the easier hints, I came to the conclusion, no, actually we probably will end up in the same spot again, because I think people kinda just look for it throughout the week and then they kinda run out of ideas, and then, you know, it kinda starts to drop off a little bit. People don't really look that much into it anymore after that. So we kinda need to keep hints going, just because some of them will not be solved with the first hint. Which is why I decided on weekly hints instead, and I think weekly hints worked out fine. The only problem was it was more like daily hints given once per week, because after the first day the odds of the hint being solved was like close to 0. I think that part didn't really work out that well. I think it was just difficult for people to come up with new ideas beyond the first day. So that did not really work out. But I think if we make another correct clue, we probably would change that a bit. Maybe give daily or almost daily hints, I think. And just make a shorter correct clue. Just so people have a reason to work on it. And not just decide to leave once they see that no one has solved it on the first day. What will go on the mom house notice board? So the idea was to put the names of the players who solved the steps first. So it's going to be 24 names. Maybe less if someone solved multiple steps. But that was the plan with that. I thought the plan was also to put that in the Work West Bank basement. But I'm not sure if they decided to put it at the Mysterious Old Man instead. But I would assume Jagex will add that at some point. Don't really know when. Do I think the hints would have been better as 2-liners instead of 4-liners? Limiting the amount of information given from each hint. I was thinking about that because people were solving hints kinda quickly. But then I thought, well, if it's only 2 lines, that's kinda a small amount of information. And you only get 1 per week. So actually I think we do want to at least have 4 lines just to make sure they actually get some significant amount of information, because otherwise they have to wait another week for another hint. And it will just end up being a lot of waiting. I think if we did more frequent hints though, we might have done 2-liners instead. But I think 4 made sense for weekly hints. Do I think that hints should have been less frequent once we no longer had as many paths to work on? No, I think there's not really much work being done after the first hint. If you look at my graphs here, from amount of messages posted, you can kind of see it's kind of just 1 day of lots of messages and then it kind of drops off. So if we have more time between them, you would just end up with people just waiting for next hint, not really working on it, I think. So I think we do have to give hints kind of frequently for people to actually work on it. Otherwise they can just lose interest, I think. And here's a question. What is my background on the ciphers and puzzles to create something so complex? I don't know if I really have a background. I am a software engineer though, so I solve problems for people quite often at my work by just writing code. And well, I think puzzles is something that have interested me for a long time. Even since I was quite young, so I just have some experience from that. I don't know if it's anything in particular that is super interesting though. It's just that I've been looking at things like that for a long time. Show us the meme folders. I did already post my memes. I only had 2 memes, which I posted in Discord. It was for the emotes. I guess I can show you guys. Also, my eyes are getting really tired right now, so I'm gonna go to bed pretty soon, but I think this is some of the last questions, so I'm just gonna answer this real quick. Okay, meme folder. Yeah, there's only 2 memes. So one was the world map, which just says, when you're a RuneLite developer trying to crack a clue and you notice the ground colors on the RuneLite map, don't look like the ones on the Jagex world map. I prefer the real world map. I said the real world map. Perfection. So now obviously one of the RuneLite devs just decided to change it so you can no longer really say the solution. And that's kind of what the second meme was as well. When you design Crack the Clue 3 and you try to create an easy fast step to get the clue hunter started. Easy fast step, just align the maps on X. Match the emotes with highlighted ground on the world map. Clue hunters decide to remove highlighted ground, and then, oh wait, clue hunters removed it. Well, that didn't really go as planned. But those are the only 2 memes I actually made. Do I expect this stream to last for as long as it did? I kind of expected it to be long, but probably not this long. It just took a really long time to explain all the steps. There just was quite a lot to it. Do I wish I had put the Shanty clue later in the puzzle with how difficult it was for us? Would it be any less steps I put later earlier in the chain? Also, why not clues that use Karamia as the solver location or clue connection? And lastly, why make people solve the 4-4 clue before being able to solve the last one and get the pieces? Yeah, so first question, why not put the clue later? It's because it was almost one of the last ones. You can only put it like one step later anyway. I think if I would have changed anything with it, I probably would have given just more hints in the riddle. Any steps I would have put later earlier? No, I think they were put in a fine place, but usually they were put in a place to make sure that obviously the steps sometimes have to start with the last one and then and so on. But overall I think that was fine, mostly because we can just rebalance steps with riddles if we feel that one is too difficult or so. Why not clues that use Karamia? I think I explained it earlier. It was because it was difficult to find something to make a clue out of on Karamia. So I just never really found anything there. There's just less content there. And lastly, why make people solve 4-4 clue before being able to solve the last one? Yeah, so I explained it earlier, it was supposed to be the last one, but it was difficult to actually make it end up in the Work West Bank basement. And because we wanted that to be the final location, we had to add another step after that, just to connect everything. And there were another few places, like the potato puzzle for example, where the potato puzzle wasn't meant to be incorrect clue. We only added it to make sure that people can get those 7 items and the chemist, so that the cleverly designed works out. So some steps were just added to make other steps work, basically. Let's go to bed. Yes, we're gonna go to bed now. I think I've answered all the questions I found in here at least. If you guys have any more questions, I could answer them after the stream. But I've been streaming for almost 10 hours now and I need to go to bed because it's pretty late. And I kept my eyes, or one of my eyes closed for like an hour or so. But yeah, I'm gonna go to bed, guys. Next stream will probably be Desert Treasure 2 when that is released, or maybe Forestry, but I'm not sure about that. But I think Desert Treasure 2 is still probably like 2 months away, maybe. Not really sure. But I need to go to bed, guys, so thank you guys for watching. And I will see you guys next time. Have a good, I guess actually guys, good morning. Good morning. Instead of good night, because it turned out I was streaming during the night. So good morning guys, and have a good waking up. And I will see you guys next time. Goodbye. Or if you're from the US, then I guess good night. See you guys next time.